Okay, good evening. Welcome to the weekly Lawrence City Commission meeting. I'm glad everyone could come this evening. We heard that there was a problem a little bit ago on agendas. There are more agendas that are being printed right now, and they'll be down shortly. So if you need an agenda, they're going to be out fairly quickly, okay? I want to thank everybody for coming this evening, and hope everyone has a great Memorial Day weekend and is safe. So anyway, have a good time. The first item on our agenda are proclamations and recognitions. And the first is the Lawrence Cultural Arts Commission Grant Awards. And let's see, Porter's here.
And Catherine Simmons is here.
And Catherine Simmons is here.
And I would invite all of the grant recipients to come to the front of the room, please.
Let's go. Come on.
So I'll go ahead and read off the awards, the award winners. We have Marla Quills with the National African American Quilt Convention. Van Gogh Inc. for Benchmark 2016. Spencer Museum of Art Community Reopening Celebration. The Lawrence Children's Choir for Capo Cadenza and Crescendo Intergenerational Choral Education. Lawrence Opera Theater, Shakespeare 400. Nick Carswell, Echoes Through a Green Space.
Don't think Nick was able to
Okay.
make it.
Lawrence Unified School District for Confabularian. The Ballard Center, a mural celebration of Ballard Center and North Lawrence's history. And the Lawrence Art Guild for Art in the Park.
There you go.
Congratulations.
Just real quick, I want to congratulate all the award winners and thank you for all the fun stuff that you provide for folks in Lawrence, Kansas. I think one of the things that happens is that we have to admit one thing. We've got one great talented community, and we're so fortunate that folks like yourself and others in the audience, the time and the commitment that they make to make everybody smile. So thank you very much. Congratulations to all of you. Well, again, thank you very much for Porter and everybody involved in the grant awards from the Arts Commission. That's pretty super. Next item is a recognition. This is Mr. Eugene W. Meyer. This is a, for me, and I know for the commission, it's a very special recognition. Gene Meyer is somebody that he's Mr. LMH. I mean, he is the head of our hospital. And, being the head of our hospital, I bet there's days, I can't even imagine what that must be like. But it's, here's the crazy part. I've been around long enough now that I remember when Gene wasn't there. And, we've, the advances that we have made at LMH under Gene's watch has been incredible. Somebody who has been a patient under some of the new programs that we have. I can't thank him and the board enough, especially for the advancements that we have made at LMH and expanding our community hospital. So It's really great for the entire community to be a part of the special recognition. So, Mr. Meyer, if you'd like to come to the podium, and I don't know if you have anything that you would like to say.
Well, that's the nicest thing you've ever said to me, Mayor. And I'm just glad, last time I was here was 11:30 when you got us on, so thank you for putting this on early in the agenda. Yeah, I would. I want to thank the City Commission and this commission and past commissions. You know, as a community hospital and instrumentality of the City of Lawrence, we take our role and responsibility very serious. We represent you, we represent the community, and we'd like to think we're a vital part of the growth and the fabric of the community. You know, as you all know, as appointees of our Board of Trustees, past and in the future, the fiduciary responsibility they have for the hospital and reporting to them as I do, it's been a great joy that we've been very fortunate that you've selected individuals that care a great deal about the future of healthcare in Lawrence. And, you know, Mike, seriously, I've gotten far too much recognition for what I've done. It's really some folks that are here tonight and about 2,000 others that represent LMH in many capacities that really deserve the praise. So thank you. I appreciate the recognition and your too infrequent but kind words. So.
Oh, well, okay.
But go ahead with the proclamation.
No, I still got to read all the nice things about him. Yeah.
Hey, my filter's gone, okay?
That's right. Well, this is a recognition, and it is like this. Whereas Lawrence Memorial Hospital, an instrumentality of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, has enjoyed 19 successful years of operations in large measure due to Eugene W. Meyer's hard work, leadership, and guidance to the medical staff, associates, and Board of Trustees of the hospital on issues affecting the quality and performance of Lawrence Memorial Hospital, and whereas Eugene W. Meyer, I didn't even know you had a middle initial, I'm sorry, has been an outstanding leader in the Kansas healthcare industry and demonstrably improved the lives of people of Kansas through his 19 years of service at Lawrence Memorial Hospital. And whereas Eugene W. Meyer's dedication, enthusiasm, foresight, and knowledge has enhanced the quality of patient care at Lawrence Memorial Hospital, and whereas under Eugene W. Meyer's leadership, Lawrence Memorial Hospital has earned national recognition as a 100 top hospital by Truven Health Analytics for 4 consecutive years, as well as numerous other honors for work of its medical staff and associates. Now, therefore, I, Mike Amix, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, do hereby recognize Eugene W. Meyer for his contributions to the Lawrence community and dedication to the healthcare industry. Gene, thank you so much for all of the hard work and the great years of service that you provided this community through Lawrence Memorial Hospital. And we wish you all the great successes and enjoys as you leave the hospital and go on, I guess, into retired life a little bit now. So,
It's been an honor, Mike. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda, and all matters are to be considered under one motion and will be enacted by one motion. There'll be no separate discussion on those items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Are there any items on the consent agenda that a member of the commission would like to have removed for separate discussion and consideration? Is there any items on the consent agenda that a member of the public would like to have removed for separate discussion or consideration? Okay. There was one thing that I did want to point out, and it's on item number 11, and I'm not going to pull it off, but just real quick. It's under the 2013 through 2017 Action Plan Investment Summary for the consolidated plan for CDBG and home programs. Danny, I know that you're here, and one of the things that I think caught everybody's eye is the tenant-based rental assistance and the home program has a total amount in that program of $571,152.
For the home.
For the,
yes.
okay, and that's,
And the home grant is 100% to affordable housing.
okay. I think that that's something that, is something that I really wanted to point out, that there's, we've just gone through CIP this afternoon, and we talked about affordable housing as maybe a new means of funding, but here's a place where, there's $500,000 that's going directly into the program. So Danny, thank you. I just wanted to bring that up and point it out. Okay, so with the consent agenda, we need to add claims to 196 vendors in the amount of $2,995,203.16, and payroll-related payments in the amount of $3,052,643.43 for a grand total of $6,047,846.59. So with the addition of claims, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and second to approve the consent agenda with claims made by Vice Mayor Soden, second by Commissioner Larson. Any other questions or comments? All in favor of that motion, aye? Aye. Opposed? That passes 5-0. We are going into the public comment part of our agenda tonight. There will be a couple of, we have general public comment that's going to happen here in a second, and then we'll have the regular agenda. I did want to point out that the public is always allowed to speak to any and all items, issues under general public comment that are not scheduled on tonight's agenda after first being recognized by the mayor. As a general practice, the commission will not discuss or debate these items, nor will the commission make decisions on items that are presented during this time. Rather, they will refer those items to staff for follow-up. Individuals are asked, as always, to come to the microphone, sign in and state their name and address. Speakers should address all comments and questions to the commission. Under the regular agenda, the public is allowed to speak to any of the items there. Again, we ask the public to follow rules after being recognized by the mayor to come forward, and that come to the microphone, sign in, state their name and address, and again, speakers should address all comments and questions to the commission. I do want to say one thing tonight, because we have a great number of people that are here to speak tonight, it's one of those nights that I can't remember that we've had so many people, but I am going to be putting a time limit on the amount of time. It's going to run about 3 minutes. I will watch the clock for you so that you might just go accordingly to that. But I want to make sure that the commission is able to hear from everybody that's here on any of the issues tonight, so everybody knows. So the next item is general public comment. This is on items that are not scheduled on that are not scheduled on our agenda this evening, on any item that's not scheduled. So is there any general public comment? Any general public comment? Oh, we have somebody. Yes, ma'am. Come on down.
I just am the only one. Maybe I misunderstand something. I'm Dee Boyk, and I live at 2223 Westchester Road. I just wanted to give a brief thank you to the commission and the people who make up the budget for recommending some funding for pedestrian bicycle issues.
Okay.
Really appreciate that, and I think it puts the city on the road to a lot of good things in the future.
Okay.
Thank you.
You bet. So is there any other general public comment? Okay, we are on to the regular agenda. So the first item on the regular agenda is to receive public comment on the 2017 budget. The staff and the commission is in the middle of being able to put together the budget for next year, and we have had a couple of, I don't want to call them public hearings, but public listenings, times that we've gone out into the community, and we have sought, comment from folks on what they feel are priorities that we really need to be looking at. The item that is on the agenda tonight is again an extension of those meetings that we've had. It is important that we find out, what you're thinking and the things that you'd like to see as they come forward. As we've gone through the capital improvement preview this afternoon, the plan preview this afternoon, there were several items I noticed as it came through that these are citizen input items that came forward that have gone through. They're things that, people brought forward. So I just want everybody to understand there are things, that are coming forward, and we appreciate all the comments. So with that said, I have done something a little bit out of line. I have decided to let some of these little younger guys come forward that wanted to go first under this item, because it's a school day for them tomorrow. And so I want to make sure that we're able to hear the requests there, and so that they can get home and get whatever homework may be left, and enjoy the last day of school, I guess, or last couple of days. So anyway, so at this time we'll open up general public comment, and Brad, you have one of these guys that's been recognized first. And if we could have your name and address too, okay?
My name is Christopher Orrell, and I want to speak on behalf of the Lawrence Public Library. It inspired me to become more of a reader than I ever thought I would be. If people don't know how to read, they can't improve our lives as they are today. We can do greater things. We won't have a society without reading. And this library needs more funding because they are using ebooks and computers, which are teaching people how to use technology in ways that we never thought we could do before. And they need funding to do that because those things can be expensive. Those things can, in the end, improve our society.
Thanks, Christopher.
We are Scout and Truman Myers, and we live at 609 Stowe Court. We think the library is a very important part of our community. The library holds adventure, tears, happiness, and different worlds all held in the books of the library. Not to mention that we can borrow these amazing stories for free. Our library is a wonderful place. It even has a zone just for teenagers to come and hang out and feel safe. There are not many places in town where middle school kids can go and have fun, and I think that's pretty awesome that the library is one. There are also not just books sharing stories, but movies and music as well. We get the chance to explore different things that we might not have thought about if we didn't find it at the library, and the library staff makes it all possible. The library itself is a wonderful building and place in Lawrence. It was recently named one of the top 10 libraries in the United States, and that makes me incredibly proud. We are proud to show off our library to visitors and people that come to Lawrence just to check out the library. My brother has special needs, including a speech delay. The library is a very important place to him as well. The books are more than just stories. They teach him new words and able to stretch his imagination and express himself in new ways. He likes to act out the books we read to him, like making The Secret Garden, going on wild rumpus, or making spells up with his wands. He is so excited to read, and the libraries do a great job helping us pick out books to help him practice and create amazing stories. The library's tail-wagging readers helps us practice reading with therapy dogs, and I think that's really cool as well. Our library and the people who work there do so much more than put books on shelves. They create fun and different events. There's always something going on. I went to the Harry Potter event at the Castle Tea Room, and it was so cool to do all the activities planned in such a neat old building. There were people of all ages there to enjoy the fun. The summer reading program encourages kids to keep learning during the summer. My mom even uses the meeting rooms to hold meetings for her small businesses, and she told me that the library gave her the right information to feel comfortable starting the business, and that is really important. I hope to be a librarian someday. I hope that I have the chance to help kids like me to learn to love reading. Our library staffs are always working hard to create a special place for our community, and we are very lucky to have such dedicated people. We need to be able to do everything we can to make sure they stay and keep making it a place for all the people of Lawrence. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
Ready? You ready?
I'm for the library.
This is Lorelei Dunn, and she lives at 1511 Rhode Island Street. You ready? She might have to whisper it in my ear. I love the library. I love the people that work at the library. And that's all.
I like the efficiency, we should make that a model.
That's right.
My name is Samantha Lowell, and my son Ian Bravo Lowell is with me. We live at 3113 West 22nd Street, apartment D7 in Lawrence, Kansas. And we love the library because when we first came to Lawrence in 2009, I didn't know a soul. Our closest relatives are 3,000 miles away, and my son was born here. So when I wanted to show him off, Miss Linda was the one who was so happy to see his milestones, and when we don't have family nearby, to be proud to see those things. It makes a really big difference when you have librarians that love your son so much and who are excited at every milestone and encourage him. You have Michael, who encourages him to be silly, and Miss Linda, who shows him how much she loves him, just like a grandmother would. And then you have Jenny, who recommends books to him that he loves. So I especially love the children's librarians, and I think it's important. Part of the budget request for the library is about digital collections, and I want my son to be able to access digital books with the way that kids around the country can access them, so that he can continue to keep up with technology. And I do appreciate print books, but I want him to have as much access to digital collections as kids in other parts of the country that maybe have more access. So I'd like to see that developed a little bit more, and I want to continue to show our librarians that we appreciate them by improving salaries for librarians, to show that we value them, and to keep up with salaries in other parts of Kansas, other libraries, other parts of the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, other public comment? Yes, sir. Ma'am,
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I saw your finger.
No, sorry.
My name is Craig Grant, and I live at 2505 Stowe Drive. I'm one of those over 50-year residents of Lawrence. I've chosen to live in our town because I'm very proud of our town. I'm proud of our town for many, many reasons. We've seen some examples of that tonight already. But I'm extremely proud of our Lawrence Public Library. I'm proud of our new facility, and I thank the residents of Lawrence for ensuring that that would happen. I'm proud of the myriad of activities that go on in our library day to day for the residents of our community. I'm proud of the hard work of our dedicated and skilled staff in our library who are always ready to serve the needs of the patrons. And I'm proud especially to learn that for every dollar of taxpayer money that we spend on our library, that we get over $5 in services to our citizens in return. That's why I speak today in support of the requested increase in the Lawrence Public Library budget, so we can compensate our underpaid staff, our staff that is paid about 80% of the peer libraries in our area. I also support the increase in the materials portion of that request so that we can compete in our digital age with the services that we need for our individuals. Now, I know very well there are a lot of competing interests when you put together a budget. I've had to do it before. But what I ask you today is to place our public library high on your list of priorities so we can continue to be proud of our public library in Lawrence. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Greg. Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am Mary Newberg Gale. I'm a pastor at First Presbyterian Church and a member of Justice Matters. I'm here tonight because I care deeply about those in Lawrence who are struggling to find and to keep a home. I have shared with you that one of my primary roles at First Presbyterian is to be in daily contact with individuals and service providers who are trying to find support for people who are living without homes, those who are praying they won't lose their homes, those who are choosing between paying their rent or paying their light bill or their medications. My faith has shaped all of my life, and my faith in a God who says to me, love your neighbor as you love for yourself, demands that I prioritize these neighbors that I receive phone calls from. What do I mean by prioritize? I mean that a priority is something that is often more important than other important things. A priority is a thing that needs to be dealt with first. As a commission, you have said housing, affordable housing in Lawrence is a priority for you. And I'm here tonight to ask you to make good on those words by making a significant investment in affordable housing in 2017, as well as in the 5-year capital improvement plan. For the congregations and individuals represented in Justice Matters, and a significant investment is no less than $1.5 million next year and $15 million over the next 5 to 10 years. We have shared with you many times how we've arrived at those numbers, how they come straight out of the city's own recommendations and housing studies. But the bottom line is, I want to end the affordable housing shortage in Lawrence. Many others do as well. We don't want to solve 9% of the housing problem. We want to prioritize 100% of our neighbors. I believe that the recommendation on the table for $300,000 in the 2017 part of the capital improvement plan does not signal that affordable housing is truly a priority for this city. How could I possibly believe that when I look at the draft of the CIP, where the total budget over 5 years is $327 million? A priority to me is something that is more important than other things and that needs to be dealt with first. Commissioners, I'm urging you to work with the recommendations you have received and to find a way to make the numbers add up to a significant investment next year and in the next 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, My name's Joey Sprague. I live at 3121 Longhorn Drive. I'm a member of Peace Mennonite Church, and through that, Justice Matters. I have a lot of sympathy for you guys. I understand you're trying to juggle many demands in order to come up with a budget that'll work in the context of decreasing revenues. I can see that you're struggling with the question of how much a significant commitment to affordable housing is going to cost the city. However, I think that focusing solely on what a commitment to affordable housing will cost could lead you to make an unwise decision. I urge you to pay at least as much attention to the other side of the balance sheet here. The question of how much failing to make a strong commitment to increasing the availability of affordable housing is already costing our city. The truth is, it's expensive for all of us to live in a community that lacks adequate housing for people, pushing many into homelessness. People who are homeless are likely to run into legal trouble because not having a place to live puts them in a position in which it's hard to avoid breaking some law. Not having a bathroom doesn't keep you from having to relieve yourself. We all need places to sleep, and those who don't have a legal one end up sleeping where it's illegal to do so. People who are homeless end up engaging the efforts of police officers and others in the legal system. Further, not having a roof over your head is bad for your health. People who are homeless and precariously housed are much more likely than the rest of us to get sick and require medical treatment. Worse, they don't have the resources to pay for it. So they'll probably put treatment off and get sicker before they're finally forced into more expensive levels of care. As a community, we pay for that. Either we pay for it directly through social services, or we pay for it indirectly through medical providers passing on those costs and higher charges to those of us who do have the resources to pay. And it's particularly hard for me to think about those women who take their children out of a home to escape violence. What do they do if they can't find housing they can afford? Too often, they're forced to return to that dangerous home, risking even more serious violence at a much greater cost to them and to the rest of us, both in the way violence leads to immediate medical bills and in the way growing up in violent homes cycles into violence in the next generation. Kids who are precariously housed or homeless and are bounced around from one temporary building to the next will be bounced from school to school as well. They won't have much chance to succeed in school and become economically independent and contributing adults. Instead, they're likely to be trapped in poverty for another generation. So that we're already paying significant economic costs for not having affordable housing adequate for our community's needs. But there's another more significant cost we're paying. When we walk down the street and see people sitting there begging and we look the other way, when we avoid making eye contact, pretending not to see people on the streets, acting as if they're not there, that they don't exist, when we dull our hearts to the human suffering right here in front of us, when we reduce it to an element in a math equation, we are paying a significant cost in the loss of humanity. The humanity of those who are suffering in front of us and our own humanity. And that's too high a price for any of us to pay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sarah Taliaferro. I'm a member of Plymouth Congregational Church, and through that, Justice Matters. On April 13th, for the second year in a row, the people of Lawrence filled the Lead Center at our Nehemiah Assembly. This year, we asked Mayor Amix and Vice Mayor Soden to work to end homelessness and the shortage of affordable housing. They told us that affordable housing is a priority of the city and that they would work as hard as they possibly could to turn the housing problem around and to eliminate the transitional housing waiting list. I want to thank them for their presence and their commitments. I also want to say to the rest of the commissioners, if we could have had you there that evening, we would have. We know you care about affordable housing as well. We also know that you have asked us, if the city invests in affordable housing, where will the money go? So the night of the Nehemiah, we gave an answer to that question, and we want to share the answer again now with the rest of the City Commission, with the entire City Commission. Here is a realistic example of what we could do. This example is drawn from our work with affordable housing providers in Lawrence. We could do all of the following things with $1 million investment from the city and with leveraged funds. We could help 50 families with rent for 1 year, and we could build 10 new permanently affordable homes, and we could provide transitional housing for 15 families moving out of homelessness and build 3 new homes. And we could offer support and housing for 10 individuals living with mental illness in 2 new or restored homes. And we could develop a mixed income project building 25 new permanently affordable homes and 15 market rate homes. And finally, we could also provide 25 new permanently affordable homes for seniors. We could do all of this. And here's something important for you to know too. When we have a local commitment of funds, we are much more likely to be able to secure funds from sources that wouldn't have been otherwise available to us. What could we do with $1 million investment from the City of Lawrence? We could create 65 permanently affordable homes, and we could end the wait list for 135 families. I want to ask you to think carefully about these numbers. Money invested in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund goes a long way. Leveraging multiplies every dollar by another $6.50 on average. We need a city investment of $15 million over 5 to 10 years to solve the housing problem. So this is what I'm wondering tonight. Does this commission want to solve the housing problem? If you do, it is going to take a significant investment over the next several years. If it is our priority, and a priority is something that is more important than other things and that needs to be done or dealt with first, why wouldn't we start with $1.5 million next year? Thank you.
Thank you. Other comment?
Good evening. My name's Matt Zimmerman. I am the rector and priest at St. Margaret's Episcopal Church. I live at 841 Arkansas on the edge of Old West Lawrence. And I want to come here and reiterate what you've already just heard much of about what happens with the budget and the capital investment plans that you all are working on. I too understand this. We are kindred spirits working at a church. There is never seems to be enough funds to do what everyone wants to be able to do. But we keep working at it and we keep trying. I also understand the balancing act as you try to work and you try to meet the needs of the different perspectives of all the people who want to have part of that capital fund and the things it can do. It's not an easy work, it's a difficult work. I want to say first and foremost, I deeply appreciate the fact that you all have mentioned in conversations I've had with you all, your deep concern for the infrastructure of Lawrence, our city, of the potable water and the proper handling of wastewater. As a plumber, journeyman plumber, master plumber, I deeply appreciate, more than you will know, that that is seriously considered. That does more than whatever health institutions we ever can do. And you attend to that, and I appreciate it. But those needs aside, when we get to that money that is beyond that, I'd ask that you consider maybe thinking differently about how you disperse it. We've all heard the explanation or that definition of insanity. It's to keep doing everything the same way and expect different results. Looking at the budget, you all know there's examples of things that are definitely helping and benefiting the middle class in ways of recreation, things that we enjoy, things that I enjoy, for I am of that class. But to think differently about this time, about putting the needs of those who aren't in that class, the needs of human necessities, human survival is an issue. This is a group of people that in my middle class life I don't see. They don't shop at the stores I shop at. They don't eat at the restaurants I eat at. But I do see them when I spend the night with them at Family Promise, or if I go down to Link, the other aspects that many of you probably do too. They are there, and maybe that's the problem. We just don't see them in our everyday life. But they are there. We'd love to see you consider the imbalance. Consider turning the paradigm upside down a little bit. Reaching first out to the needs of those that are human survival over maybe the comfort of us middle-class people. I know you all know this, and it's a difficult task in front of you, and you've all expressed it. And I want you to know that you are in my prayers and as you pursue it. But I do believe that as a priest, as a Christian, it is a sense of justice. As a plumber, it's immediately practical. I can also tell you that justice in the Bible, if you peel it back, behind it is profound common sense. That in the end, helping these people helps all of us. So I would ask you to consider the $15 million challenge in 5 years. It's just not just. It is incredibly full of common sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments?
I'm Rebecca Buford, 2576 Cedarwood, and the Executive Director of Tenants to Homeowners. And just real quickly, pragmatically, I wanted to speak to this issue. That there has been, it's a hard decision, how are we going to prioritize this? But there has been some discussion of whether we have the administrative capacity to use many more funds than 100 to 300,000. And I feel as a practitioner in creating affordable housing, it's my job to talk to the commissioners and the community about how we would do that. And the Justice Matters shared with you we were imagining what could we do with $1 million. Now that included leveraging for those projects. $1 million would not build all of those homes we talked about. But my point being that we almost need that local commitment. It's a question of which comes first, the chicken or the egg. And we need that local monetary commitment for us to get the leveraging. So that and a great way for us to do this is to think about getting land or assets. Land is not going to get any cheaper in Lawrence. So getting site control, as someone who develops affordable housing projects, if we have more money to be able to do that initially, these are then projects that we can take 1, 2, 3 years to do. I'm not going to be silly and say 60 units will be built in a day, unless some of my Justice Matters practitioners have some miracles up their sleeve. It will take us longer to do that. However, the idea of that commitment initially being there so that we can leverage additional funds and that we have the land and site control to envision and apply for these additional funds is incredibly important and really the first step to making any of those affordable projects possible. So I know you have a hard job, and I guess I just really hope that you can continue to think about a number beyond the 300,000 that is truly showing this is an actual priority, so that those of us that develop affordable housing can actually create a significant dent in this problem in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comment? Other comment? Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Byron Wiley. I'm the Vice President of the Brook Creek Neighborhood Association. We submitted 2 CIPs. One is to deprioritize an item, the connector between the Lawrence Venture Park on East 19th Street. Our neighborhood association voted a majority vote back in September to oppose that project. And I believe it's about a $1.4 million project, and that money, I think, could be used elsewhere. We did submit another CIP for a bridge project in Brook Creek, and just wanted to lend some support to that if that happens. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, good evening, Commissioners. My name is Melinda Henderson. I live in Brook Creek neighborhood, and I was not able to get in here fast enough to let Byron know the good news, which I was watching the budget study session this afternoon, and I believe that our stormwater drainage project moved from unfunded to funded. So we would love to see that stay there. Thank you very much. And he already spoke to the concerns about 19th Street, the extension. And I know that you had a bit of a discussion on that today as far as pushing it forward perhaps a year. So I guess my only question on that would be, do you just take that money and move it over to another year? Or would that be money that Vice Mayor Soden might want to take and put towards affordable housing? So that wasn't clear. And last, I just want to thank staff so much, because never in all the years that I've been here, followed budget hearings, have I actually understood what you guys were doing and followed along. And it's just a marvelous improvement. I know you guys have just put hours into everything. So thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Okay, thanks, Melinda. Other comment? Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I'm not sure we can get the microphone all the way over here, so can you hear me okay?
You're just fine.
Maybe we can. All right. I'm Lorraine Canistra. I live at 1601 Boleyn Avenue. Although I don't know any of you personally, many of you already know my story. Chris Tilden graciously read a letter I wrote to the commission meeting a few weeks ago. In that letter, I talked about my desire to be able to go downtown and get a cheeseburger whenever I wanted to, on my own. My story was also shared on Channel 6 News the next day. I'm willing to share my story so publicly for one very important reason. As much as I love Lawrence, oftentimes I feel stuck. I want to be able to get out and do things, to participate in community events, and to get to know more people. Currently, I can't easily do that on my own. But you have the power to make things different for me. I've been affected by cerebral palsy since birth, and that means many things in my life. For one, I rely on the assistance of caregivers to help me with basic things like laundry and dishes and getting into bed. They also provide all of my transportation for me. And although I sincerely appreciate the help that I get from the people who work for me, sometimes I want to be independent, to be able to do what I want to do on a whim, without arranging it with other people or having to plan everything in advance. My personal experience with disability is also one of the reasons I pursued a master's degree in rehabilitation counseling from Emporia State. Advocating for the needs of people with disabilities, whether it be on a local, state, or national level, has always been extremely important to me. Although I will admit that I'm partial to advocating for things that would positively impact my life, I think it would be fair to say that it's been rare that I've advocated for anything, ever, that would not make a significant difference to others in addition to myself. Fixing the sidewalks in Lawrence would not only significantly improve my quality of life, but also the experience of people riding bikes and parents pushing strollers as well. One of the things that I've been asked to do often over the years is to speak to various groups about issues that affect people with disabilities. Typically, one of the things that I always say, regardless of my audience, is that disability can happen in a heartbeat. I know that from personal experience. When he was 20, my brother was in a car wreck. He sustained a spinal cord injury. He's a wheelchair user now as well. So I'm not asking for these improvements to be made simply for people with disabilities currently, but also for the community as a whole. Who knows when anyone will require accessibility, either because of a sprained ankle, or maybe an injury that could be much more serious. Because a section of the Burroughs Creek Trail is literally connected to the end of my driveway, I think it would be amazing to have an accessible route from my house all the way to downtown. The route would have to be completely accessible, without a pothole or a crack in the sidewalk anywhere. I support the allocation in the budget to begin fixing the sidewalks in the city. I'm also in complete support of the East and Ninth project, which is, I know, the next item on your agenda this evening. Additionally, I support efforts to build out the proposed Lawrence Loop Trail. While many people think of the loop as a recreational amenity, for me it's a critical connection to priority destinations. Specifically, for me to get downtown, the Burroughs Creek Trail would need to expand northward, connecting the existing shared use path at 9th and Delaware. I've been willing to share my story so publicly because right now I feel stuck. Please make it possible for that story to have a different ending. I still think that first cheeseburger will be absolutely delicious. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Chris Tilden. I'm glad that Lorraine was able to come this evening instead of you just listening to me read her letter. So it's really, she's got a powerful story to share, and I really appreciate her coming this evening. I had not planned to make remarks, and I'm not sure that I even know how to use this machine, but I know Leslie specifically had a question regarding a section of loop that I thought it might be worthwhile just commenting on briefly, and that is the short connection here. I think it's roughly 2 blocks that Lawrence Parks and Recreation has suggested $75,000 in funding for. I know Leslie asked if that had been in grant applications previously. I think it's been in 2 applications at this point, neither of which have been funded. The reason I think that is so critical is that if we were to be able to complete that section, we literally, in this 22.4-mile loop, would have a section here in the northwest part of town, a section over around 6th and Iowa, and a section here between basically Burroughs Creek Trail and downtown. If we can complete that one segment, we've got 3 pieces left for which I think we can probably leverage significant grant dollars. Funders are looking for connectivity, and for us to be able to say we've completed that short segment, which I think puts us at 13.9 miles from Rock Chalk Park all the way around to the end of Burroughs Creek Trail 11th, sends a powerful message that we're committed to the project, that we're making a difference, that we're coming close to completing the loop. And and it is important for folks like Lorraine who are going to be able to use this for purposes not only of recreation, which it'll be a great recreational amenity for the city of Lawrence, but also important transportation infrastructure as well. So wanted to share that observation and appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight.
Other comments? No, this lady right here.
Hi, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Bonnie Uffman. I live in the Barker neighborhood and would like to briefly address 2 issues. The first is I want to tell you that I appreciate the recommendation for allocation of funds to the bike ped projects. Although, of course, it's not as much as I would like for it to be, I see it as a wonderful start to making real progress in this area. The second thing I'd like to address is a budget item that I would like to see deleted. This is one that has been mentioned by several people just recently. This is the more than $2 million for reconstruction of East 19th Street from O'Connell to Harper. There has been a fair amount of public input on this project. Virtually none of the input is favorable. As a Barker resident, it seems like a really, really bad idea to further open up 19th Street, a functionally residential street, to additional traffic. It should not become a major collector. All of this traffic should be kept on 23rd Street, which is a principal arterial. Venture Business Park is directly on K10, so all related traffic should use K10 or the SLT, not 19th Street. I can think of so many better uses for the $2 million than to spend it on a project that virtually nobody wants and nobody needs. So please keep 19th Street as it is and do not link it to O'Connell Road. And by the way, connecting Burroughs Creek Trail to the River Trail, one of the missing loops would be just one of many ways that this money could be put to better use. Thank you.
Thanks, Bonnie. Yes, it's one of you two.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak briefly. My name is Sarah Goodwin-Thiel. I live at 1644 New Hampshire Street, and I'm the Community Engagement Librarian at KU Libraries, and I'd like to make a brief statement regarding KU Libraries and in support of the Lawrence Public Library. KU Libraries and the Public Library each house distinct collections, services, and programming aimed at divergent stakeholders and audiences. However, despite these distinctions, we share a common goal to meet the information needs of campus and community members. At KU Libraries, we frequently collaborate with and utilize the Public Library, a longtime trusted institution, to reach our differing audiences and to meet the changing needs of constituents throughout Lawrence and the surrounding area. We value the significant contributions of the Public Library and regularly partner with LPL to highlight and promote the services and resources unique to each library. In my experience, connecting incoming students with the Public Library aids in acclimating students into the university culture and connecting them in turn with the larger community of Lawrence. Access to the Public Library provides a home away from home. It allows students to experience offerings and programming not available to them on campus. This is just one example of the Public Library's role in campus life and its impact on student success and engagement with the wider community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Beth Myers, and I live at 2703 Bonanza. And I am here to kind of be an evangelist for the Public Library Sound and Vision Studio. Like the library, the Sound and Vision recording studio is a living thing, as is the library. The library facilitates acquiring and sharing knowledge through books and other media. Sound and Vision's focus is to encourage the sharing of recorded information, both musical and spoken. As an audio engineer, I have worked in that studio since its inception, and I can truthfully say that what it means to me has changed drastically in that little over a year. It started out as a means for me to simply upgrade my skills in digital recording technique and technology, but it became a warm, collaborative environment in which I've seen musicians who would otherwise not have any contact with each other combine to create something entirely new. I've seen a local author produce an audiobook of poetry with musical accompaniment. I've seen people come in to document their own family's histories through the spoken word and through music. A local choreographer will a local choreographer will use a song composed and recorded in the Sound and Vision studio for a dance performance next year. A local singer-songwriter has completed an album of songs produced and mastered entirely at Sound and Vision. Some songs were uploaded to a website, and my goddaughter, living in Tulsa and expecting a child in October, has downloaded those songs and plays them to her fetus through headphones across her belly. So you never know what a purpose is when you say, well, what's this going to do? We don't know yet. The studio is booked every day and the demand has grown larger the longer that it has been in existence. The studio is responding to a need, and the vision part isn't even up and operational yet. So what does this mean to those of us here? Well, it means that the opportunity and equipment exists to tell your own stories, enhance your own presentations, do things I can't even think of, but you can, because this isn't their studio. The musicians, the hipsters, whoever. This isn't their studio. Everybody from rappers to students to professors has come and used that studio for one thing or another. And I'm a tech head, so I can't even begin to expound on the creativity that is yet to come. In 1991, the studio is both a magic carpet and a time machine, a way to make real magic and creativity blossom, and to provide a more accessible means than faded journals. to engage future generations with the people that live now. It's not their studio, it's our studio, your studio, your studio, your studio. It's everyone in here's community studio. In 1991, no one foresaw cell phones becoming so much more than just phones, yet now they're computers, cameras, assistants, and body parts. I predict that this library studio, as ours, will become the norm in the next 10 to 15 years. People have already come from other cities and other states to tour it. In 2037, this studio, with its vision, side added, may be as much an integral part of Lawrence as is KU. I thank all of the people in Lawrence for this wonderful and prescient gift to our community, and I hope to see it keep growing in the future. I can't wait to see what happens, but this isn't an either or, and I respect all those who have spoken before me. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to go next? Did you have your hand up? I guess not. Yes.
Good evening. They've torn up a part of North Lawrence's sidewalks.
Excuse me, could we have your name too?
Drew White. They've torn up a part of North Lawrence's sidewalks to where because they're doing this new drainage system, so it makes it hard for people on bikes, people walking, to go down, go across, and go to the other sidewalk and continue their exercise or wherever they're going.
Is this on the levee?
No, it's on the, it's over by Lions Park.
Okay. Well, you come to the right place.
Yep.
Thanks, Drew.
Thank you.
You bet.
Go ahead. As have you. Thank you, Mayor Amix and members of the commission. My name is Ron Gacious, and I live at 4305 Nicholas Drive. I'd also like to take a moment to welcome our new city manager to the community. I hope you have a wonderful and highly effective stay here. We're delighted to have you, and great to have someone with Midwest experience come and join us here in Lawrence in this important role. I'm here today to speak in, I guess I sound like the only one, in support of funding for arts and culture programs. It occurs to me that Lawrence is a wonderfully unique community, and I've spent almost my entire adult life in Kansas. I had the opportunity to grow up in Manhattan. My wife grew up in Topeka. We met and married in Wichita. We spent a brief 18 months in South Florida, realized very quickly that we were Midwesterners through and through, and looked quickly for an opportunity to return to our home state of Kansas. We had the opportunity really to locate within any place in Northeast Kansas. All I needed for my work was to be within an hour or so of a major airport. Even Manhattan was a possibility because I knew a lot of my work would be in Topeka, and I've been a small business person running a firm that did association management and state government relations work. I'm largely retired from that now, but we picked Lawrence because of its uniqueness, not because of the things that made you similar to Topeka or Manhattan or Emporia or Johnson County, but because of the things that were different. And one of the things that were most different was this community's commitment to the arts. When we moved here, I had a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old. They've come up through the Lawrence Public School system. They're both graduates of Lawrence High. My son just graduated from Oklahoma City University with a degree in music theater. His start on the stage here in Lawrence set his path. Next week, we move him to New York, where he's going to try to make a living as an entertainer. It would not have happened, in my opinion, in Manhattan or Johnson County or Topeka. But it was possible in Lawrence because of the rich atmosphere and support for the arts in this community, particularly the Lawrence Arts Center and the commitments that the city has made in support of the Arts Center and the Arts Awards programs that we began our meeting with today, I think are both outstanding examples of the importance of the public taxpayer dollars in support of arts and culture programs, and I'd like for you to consider that. I'd make one other comment. You've heard requests today, some of them very passionate and heartfelt and well-intended and important requests for mobility and support for our sidewalks, for our library, for housing for those that can't afford housing. All of those are important. I'm not here to comment on those priorities, but I urge you, you won't have the money to fulfill those new commitments long-term unless you continue to make the investments that make Lawrence the unique place it is that attracts families like myself who have the opportunity to be any place in the northeast corner of the state. We choose here. It's been the best. I don't want you to shortchange what's made the community unique and important in Kansas as you look to fund other programs and other priorities as well. Thank you very much.
I'm Bob McKessick, live at 2620 Kensington Road. I also work at Independence Inc., and we serve people with all types of disabilities. One of the greatest needs we face, people we serve faces, is affordable housing, affordable and accessible housing. So I encourage you to make affordable housing a high priority within your budgetary decisions, and many people have spoken well to that. So I will just say that that's been an ongoing need for decades. And the long waiting lists just really create hardship for people when rent-assisted housing, affordable housing, there's way more competition than there are units of affordable housing. So this is an opportunity to address that need. I would also like to encourage the implementation to the greatest extent possible of making improvements to the sidewalk and curb ramp structures. The city's done an excellent job documenting where they are located, where there are gaps, where curb ramps need to be repaired, so that people have a continuous accessible route from everything as simple as getting their mail at one of the congregate mailboxes, going with their children to school, taking the sidewalk, which is a healthy practice to do when you live close enough, and being able to do some of your errands just using sidewalks, and having an accessible, safe, accessible route to fixed route bus stops. And it becomes really precarious, especially when the sun goes down and it's dark, to see where the changes in level are. It's easy to get tripped up whether you're wheeling or walking if you can't see those areas. So anyway, thank you for addressing all the needs that we have.
Thanks, Bob. Yes.
Good evening. My name is Gary Brunk. I live at 3121 Longhorn Drive. I'm here as a Lawrence resident who cares about this community, but I'm also here as the Executive Director of the Kansas Association of Community Action Programs, the membership association for community action agencies in Kansas. In order to reduce poverty, community action agencies assist low-income individuals and families to acquire useful skills, knowledge, and gain access to new opportunities and achieve economic self-sufficiency. That's our goal, is economic self-sufficiency. I want to make 2 points. The first, I think, is obvious. Access to stable and affordable housing and achieving economic self-sufficiency are absolutely interconnected. You can't separate them out. When families that are struggling economically come to our agencies, our first step is to make sure that they have some stability in their life by making sure that they get basic needs. There is no more important basic needs than stable housing. If you don't have a roof over your head and a bed to sleep in, it's very hard to find, let alone keep a job. My second point is that when we don't help families overcome poverty by becoming self-sufficient, we all pay a significant price for this lack of action on our part. A landmark study where the researchers quantified the overall cost to U.S. society of having children grow up in poverty concluded that poverty-related costs to the nation as a whole amounted to $500 billion a year. These costs are the consequence of lost economic productivity and earnings as adults, as well as additional costs associated with higher crime and poorer health later in life. Based on that study, a second group of researchers estimated the amount that each state would save annually if child poverty could be eliminated, and found that for Kansas, those savings were in the range of $1 billion to $4.9 billion. Now, just using their most conservative estimate of $1 billion in annual savings, we could argue that any significant reduction in poverty in Kansas would go a long ways towards closing the state's fiscal crisis. I don't have comparable estimates for Lawrence, and these studies may seem a bit nerdy, but I think they underscore the long-term costs we all pay if we do not act to create more affordable housing in Lawrence. As conscientious policymakers, I know that you care to weigh the long-term benefits and costs of your decisions. You're being asked to allocate several $1 million a year to create more affordable housing in Lawrence. That's a big number. But there's also an unknown, but undoubtedly much bigger number, and that is the cost of not making an investment in affordable housing. I urge you, as wise decision makers, to keep in mind both those numbers. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Yes, ma'am.
Hello. My name is Meg Hereford, 403 Lincoln Street, and I'm just here to lend a brief word of support for the Lawrence Public Library. I wear a lot of hats in any given day. I'm a mother of 4. I own a small business. I'm a citizen of this community who loves this town. And I can't think of anything that I do that isn't enhanced by the Lawrence Public Library and its staff. As a mom who's trying to educate 4 kids in a state that undervalues and underfunds that very process, I lean really heavily on the library to help me supplement with technology and materials, literature, music, art, exchange of ideas. As a small business owner downtown, I can attest firsthand to the vibrance that the library lends to this community. I wait on people all the time who are here to visit this library. And they extend that visit out into the community. I can't quantify the sales tax dollars there, but I know it exists. I feel it, I sense it. I talk to them all the time. And just as a citizen of this town, I'll just say this, that my favorite time of day is when I walk to my car from work and I see what's happening outside the library, and I see that citizen stew, that there's no one who's not served by the Lawrence Public Library. And how that staff rises to the challenge of serving such a diverse population, of expanding and growing the ways that they serve us is tremendous. And I would love to see them have proper funding to be able to support their staff in ways that are equitable to the rest of city staff and peer libraries, and to stay current and expand their digital library as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't talk about goats.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. First, I want to thank you for allowing us to share with you those areas in our community we feel are so important and should have your attention. As a community member and strong advocate for our public library and the Lawrence Arts Center, I am here to ensure that both entities, which are so important to all socioeconomic walks of life in our community, continue to be so. Lawrence is known as a vibrant artistic community, as was spoken about a little earlier, and it thrives on those entities that bring us all together to explore our imagination, our curiosity, and thirst for knowledge and entertainment. I hope you recognize these Lawrence jewels and that you will pledge your support in the 2017 budget. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Other public comment?
Brady Flannery, 1614 Hillcrest. Thank you, Mayor. I'd also like to thank the commissioners and city staff. Your continued understanding of the library as a vital institution providing essential services to our community is appreciated, and we couldn't do this without you, so thank you. Everyone has championed the library much better than I ever could tonight, and I thank everyone for doing that. I'm a member of the Board of Trustees, and I also wanted to share a few of our main concerns with the upcoming budget. What was not mentioned is how the library is able to do so much when they're restricted in funds compared to their peers in the rest of the state and other college town libraries. In this state alone, our per capita spending lags behind significantly in most cases Hutchinson, Salina, Johnson County, Kansas City, Manhattan, and Topeka, among others. We fall right in the middle on per capita spending in this state. Thankfully, our services and our programming does not. It is without end, the best of the best. It is world class, so thank you. Brings us to our first main concern, pay equity. It has become clear to us that library employees aren't paid at the same rate as counterparts at peer libraries, nor are they paid as well as city employees throughout Lawrence in similar positions. This is concerning. This is embarrassing. The Lawrence Public Library has suffered from decades with pay equity issues. Now is the time to address pay equity. Our second concern is just as straightforward. Demand for digital content has risen dramatically, yet books remain vital. These new formats are considerably more expensive. If we're going to continue to serve everyone in this community and strive for excellence, we must address pay equity and update our collections. Library staff is committed to providing excellent services no matter what, the best days of the library to come, and again, thank you for your support.
Thank you.
My name is Margie Coggins, and I live at 625 Sunnyside Avenue, and I'm here to speak for the library.
but I want to thank you for taking the time to make informed decisions on behalf of all of us. I would not want your job. We as a community voted for this library, and this award-winning library does amazing things, but it's because of the staff, their creativity, their integrity, their hard work, their incredible work ethic at this incredible injustice in pay. So that's one of the things we would like, as Brady mentioned, for you to address. The second thing is to expand the funds for our digital collection. And I just want to reference an interesting article that was in an April issue of The Atlantic. The title of the article was "Fewer Americans Are Visiting Local Libraries and Technology Isn't to Blame. Only one trend is associated with their use." In separate studies by the Pew Research Institute and the Institute of Museums and Library Services, which is an independent federal agency, both studies found that library use was declining. In part, they found it was because patrons were unaware of the large amount of online services available. And our library is working incredibly hard to erase this misconception. But the most intriguing conclusion was that increasing investments in these institutions increased both circulation and visitations. Think possible increased staffing, more bestseller novels to check out, increased everything, programs and so forth. And I quote from this article, "If the public wants to reverse the trend, it should do one thing that the evidence supports: fund it better." Although everyone may use it differently, the public library is one place in our community that is really for everyone. And again, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Marcy Lucian. I live at 4153 Blackjack Oak Drive. And I've sure been impressed tonight listening with all of the speakers. And I am here to talk about our sidewalks for safety and for our bike routes. I come at it at a slightly different angle than our previous speakers to this topic, in that I'm coming at it from a mom's point of view, a mom of 3. And my kids love to bike. And whether they're biking to school, to the park, to the store, to the Baker Wetlands that now has access to that with their sidewalks, they love the independence the bike gives them. And I love that they get a sense of adventure and are able to explore. In a world where we seem, as a teacher I know this as well, where screen time seems to be favored over being outside, I think I am proud to be a part of a community that would support an activity to get their community members outside with safe bike routes to school and in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is John Gascon. I live at 941 Pennsylvania Street. I also serve on the Horizon 2020 Committee, the Board of Zoning Appeals, and also the North Topeka Arts District Board. I live with my family of 6 in East Lawrence, and I'm proud to say so. I'm here about the 9th Street project, and as I wrote a letter to you earlier today, many of you were elected because of community concerns about public funds used as incentive for private development. I believe this is an opportunity to flip that script. In the case of the 9th Street project, this is a shining example of just the opposite. This is a rare opportunity to utilize private funds to subsidize a public project for the good of the entire Lawrence community and spur rehabilitation of historic properties, bolster tourism, incubate small local businesses, and fulfill a major commitment and component of the East Lawrence Neighborhood Revitalization Plan from 2000, the Cultural Arts District Task Force recommendations from 2013, and the work you and I, Mr. Mayor, has worked on the Horizon 2020 plan this year. By my accounting, the city has spent over $764,000 on this project already. which includes over $150,000 of grant money that was given with the premise that the project would be fulfilled. As a financial advisor, I am ardently opposed to frivolous spending, and this infrastructure project is anything but. But for the sake of argument, in this case, even for the most fiscally conservative that argue against spending any money on 9th Street, we've come so far that it's easy to see that wasting over $764,000 in public funds and leaving over $1.3 million in outside incentives is not just bad business, it's fiscally irresponsible. In fact, I would argue that adding 9th Street to the list of unfunded projects for 2016 and 2017 may be one of the worst financial decisions in Lawrence history, second only to the KU contract with the voluptuous Mr. Weiss. The record will show that there is a resounding support for this project, and others here tonight will speak to that. But I'm here now to talk about the budget, so I ask that you consider the following bullet points. Project financing. This project will be financed. As you know, interest rates are at all-time lows.
30 seconds, John.
Municipal bond demand is high. Municipal bond inventory is stagnant or falling. There will be no issues with issuing the debt on this particular project at a low cost. Construction costs, commodities, steel, copper, aluminum, iron, all at cyclical lows. Construction materials are at an extreme discount. Labor costs are surely to rise over time. In short, we're just simply kicking the can on a project that still needs to be done. And if we do that, we'll end up spending twice the funds on half the project. Please don't waste taxpayer dollars, and more importantly, citizen engagement, and approve 9th Street. Thank you.
Thanks, Sean. Okay, let's hold our applause now. We got a lot of people still want to speak, and we got a lot of issues to go, so please don't, okay? Josh, yep.
My name is Josh Davis. I live at 846 New York Street. I just want to say, in listening to the stories tonight, it makes me proud to be from Lawrence, and at the same time, it kind of illustrates a lot of the issues that we still have. I don't want to talk to you necessarily about a specific issue like other people have. There are so many important ones, it's very difficult for me to even get my mind around what you prioritize. I want to speak more to the process. Even tonight, there's considerations of, well, do you talk about this issue now or do you talk about it later? And I don't know that I fully have a grasp on the issues of what figures into what matters to you in terms of the city budget. But I would just ask in general that for advisory committees that you've set up, and I'm thinking of the Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee, I'm thinking of other committees that exist, that the time that is spent on those would also be taken into consideration when you make these decisions. If that's not the case, if everyone who has taken the time to come to even your commission meetings or commission meetings where they actually action things out, like I'm thinking maybe the Cultural Arts Committee, if people have come to those and share things and those get back to you, or they come to city commission meetings, if that doesn't count in the budget discussions, if people need to really organize and show up en masse to count towards what's considered in this budget, I would just ask that you consider going beyond that, going to the processes that you guys create and look at the things that come out of those processes and keep those in consideration too. And that's not taking away from anything brought up here tonight. I wish I was a billionaire who happened to live in Lawrence and I could just fund it, which would probably cause problems on its own. There are so many issues, and it hurts. But I would ask that you consider all the other work that you guys initiate when you're considering budget priorities. And if that's not the case and people need to show up in bulk just for budget meetings, I'll try to become more aware of that and make consideration of it. But I just hope that all your process figure in. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Other comment? Yes, sir.
Gary Weber, 907 Murrow Court. And I'm here to thank you for the staff's recommendation for pedestrian and bike funding for infrastructure in Lawrence. It's been a couple of years now, and I've watched this process, and I'm really proud of the city and the staff and the commission for what's what's been done on behalf of pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure and safety. A couple of years ago, community groups advocated for the formation of a task force to investigate our deteriorating sidewalks and the sad state of many of our sidewalks and streets that serve pedestrians and bicyclists. The Lawrence City Commission heard them and formed the task force. That task force met over hundreds of hours and many, many long nights working on a report that is an exemplar in advising an administrative body like yours on how to move forward. You took the report, you took it to heart, you gave it to staff, and staff ran with it with a less than asked for, requested sum of funding, but still a significant source of funding for improvements to the city. I'm really proud of this entire process. I think it's the way things ought to be done in a city. Comes from the community, work together, work with the city, work with the staff. So I'm really proud of the process, and I'd like to encourage you to continue the process by seriously consider the staff's recommendations for funding for pedestrian and bicycle fundings in the 2017 budget. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Drew. Other comment? Anyone else?
Good evening, Mayor Amix and Commissioners. My name is Michael Allman, 1311 Prairie Avenue in the Brook Creek neighborhood, which is not what I'm speaking to tonight. First of all, I'm very grateful for you offering to have this forum week after week, but particularly tonight, that provides an opportunity for so many very eloquent people here tonight to express our desires and our hopes. And no matter what the outcome and all of that, I think everybody is uplifted by this process. I think it's something Lawrence really should be proud of. Thank you. The comments that I'm making tonight are from Sustainability Action Network regarding bicycle pedestrian transportation. And I've missed 3 months of City Commission meetings late winter because of teaching commitments every Tuesday night. And I wasn't able to make the Pedestrian Bicycle Task Force meeting on the 3rd of May, but I had been preparing a PowerPoint presentation about that. Unfortunately, it's about a half hour long.
I'd probably call you on time.
I'm not going to even wager a guess but here it is. What I would like to do is kind of hit some bullet points, but maybe make a request, if possible, to present this to you on the 7th of June. Okay. So just consider that. Primarily what I want to say is that bullet points such as the $450,000 per year for pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure. That's $50,000 more than is currently in the bicycle pedestrian line item now. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I don't think that's much of an increase. 4 years ago, Sustainability Action indicated that to adequately fund just bicycles would take $2 million a year. That was pared back to $1 million a year by the task force recommendation, half of which for pedestrians, half for bicycles. This is again pared back now to $450,000. I'd like to point out that this year marks the 40th year since Lawrence adopted our first bicycle plan. And every year since then, 40 years, it's fallen into the category, bicycle transportation has fallen into the category of either unfunded or underfunded capital improvements. This facility, the system, these projects have the longest wait of any of these issues on the table tonight. I think it's high time that we adequately fund it at the level of $1 million a year, $500,000 for pedestrian infrastructure, $500,000 for bicycle infrastructure. My next point is that...
You have 30 seconds, Michael.
Okay. Sustainability action supports pretty much everything in the task force report, except we feel that the most important thing the commission could do, aside from funding, is to designate a complete streets staff design working group, interdepartmental working group, which is, I think, recommendation number 4 in the task force. It's part of that recommendation. The complexity of bicycle design requires somebody working on these issues day by day, face to face, interdepartmentally, collaboratively, and creatively. It can't happen at a 1-month, 8-hour meeting of a combined commission. It can't happen with a part-time designated public contact person. They're not going to be able to design the facilities. We need to get away from the silos at City Hall and get these department people working together to adequately design the bicycle trails, which are extremely complicated with logistics, with geometrics, with site distance, with all the different factors, which I'll go into more detail if I have an opportunity, but those are the 2 main points I wanted to make. So thank you once again very much.
Thanks, Michael. Other comment? Yes, ma'am.
Hello, thank you for letting me make a comment. My name is Amanda Martin Hammond, and I live at 1982 East.
It's all right. You did fine. Watson brought everybody in. Now we're gonna finish this. Okay. Amanda, sorry. Thanks for everybody's understanding. No, we're fine. Thank you.
Introduced myself. And I am here in support of arts and culture in Lawrence. I second everything that this gentleman here shared with us earlier. I work at the, did I say I work at the Spencer Museum of Art? Well, I work at the Spencer Museum of Art at KU. I'm also involved in the Lawrence Arts Roundtable and the Kansas Alliance for the Arts and Education. And one of the things that I'm deeply proud of working in the community of Lawrence is the commitment that's been shown to arts and culture. I speak as a patron of arts and culture, and I speak as a colleague to many of the people that are trying to do some really great work in this community. One thing I really wanted to highlight was the role that arts and culture organizations and practitioners play in the community towards making opportunities accessible to all walks of life, to all people. And I want to particularly highlight the Lawrence Public Library this evening. They are, like I said, I'm a patron and a colleague, and I am never ceased to be amazed by their expertise and professionalism. This is a transformational time for institutions like libraries as we move into the digital age, and I've been very impressed by how our library has made the necessary shifts to be a vital part of our community. If any of you visit the library, you'll see that the entire community of Lawrence participates in this resource. And it is a place where you can go for free and have access to art experiences, cultural experiences, science, literature, the gamut. And I was actually quite surprised to find out that they're not paid equitably compared to their peers and other city employees, and feel that's a real shame for us. And I say that also praising the city for voting for the new library, which has made so much possible, but I really would say that these are people that are very much deserving of our support in this coming year. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, other public comment? Okay. Well, thank you all for coming this evening, who have given your comments on the 2017 budget. There will be other times throughout the year to be able to talk and give comment about the budget. Okay, you take one more.
In the back.
Okay. Please, come forward.
I'll be brief for once. My name is Steve Ozark. I live at 718 Shores Road. And I just want to say very briefly about affordable housing, that to me, that's an essential need that we have in this community. And I'd like to articulate to everybody that within the last year, while we've studied the issue, the $100,000 that the city's given, $400,000 matched that amount. So $500,000 went into fund 3 permanently affordable houses. So we've addressed 3 families for the permanent solution. But in that time, we've had 47 new families join the waiting list. And so at this rate, with a $300,000 offering, I feel like the subject's being buried. And I feel like we're not addressing this as a priority.
Thank you. Okay, was there any other public comment on the 2017 budget? Again, thank you all for coming this evening to visit about the budget, okay? So the next item is a review of the East 9th Project Concept Plan. Before we start that, we're going to take a 10-minute break, okay? And then we'll start that item, okay? So we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you all. Okay. Guys ready?
Righty.
Okay, next item on the agenda is the review of the East 9th Project Concept Plan. And the item, that is the item before us. The action that we will consider tonight is to receive the plan and direct the staff as appropriate after our discussion. We will take public comment on this item. Again, public comment will be held to 3 minutes each, and I'll watch the time. I know that we have quite a few people that wish to speak this evening. Porter, you're going to start us off with a update and presentation of the project, followed by Josh, and then we'll get on to public comment, okay?
If it's okay with you, is this working? If it's okay with you, I thought I'd let Josh lead, and then I can go through the agenda memo and answer any questions you all may have.
Fair enough.
All right, so Mayor Amix, Commissioners, my name is Porter Arneal, Director of Arts and Culture, and I'm here to present for the East 9th Street project. And with that, I'm going to invite Josh to come up, and we will go through his presentation, and he will be here to answer questions for you, and then I will go through the agenda memo and give you more information and background and answer your questions also.
Can we get it to the beginning, maybe?
Oh, yeah. Turn on the computer. Huh? Oh, thanks. Sorry, I didn't realize. Is that it?
Nope.
That's the front.
Yeah.
Takes a minute.
Okay. I can start talking if you want, Chuck, and I'll call you back up if it doesn't work.
Is that one or the PC?
Yeah, they may have changed it.
What did you just have?
There, you know.
Oh, there it is. Okay, here we are. I'm surprised anyone's still left in the room after the budget deliberations, but I guess still a few people that care about this project. So, first of all, thank you, commissioners, for having me here tonight. Thanks to city staff. Thanks to Porter Arneal. And I'll be thanking team members as we go through the slides. There's quite a few slides that might be a little small to see on the screens. I'll summarize them verbally as we go. So I just wanted to, there might be a few people in the room that are just catching up with this project. So just a quick background. I'm going to try to get through a lot of information in 15 or 20 minutes here so we can move on to public comments. I think there are quite a few. So in 2013, the Lawrence Cultural District Task Force was created and started to talk about what a cultural district meant in Lawrence, and specifically East Lawrence. In 2014, the Lawrence Arts Center was awarded a major Art Place America grant. I think it was the largest award in the country that year. And it was contemplating a 6 to 7 block stretch of East 9th Street from Mass to Delaware. And the grant was to explore a complete street project that integrated artists at the commencement of the planning process rather than bringing in art as an afterthought. This was done to support the cultural goals and values that were emerging at the time through the formation of the cultural district and some of the partnerships that surrounded that effort. Eldorado Architects, my firm, was hired in 2014. In October of 2014, and we've been working on the project ever since. The team is Eldorado, we're urban design lead. Sam Fasone, North American arts practice based in Calgary, was hired as the lead artist. They've set forth several arts initiatives that I'll talk about as we go. some of which integrated, as proposed in the grant, artists at the front end of a planning process. Cohen Partners, who, by the way, just this last year was recognized with by the Cooper Hewitt Museum in New York, the national award for the best landscaping firm in the country. They were brought on as landscape designers and partnered with Bartlett and West, also local landscape architect and civil engineer. Dennis Domer, who I would count on being here tonight. I haven't seen him, but Dennis is our team historian. James Woodfill, I know, is here. I think Jarrett Mullenbrock is probably here. They were hired on as integrated artists. Derek Porter out of New York City was also hired on, and they're working with associate artists that I'll speak more about here in Lawrence-based artists. Stakeholders, we work closely with the City of Lawrence, of course. Amongst the City of Lawrence, the Bicycle Advocacy Committee, Historic Resources Commission, and of course the Lawrence Cultural Arts Commission. Downtown Lawrence, Inc., East Lawrence Neighborhood Association was a major partner throughout the process. Lawrence Arts Center, Lawrence City Commission. And it was an extensive part of the, this is a huge cursor, look at that. I'm gonna get that out of the way, that thing scares me. Part of the process that was a bit unique was this was not kind of a check the box public engagement process. This public engagement process extended over the course of 18 months. We doubled down on the proposed meetings, monthly meetings with the Citizens Advisory Committee that was helped form by the City of Lawrence. I don't know, I've seen quite a few Citizen Advisory Committee members in the audience tonight. Incredible group. Put forth, I couldn't quantify the amount of hours of very talented, smart people that joined us at the table each month. Mike Amix was the chair of the Citizens Advisory Committee. This was a kind of a hands-on group. Started out through kind of a back and forth presentation, a feedback kind of format, but evolved as the project went on into sort of a working group. We worked through key design issues along the way. It was sort of a collaborative process with the Citizens Advisory Committee. We also held 3 public workshops, one that focused on history, led by Dr. Domer, one that focused on the role of public art in streetscape design, led by Sam Fasone out of Calgary, and one that focused on urban landscaping, led by Cohen Partners from Minneapolis with the help of Bartlett and West. We took many neighborhood walks. All the workshops were held at the New York School, open to the public, very well attended neighborhood walks throughout the process and the project, some spontaneous, some planned. We held a lot of meetings on East 9th Street. There are pages and pages in the plan. I trust commissioners and city staff have spent time with this. I'll stay kind of topical with the presentation of the plan. But the opening spread, the page spread of the plan shows a lot of existing conditions and a lot of aspirational images that we're trying to combine a balance of better pedestrian infrastructure, better ADA accessibility infrastructure, better biking infrastructure, sustainable landscaping, green initiatives, but also recognizing many special things that already exist about the street. And it formed over time what the design team began calling a light touch, that there was an interest in bringing new ideas and new attitudes to Lawrence and to East 9th, but there was also equal, if not more so, sensibility about respecting what's already special about East 9th Street and honoring specific neighborhood moments along the way. I wanted to highlight a couple of plans that we set forth in the concept design, and some of these are sort of specific references. The power and lighting plan shows just the plan of lighting. I think there's been concern from various stakeholder members and neighborhood association members that we were going to wire the street at every intersection for plug-ins. That's not the plan. The proposed plan is low-level lighting, but also significantly, through the hard work of Bartlett and West, it was to bury all the overhead lines from Connecticut all the way to Delaware. And Bartlett and West was able to negotiate, a very favorable situation with Westar to do that. So thanks to Darren and his team for leading that charge. I wanted to talk a moment about the Artist Integration Plan. I know there's been a lot of talk about the Art Place Grant, creative placemaking, a lot of buzzwords at the beginning of the project. Once the artists got on board, the conversations quickly evolved to things very, very unique and specific and special about East 9th. So James Woodfill was always suspicious about the idea that we were just connecting one part of town to the next, and he introduced a concept in his proposal to do the work, introduced ideas about cross-hatching, where James was interested in drawing people's attention in kind of a transverse relationship to the street, that you would look up and down the alleys or look up and down the cross streets, and it wasn't just about linear movement, it was about connection to neighborhood fabric. Derek Porter listened from the beginning and realized that people were very sensitive about light, and while maybe the neighborhood's too dark, no one wanted it too light. So Derek came in with a lighting intervention that provides low-level lighting along the south side of East 9th through an artful fixture design that allows different configurations of light pool to illuminate path and small gathering areas. And Jarrett Mullenbrock was interested in providing kind of a conceptual porch for the neighborhood, so he, through time and through neighborhood feedback, landed on a series of large rock formations that are perfect gathering places for kids, adults, places to play, to rest, to daydream. Landscaping, I'll just touch on this a minute. We were able to leverage, once again, local genius resources. Kelly Kincher, nationally renowned botanist from KU, worked on the project pro bono with Bartlett and West and Cone Partners, and proposed an indigenous landscaping strategy. George S. Park, this is in Dr. Domer's historic report, if you received it. When he arrived and first saw where the township of Lawrence would eventually be, he was drawn to it because it was one of the places where the prairie came all the way down to the riverfront. And in our history workshop that Dennis Domer led, Kelly Kincher showed up and reminded us that before there were streets and houses and cars, and even before there were trees, there were these native grasses. So Kelly's worked with us to devise a scheme where native grasses can be used not only poetically to remind us about our place and our history, but also as a way to filter stormwater and through kind of low-cost and sustainable stormwater management, filter stormwater before it hits the Kansas River. Right now, many of you all know it goes into the stormwater system and right into the river. So this was one of Kelly's ideas to help mitigate that. I mentioned Cone Partners being very forward-thinking landscape architects. They worked with our team here in Lawrence and also with city staff to think about strategies that would actually work, or lower maintenance strategies and lower cost strategies for stormwater management. And so at the intersections, the radius intersections, rather than putting native grass catchments there where there might be trash that gets caught up in the grasses, there's permeable stone that takes stormwater down into the roots of the native grasses that filtrates the water before it hits the storm sewer system. So this is conceptually what's proposed. There's some details we'd have to work out, of course, with city staff, but we're excited about this approach. I just want to take you quickly block by block. I think people that have seen this presentation or seen excerpts from this presentation in the Lawrence Journal World are somewhat familiar, but I wanted to just going to give you a quick summary, and then I'm going to end the presentation tonight talking about the working process that we went through during the CAC and how we arrived where we did. What you will see, the major components of the plan involve a shared path to the south that accommodates bikes and wheelchairs. And there are stormwater management strategies to the north and the south. There are also various parallel parking opportunities to the north and the south. Parallel parking is proposed to be pervious paving that also participates in the stormwater management system. So on Mass Street, you can see that we're maintaining the 2 vehicular lanes, the turn lane, and also I know the biking community was excited about this, an actual bike box at the intersection of East 9th and Mass. The south shared path comes in through a coordinated signaling crossing system, brings bikers to the front of the line, and you know, maybe there's a continuation to West 9th at some point down the future. This is between New Hampshire and Rhode Island. We had a lot of talks about where the urban fabric transitions to sort of residential neighborhood fabric. We had a lot of conversations in our workshops about that. And actually, several members were adamant that it happened at the intersection of the alley between New Hampshire and Rhode Island. So upon further investigation, I came to very much agree with that. So we actually start to choke the street down at the alley intersection between Rhode Island and New Hampshire. It goes down to 2 lanes. We maximize parking to the north. The shared path continues along the south. And you can start to see, as we go down to 2 lanes, how we're maximizing green space and stormwater management. Between Rhode Island and Connecticut, this was a block that we could take advantage of parking on both sides of the street and also maintain the shared path. It was also a block where I got to collaborate very closely with Lynn Zollner on behalf of the Historic Resources Commission. Early concept plans showed the street sort of easing away from Turnholla and thinking about this as kind of a civic space of maybe a small orchard or a gathering area. Lynn pointed out that historically the relationship between the Turnholla and the sidewalk are of utter importance. So we maintain that. We also discovered there was a small garden to the north of Turnholla at one time. So we've introduced a very almost kind of linear slot gathering area. It could be used for social spillover during events at the Turnholla should it get renovated. In all cases of these small gathering areas, we're proposing these lower seating walls that are neutral. They don't claim to compete with these neighborhood moments, but rather they are low-lying, neutral opportunities to sit, gather, rest. Between Connecticut and New York, again, the continuation of the shared path. We have another opportunity to have a special small gathering area. This is around a small cluster of trees that was a tree memorial for a deceased close by resident. We learned this through neighborhood walks. This isn't necessarily documented or written about in any historic documents, but it's important to the contemporary kind of community folklore and building and community building efforts within East Lawrence to know these things and to quietly observe them and celebrate them. So once again, no memorial signage, just a simple designated seating area at this location. We're now at the AME Church. This was perhaps one of the more challenging intersections. The grade rises more than 3 feet from street to sidewalk. We have historic brick sidewalk. We have 2 lanes of traffic. We also have over here the grade rising aggressively. We have trees, mature trees in the areas between the sidewalk and the street. I want to talk now about how the shared path works together as kind of a delicate ecosystem with various concerns. The shared path, as I mentioned, is providing safe biking, also ADA accessibility. You can see here it also preserves historic circulation patterns. It preserves historic brick. The city is not able to renovate brick to meet ADA standards. They don't desire to try to do that. So this is a way that these two circulation systems can work in concert. There's also stairs here that ADA cannot navigate. We are proposing to make the north circulation route completely ADA compliant. There is a half a block on the north that we're taking historic brick and relocating to the south for repair and sidewalk extension. But I will point out that there's 4 blocks to the south of historic brick, and it's why we located the shared path to the south so that the two could work together, and the shared path could meet contemporary code issues and bike safety, while the historic brick could honor historic circulation patterns and material palette. Once again, I mentioned before how the design sensibilities evolved to quietly associating itself with special moments in the neighborhood. So this is a resident artist program at New York Elementary School, investment of public funds in the public right-of-way. We felt it appropriate to meet that. This is KT's good work with the students of New York Elementary School. And then from Pennsylvania to Delaware, you know, I think we had proposed thinking about a small demonstration garden that would explain how the sustainable infrastructure works. We had the wishing bench in at one point. We took it out because there was a complaint, but we soon learned that complaint was very singular in nature, so we would propose to put the wishing bench back. And so those are kind of the block-by-block plans. So bear with me, I've got about 5 minutes left. As we got deeper into the process, there started to be a delicate balancing act of values. And this has probably really emerged after the first concept plan that we submitted. As we started to put harder lines to the paper, I think more and more people started to show up with things that they really valued and cared about. Preserving existing trees. Many people talked about that as one of the more historic gestures that we can make. Also environmental gestures that we can make to not cut down trees. Accommodate bikers, and in this case, neighborhood bikers, family biking outings. To preserve and maximize and actually extend green space and extend the duties that green space the functional duties that the green space provides. In this case, bringing Kelly Kincher into the mix to talk about how it performs as sustainable infrastructure. Preserving and repairing historic brick, bringing it back up to its historic width and repairing it, using some of the brick from the north side of that half block to infill where some of the brick pavers need help. ADA accessibility, talk a little bit more about that. And of course, parking. You know, there are concerns about parking. And our goal as a design team, and Chuck Souls said it best at about this point in the project. He said, boy, you've got a tough task. I don't know if there's any way to truly do this. Our goal was to preserve and balance all of these values, not one over another. I was really glad to see Lorraine here tonight. I don't know, is Lorraine still? Yeah. So I met with Lorraine last fall, and Lorraine just asked me out. She just wanted to walk East 9th with me, and in my mind, we were going to go walk up and down the street like I'd done many times, and it was an experience that I'll never forget. First of all, Lorraine speaks very eloquently about these issues. And second of all, she brought a voice to the table that I knew was there, but she spoke in such a convicted and strong way that it made me realize that we had been a bit short-sighted up to that point. And it was at that point that I started thinking about the necessity of another type of path that could accommodate users like Lorraine. So this is where the sidewalk ends, and if you could have seen Lorraine, she was talking while she was bouncing, and we would hit these points where even with someone assisting her, she couldn't go on. We walked a half a block and we called it good. These are some of the challenges in place to bring East 9th up to code from an accessibility standpoint. Some of these are historic circulation routes. This steps up to historic brick sidewalks. Some of this is just disrepair. But you know, beyond accessibility, there are more than a few moments along this major historic corridor that are in either neglect, disrepair, or have never even received a sidewalk. I wanted to share about 3 months worth of work sessions with the Citizens Advisory Committee. This is where we landed. There's been a lot of questions about this shared path. Like, why are we doing this? I tried to talk about its relationship to the historic brick, the function it serves with bikes and ADA accessibility. But there was also the simple question of why not just bike lanes? Well, we explored bike lanes. We actually, for 2 or 3 months, we brought 2 plans to the table. These are the bike lanes along East 9th. This is just a sample block. This is New York and Connecticut. Am I right? Yeah. So here are the bike lanes. Here's the equivalent parallel parking, but there's also a 3-foot buffer that's required between the parallel parking and the bike lanes so that there's not, so bikers don't get doored. And if you've been doored as a biker, you know what that is and you don't ever want that. Here's a code-compliant 7-foot wide accessible route as a secondary route that's right up against the curb, which we had to do up against the curb because of grading on more than a couple of blocks. This provides accessible. Provides an accessible route where we're preserving historic brick. Just take a minute to look at the difference between the amount of green space and the amount of programming opportunities in this scheme versus this one. This is a quick summary, and I'm just connecting some dots, but this was a lot of hard work, a lot of back and forth conversations, and a lot of soul searching between the design team, the Citizens Advisory Committee, and other stakeholders. There's also trees that are highlighted in red here, and if you notice, there's really nowhere you can put this secondary path without knocking out a bunch of trees. So in this block, here are the mature trees that would fall into that area. So in this block alone, with the shared path scheme, the green space is 26%, the hardscape is 74%, no tree removal. Oh, sorry. For the equivalent design, green space is down 12 percentage points, which is quite a bit in a small right-of-way, and there's 6 trees removed. I want to talk about parking for a second. There's been all sorts of numbers thrown around. We're proposed to bring the project up to code. If we were to do this project and the city brought this project up to code, the most you could get is 72 possible spaces. That's with the sort of the bulb outs at the intersections and the required clearances for parking. We're achieving a shared path, sustainable infrastructure, increased green space, public gathering areas, small public gathering areas, and still providing 45 parking stalls. If we were to do the same with the bike lanes and eliminate the shared path, we'd be down to 37 and at least 12 percentage points lower on green space throughout the project. I just wanted to end on some big picture thinking. We have been through the gamut for sure on this. We've looked at this every way possible. We've had many conversations. You know, we haven't really had enough chance, I think, to kind of get back out and look at this from a broader perspective. This is an image taken in front of Lawrence's treasured Turnholla. And you'll notice the road, this is wider than many interstates, you know, one way of an interstate that you might see. It's astounding, actually. This is a downtown street transitioning into a downtown residential fabric. The street's at least 60 feet wide here. I can't even begin to talk about the ironies that have floated through my head about the conversations that have happened surrounding parking. And there's more to talk about this as we go, and I think people will weigh in. But I think this is valuing the automobile and prioritizing the automobile far too much for the fabric of Lawrence, Kansas. You're not alone. Kansas City has the same problem. And I think what we're trying to accomplish is not even to tilt the fulcrum whole hog into the opposite direction, but just more strike a balance. Strike a balance between what's good for the planet, what's smart for sustainability, what is healthy for pedestrians, what constitutes a good pedestrian experience, what does it mean for a street to be specific to its neighborhood, to respect special moments involved in the neighborhood with the physical design of the street, and what does it mean to provide biking route that's safe for individual bikers, but also for family bikers in this case. So I think the balance that we're trying to achieve is spread out along the corridor in terms of distribution of amenities and parking, but also just in concept. It's trying to strike a balance between transportation in an evolving city. And I think that's where Lawrence, Kansas is now. So there's a lot more to talk about. There's more slides. I'm going to cut it here, though. I know I've probably gone beyond what Mike was hoping I'd limit it to. I think there's a lot of people here that have a lot to say tonight. These same people have been showing up over and over and over again through this public process. I would close by saying that one thing that has been meaningful to me, that when the public process has occurred and when stakeholder groups have actually voted with their respective voting arms, it's been vote after vote after vote in support of the efforts of this collaborative approach. And I really hope tonight that the city and the commissioners empower the stakeholder groups that have shaped this project, because I don't think the project would be anywhere close to where it is now without that input. Thank you very, very much, and I'll take any questions before I sit back down, but I think there's a lot of people who want to talk.
Okay. Any questions of Josh right now? Okay. Josh, thank you very much. We'll be back. Porter.
So obviously Josh covered a lot of the project. One thing I want to remind people is this is a concept plan. This was really getting to the general idea of what would the overall scope of the project look like. During technical design and construction document development, there's always going to be changes and adjustments and that type of thing. So that we're still in that part of this. I know that budget has been something that's been talked about, and I've heard various interpretations, so I wanted to take some time. Which one do I go with? Elmo? It's named Elmo? So I provided this document this is not new information, it's just hopefully assembled in a way that's easy to understand. So the project, basically as the project began, can I zoom in? Can I do it this way? Oh, look at that. All right, so when the project got underway and they realized that they were going to need a design contract, then during the 2015 CIP process, they allocated $200,000 for design. So that was the first allocation, and that allocation went toward the design contract with El Dorado, which was $293,728 with a $27,000 contingency. And that totals $320,728. We deduct $50,000 that we were reimbursed from the Art Place grant. Does that make sense to everybody? And so the total the city is agreed to pay and is paying El Dorado for the design oversight is $270,728. That hasn't changed throughout the process.
Or that's all consultants?
Right, that's not just El Dorado, that's everybody that's working on the team. Does that make sense to everybody? Just want to make sure I'm clear with everybody. The Art Place grant is represented here. The original grant is $500,000, and of course Susan Tate is here if you have questions about this. $50,000, as I said, went to the design contract. $381,000 is basically set aside for the overall art programming. That includes the integrated art projects, the East Lawrence, East 9th Artist Project, and the Associate Artist Projects. That number could change depending on how much money gets spent on administration and that kind of thing, but that was the base number that we worked with. And approximately $69,000 goes into administrative costs as this project goes on over time. What that looks like for the integrated projects is we have 3 artists selected for the integrated process. That means that whatever art they create is going to literally be integrated within the streetscape itself. You heard about Derek Porter's project with the lighting. Jarrett Mellenbrook is doing the project in front of the New York School with the stones, and Jim Woodfill intends to do projects throughout the whole corridor. And so each of these artists has agreed in their contract to take a 20% fee for their work, and the rest of their budget of $100,000 goes back into fabrication and installation of that work. So we're effectively marrying those art budgets with the overall streetscape budget. So that money is coming back to the city at this stage at $240,000. That make sense to everybody too? All right. So the project estimate at this point that Bartlett and West did during the design process is $3,567,945. The allocation in 2016 was $2.75 million from the city. Again, an estimate for the CIP process then. Josh estimates at this point, there's not a distinct estimate, but he estimates at this point that the next phase of design contract would be somewhere between $275,000 and $375,000. Deducting the $240 from all of that, we come up with a range for phase 2, which is the overall design process getting to construction documents, of somewhere between $3.6 million and $3.7 million. Everybody still with me? So that's shown there, and then ultimately the overall complete cost is based here at $3.8 million, $3.9 million. I don't know if you can see that very well. And then what I did was I looked at the budget difference based on what's already been allocated. So $2,950,000 has been allocated. At the low estimated project cost of $3,873,673, the difference we have now is $923,673. If it goes toward the higher cost at $3.9 million, then it's an overage of $1,023,673. That make sense to everybody? I just wanted to try to clarify that. Yeah.
Excuse me a minute. Excuse me. We'll get back to you in just a second, okay?
So at this point, I don't know what information further I can provide. I'm happy to go through the agenda memo if that's helpful, or open it up to questions at this point.
Okay. Lisa.
The $381,000 for the Art Place artists. Oops, sorry about that. Did that money include the installation of all those of the art pieces? Because I'm having a hard time following it because you have $300,000 for 3 projects.
So there's 3 integrated artists, which means there are 3 artists that they're under contract for $100,000 each, and the art that they make will literally be physically integrated into the streetscape. Lighting, the stonework that you saw, and then Jim Woodfill is going to do something that isn't quite detailed yet, but it's going to be part of the overall streetscape. That money is going directly back into the project. The East 9th artists are not doing permanent work, so they're creating music and other projects that will be done in some way, shape, or form on the street. That's still being developed. So it is paying for art, but it's not art that's going to be directly inserted into the physical landscape.
So the $300,000 is separate from the $381,000?
No, it's all part of the $500,000 Art Place grant.
Got it.
I'm just trying to break it out so you can see the different components and how some of it comes back and benefits the city directly.
Okay.
That make sense?
Other questions?
So the $81,000 is the more temporary.
Right. Right, the more ephemeral projects, and also is paying for the associate artists that are working with other artists to gain some experience in that way and contribute to the project as a whole.
Okay.
Anyone else? Okay. Anything else? Porter?
Unless you have questions, I think it's laid out well in the agenda memo, and there's a lot of documents in there if you need any resources or reference. Yeah.
Josh, did you have something that needed to be added at this point? If you could come to the microphone, please.
I just wanted to clarify, the way I was listening to Porter speak and the way that the sequence of the presentation of art funding occurred with Porter's presentation, I just wanted to make sure everybody's aware that with the integrated artist, they're under contract for $100,000 apiece. They've agreed to a 20% fee. The remaining $80,000 is for fabrication and installation of art into the streetscape. So it is not $300,000 of thinking about art. It's a standard 20% art fee, and the remaining of those integrated art commissions is for fabrication installation into the hardscape of the street.
Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, any other questions right now?
Right this second. Thanks.
Please.
Chuck's right there.
Yeah, Chuck, could you talk about the PCI codes for Main Street?
So our PCI, for those who don't know, every year we go through the city and we evaluate at least 25%, and it's a 4-year cycle, and we get to every street. We have our pavement engineer, Steve Lashley. He's a professional engineer. That's pretty much what he does, is pavement. He does pavement design.
What is a PCI code?
A PCI is Pavement Condition Index. It's rated from 0 to 100, 0 being really bad, 100 being the best. The PCIs for 9th Street vary depending on the block. From Mass to New Hampshire, it's rated at 50.5. New Hampshire to Connecticut at 30.5. Connecticut to New Jersey, 43. New Jersey to Pennsylvania, 47. And Pennsylvania to Delaware, 100.
Thanks, John.
So, hearing the, obviously not with the Pennsylvania to Delaware 100, but hearing your other scores in the 30s, 40s, and I think the peak was, what, 50.5?
50.5.
At what point do we consider redoing the road?
9th Street needs to be done. We've kind of been waiting for the development at 9th and New Hampshire. We've been waiting for the development of this project.
Okay, so
9th Street needs to be done.
as we looking at this not from a politicized issue, but from a budget issue, since that's what we met this morning to talk about. As a commissioner, am I spending money in the budget to fix 9th Street with or without this project?
At some point in the near future, yes.
But we just did the block between Pennsylvania and Delaware.
Other than that block, we wouldn't
Which has
be,
got
we wouldn't be
a score of 100.
rebuilding that block.
Yeah.
But the remainder of that block, especially between Mass and Connecticut, it's heavily traveled. 9th Street is a truck route. 9th to from Mass to Connecticut is a heavily traveled section, so we would be trying to make improvements there sooner rather than later.
Okay.
Speaking of the truck route, does the width that they've proposed, does that meet requirements or needs for a truck route?
We've worked with El Dorado and everybody to make sure that we could have sufficient room for a truck to go up and down. I think we stuck to about a 12-foot lane. We may have gone down to, do we go down to anything further? Actually, this is really the concept plan. We've talked about it, but when we get into the final design, that's when we'll probably, nail it down exactly. But we try and maintain a 12-foot lane.
For trucks, okay. What's the PCI code that you usually look at to say at what point that a street needs to be redone? What's that magic number?
Well, it varies based on whether it's a collector arterial or residential. Residential is probably a lower priority. For this route, we'd say probably we'd like to maintain it at least 50 and above. It might even be as high as 60 and above, like Iowa is 65. We want to maintain Iowa up a little higher. So 50 and above.
Is good, is okay.
It's serviceable.
Okay.
But these, on the west end, it's significantly lower than that.
Right.
Correct.
On 9th Street.
Correct.
Can I mention something related to that, Commissioner Bowler?
Yeah.
I know that this question came up, I actually spoke to Josh about it. I think it's important to understand that the design was implemented the way it was to be contiguous and to try to satisfy all these different things. Obviously, if there was any issue, and part of that last block was also to keep it in line with the rest of the design. So that's part of why it was done that way. But again, during technical design phase, that can be reviewed. And if the city commission says we don't want to touch that part of the block, then I think that, that's a conversation that can be had.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you all. We're going to go ahead and start the public comment portion of this. I would ask people, again, to come to the microphone, give their name and address so that we know who that we're visiting with. I would ask that we talk about the plan and how it is forward, because that's what we're making our decision on, decisions over the next several weeks on. So let's talk about the plan, whether it works or not. I'm going to allow 3 minutes per comment. So, Frank, you're first.
Frank Jansen, 33, New Hampshire. I wanted to let people understand what East Lawrence neighborhood is. This is the boundary map. On the north is the river. On the east is the train tracks. On the south is 15th Street. Many people in Lawrence think that everything east of Massachusetts is East Lawrence, but it's not. Even the Lawrence Journal World reporters sometimes talk about East Lawrence. Something happened down at 19th and Haskell, for instance. The reporters who do understand the situation refer to it as Eastern Lawrence, because East Lawrence is, in fact, this neighborhood right here. And, if you notice here in East Lawrence, the downtown area is over here, which is basically west of Rhode Island Street. This is the technical boundary of East Lawrence. So the downtown area is not part of East Lawrence. It goes here, this is Rhode Island. Here is 9th Street. It kind of kicks over into the alley between Rhode Island and New Hampshire. And then further down here, it comes into New Hampshire, and then it goes over here to Massachusetts Street. So East Lawrence is not really, it's over there, and it's not downtown Lawrence. Second point, East Lawrence businesses. This is part of what was posted on your website. It was posted there by Patrick Watkins, who may be here tonight. He may want to speak for himself. These businesses are listed as East Lawrence business who support the plan. You can see that many of these, 14 of these at least, are located in the 800 block of Pennsylvania Street, which is sometimes called the Warehouse Arts District, but there are no artists involved in this. It also includes a U.S. Bank, which happens to own a small parking lot over at 9th and Rhode Island. It also includes Wilma's LLC. That's a food truck based in Kansas City, Missouri, but apparently Wilma or the owners live in East Lawrence. So it's a little bit testy. Lastly, the parking, as we mentioned, is a big problem. If they take the parking away from 9th Street, it's going to hurt business, et cetera. And the Pachamama's building that's going in there with no parking required, as Commissioner Larson knows, the city code needs to be updated because retail businesses don't need that parking, but businesses that have housing need the parking. So something needs to be done there, because if Pachamama's comes in and East Lawrence loses already 50 parking spots, we know there's going to be an overflow from the parking into East Lawrence is going to cause problems there. And lastly, among the people involved in this project, pushing for it, or of course, Mr. Krashnik, who is a businessman developer.
Let's talk about the plan, Frank. Okay.
He's on the board of directors of the Lawrence Arts Center,
Okay.
which is either a benefit or conflict of interest. We aren't sure. And the Turn Hall building that there is concerned about right now is one of his buildings, and so he might benefit from whatever you do here. Any questions?
Questions?
Thanks.
Thanks, Frank. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Ron Gacious, and I reside at 4305 Nicholas Drive with my wife, Colette, and our 2 kids. There aren't very many communities in the Midwest that could do this program. I am extraordinarily proud of Lawrence for bringing together all of the stakeholders to create a plan that is so visionary and such a unique solution to the needs of our community. I did not participate in the programs that in the meetings that created this recommendation, and I have no financial interest in any organization or business or individual that benefits directly from this initiative. But as a Lawrencian, this is exactly the kind of the visionary project that I think makes this community special. It's an iconic representation of what a community can do when it takes a long-term view of what can protect and enhance not only East Lawrence and the geographic confines of that community, but also add to the fabric of our entire community. I live on the west side. I will walk those sidewalks. I will share that path with the wheelchairs and the bicyclists eagerly, looking forward to participating, as many other Lawrencians do, in the benefits from this tremendous investment. I encourage you to find a way to support and fund this program. I think it will be outstanding for our community, and I think there is a very broad base of support for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Other comment?
My name is Eileen Larson. I am an East Lawrence property owner. My address is 2043 East 1250 Road. I want to say first that I support the arts and culture. We've benefited greatly from the Lawrence Arts Center. Our children grew up doing theater with Rick many years and different music programs. I'm also for the improvement of East 9th Street. However, I'm not for this plan. I want to speak a little bit to the budget in what I say. I'm afraid that, we've been told that the budget for this 9th Street plan should not be of a concern to anybody in this phase. I'm glad to hear a little bit talk about the budget. I don't understand it all. I would have to really study where those numbers are. $3.5 million seems to be a little low for what I think this will ultimately cost. Okay, but if this phase, if we don't speak about the money in this phase, when do the taxpayers really start talking about it? The social services that will likely go unfunded are of a big concern. There are public safety programs that might not be implemented if money is directed at this time of the economy's not good for public monies going into things where everybody doesn't benefit. There are many improvements to infrastructure and initiatives that need to be funded before 9th Street is made into the Lawrence's own Power and Light District, and people who saw the paper today know what I'm referring to. I wonder how many blocks of streets and sidewalks can be improved for that money. I wouldn't be too concerned about Mr. Krasnick's warning of losing a large investor. There will be other interested investors, and surely he knows there's always a risk in speculation. It's insulting to hear a Kansas City developer complain about a speculative business venture when existing businesses and residences would be negatively impacted. Taking risks is what he does for a living. He stated that the private business group would take their money, said to be in the high six figures, and go play somewhere else. Well, Lawrence taxpayers are being asked to invest 7 figures, and we don't have the luxury of going out and playing somewhere else. This is our home, and we will be the ones living with the results of your decision. And as decision makers, it's not your responsibility to bail individuals out of their predicaments when they have taken risks. I don't believe that there has been an economic impact study. Has there? I don't believe so. Done on this project. If that's the case, then I'm asking that one be done so that we, the taxpayers, know what our returns will be on this investment of our tax dollars. I'm sure that Mr. Kresnik knows what his potential return on investment would be or has a fair idea. It's only responsible that such a study be done, especially when so many other needs are being unmet. How many more years do residents of East Lawrence need to wait before all the streets and sidewalks are repaired and suitable lighting installed for their safety and enjoyment? Again, I'd be curious about an economic impact study.
Other comment? Anyone else?
Name's Adam Williams, proud new owner of 826 Pennsylvania, just last week. We're opening up a new brewery restaurant in the Arts Warehouse District, and we started our process probably 12 months ago. One of the reasons we wanted to go in that neighborhood is this project right here. We're going to have approximately 8 new jobs, full-time jobs, the economic development, and we're also talking to city staff about providing some affordable housing in our project as well. So this type of project does spur economic development, and we're proof of it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Patrick Watkins. I'm a resident at 830 East 13th, East Lawrence resident. I'm also part of a small business in East Lawrence. I support the design proposed tonight by Eldorado. This week I submitted to you all a letter signed by and authorized by 55 small businesses in East Lawrence, unequivocally supporting the project. I think it's remarkable that 55 small businesses and artists made a collective statement on anything, but they were unequivocally supportive of this project. Even more remarkable was the pace and ease at which these commitments and authorizations to be on that letter were garnered within just 3 days, without objection largely. Since submitting that letter, several other businesses, more than 5, have asked to join the list. It's been my experience that there's widespread support, not just in East Lawrence and among the business community there, but throughout Lawrence. I heard Josh speak to the values of the city, and I think those statements about the city values and how this project embodies them resonated with me, and I think a lot of the people that signed this letter, and that's why it was such a remarkable thing. If you have questions about the letter, Frank mentioned it. It is, everything he said is accurate, and we're really proud about the work and the commitment that these businesses have shown. So thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Tom Week. I live at 906 Oliver's Court. And I just wanted to add my voice and say that as a participant in and spectator of the process involved in the East 9th project, I attended the early workshops and many of the East 9 Citizens Advisory Committee meetings, as well as City Commission and Lawrence Cultural Art Commission meetings, and found this to be a very enlightening, interesting, inspiring, and certainly sometimes contentious process. I'm a supporter of the project, and I ask that you follow the recommendations given to you by the East 9th Citizens Advisory Committee, by the East Lawrence Neighborhood Association, the Lawrence Cultural Arts Commission, and the Historic Resource Commission, and vote to approve and fund the concept design plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Joan Golden. Lawrence is a community that appreciates process. The project started with the creation of the Cultural Arts District and the request that the Arts Center look for funding to support the artistic portion of this project. The Arts Center was awarded a $500,000 Art Place grant on behalf of the city. It is a process that was followed that allowed for much public input, as we have heard, and you have before you a plan that took into account many stakeholders and many concerned citizens, and I ask and urge that you vote your support for this plan that tried to follow a process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Claire Doveton. I live at 2508 West 9th Street, and I just wanted to voice my support of the East 9th Street project. I'm an artist in Lawrence, and I've had my studio in East Lawrence and on or around 9th Street since 2007. And it has been amazing to see the development and like how the art community has grown in that neighborhood. I've been really blown away by the support from the community, what has happened there, the amount of studios that have opened up. I think that the plan as it is now, I mean, it just blows me away from someone who has studied permaculture, who is into sustainability, who has worked with Kelly Kincher. I think that when I look at the plan, I really think about how we will be giving back to generations of Lawrence citizens, how our kids are going to walk down the street and know what was important to us, that being biking, walking, art, community. I mean, I think that it covers it all. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Amix, Commissioners. My name is Amanda Davis. I live at 846 New York Street. That's the corner of 9th and New York. So I'm on 9th Street. Big deal to me. We heard about the budget issue on Saturday afternoon. In a span of approximately 48 hours, I, along with fellow supporters, were able to gather 520 pledges of support for the East 9th project from Lawrenceans from across the city. That includes over 103, yes, 103, in East Lawrence. We received at least 30 new names to add to that list today, and because I was away from the computer all day, I can't tell you how many of them were from East Lawrence. If we had been given more time, I'm confident we would have received pledges of support from many, many more Lawrenceans. Having received support from every single board, commission, and committee who has reviewed this plan thus far, this became a budget issue, which means it's citywide. I sent you all a map this afternoon. It shows every single supporter address we gathered over the past 48 hours. That map shows that the support for this plan is widespread. One major issue that you'll probably hear about tonight is parking. In an email you received this weekend from myself as well, I documented parking on 3 different days, 4 times each day. I walked the entire stretch, taking photos of 9th Street and each side street in each direction, as well as car counts. As you saw in the photos, for the majority of East 9th Street, parking is not an issue that it's been made into. Many residents have off-street parking, and those who don't typically have more than enough parking in front of their homes, with the exception of those who live on Rhode Island Street. I encourage each of you to approve the progression of this process tonight, put it back in the budget, and move on to the technical drawing phase. Thank you.
You too.
I'm Dalton Paley. I live at 1940 New Hampshire. First, I want to thank Susan Tate and Josh Shelton for all the thoughtful work that they put into this process and how much energy they've devoted into connecting downtown Lawrence to East Lawrence. I think this is an important project, and we're in support of it because it supports so many different parts of this community. It connects so many different people between, the way that it brings people into downtown Lawrence. My father was a supporter of the arts and believed in this project because it did just that. It preserved the historic nature of the community while also connecting what happens in this town. Stan Hurley mentioned something the other night, and it kind of spoke to me, and he said that Massachusetts Street in the 1970s didn't have sawtooth parking, and it didn't have the landscaping that was there, and he said that no one would think that the current status of Mass Street was a bad choice. And because of that, it makes a difference. And he said that, you know, and what people have referred to me in this last week is that no one came into downtown Lawrence until that happened. And this is another way to create the energy that brings sort of people together in this town. The progression that I think this, what Amanda just mentioned, it's progress and what's happening, and it's bringing all these different aspects of Lawrence together in a way that I think supports everyone here and, you know, makes Lawrence the place that we all want to stay in. You know, it's a big part of why I think that this town distinguishes itself from all other places in Kansas and why we get recognized all around the world for the things that we do here. And that's why I think it's important. Thanks.
Thanks. Yes, ma'am.
I'm Marcia Hill, 1611 West 8th. We've owned the property at 512 to 514 East 9th since 1980, when it was in the heyday of the Green Gables. And it turned out that the property we had bought turned out to be an illegal gambling operation. I've seen East Lawrence develop, morph into something really fabulous. I've always known that our parking was in the city right-of-way. Anybody who owns property down there that in the city right-of-way knows it's in the city right-of-way. And I'm willing to give it up in the benefit of this fabulous project. I think, furthermore, my final comment is, wouldn't it be ironic that this beacon of Kansas, this wonderful town, would abrogate contracts and send money back to the NEA, who has given us this incredible, prestigious grant? It would be a humiliation. So, thank you.
Thanks, Marcia. Yes, sir. No.
My name is E-Rock Johansson, and I work at Seedco Studios, 720 Delaware. I'd like to speak in support of this project. We have 19 working artists in our studio, and we also have up to 40 to 50 musicians that use our music studios. This project would benefit us because it would allow more people to come to our studios, particularly on Final Fridays. And the more people we have through, the more art that we can sell. And for a lot of us, that's our bread and butter. That's how we make our living, which is a very tough thing to do. So anything that can bring more people to us is very beneficial. We've heard some people say that they have concerns that small businesses in the east side are going to be negatively affected, but I can tell you that as a small business, we will be positively impacted. Lawrence prides itself as City of the Arts, and this is a great opportunity for us to really prove that we are that. To fail at making this project happen, I think, would be a black eye to us as a community. We put so much work into making the arts prosperous here, and it's very important that we move forward with this project. As we've discussed, 5 committees have already approved it, and to vote against the approval of those 5 committees, I feel like, is to ignore the larger voice that has spoken in support of this project. So I would highly recommend that you guys move forward with it, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, Mayor, Commissioners. Jackie Becker. I live at 1026 New Jersey Street. I own a small business in East Lawrence, and I am a concert and event promoter. I want to clear a couple of things up. When the words power and light get brought up, it really stings me the most, because that occurred in Kansas City to help build the Sprint Center, tied in with the building of now Arvis Bank, the Midland Theater, and a free large outdoor concert space that allows things for Royals games and free shows all the time with people congregating. Never once have I ever in my life felt that East Lawrence and 9th Street would become the Power and Light District. I do not ever want an amphitheater, an outdoor large concert space, and a 3,000-seat venue in our neighborhood. So please don't ever get I think it's misinformation when people say it's going to be just like Power and Light. There's not going to be a 2% sales tax added onto that area to pay for restaurants and the concerts and the free events that happen there. So just always keep that in mind. As someone who does live music for a living, That is absolutely not what I want in my neighborhood, and I don't believe this 9th Street plan is going to be part of that. In addition, I'm on the Bicycle Advisory Committee, and we, as bicyclists in our community that have been discussed for years, for 40 years, bicycling's been at the bottom of things. Well, suddenly, biking is more important, and it's wiser because we're living in a new generation of people who believe where they want to live, where they work, they want to reside and eat where they work and where they live, and they like the combination of that. It's working. And we went around for 45 minutes trying to figure out if we should select bike lanes or a mixed-use path. And in anything in the world, you have to give some compromise. And we all agreed unanimously and voted on it that we would go with the mixed-use path, because therefore, cyclists who are younger, people in wheelchairs, people in strollers can move on our mixed-use path on 9th Street. It connects our city through this. In addition, it is legal in Lawrence to ride your bike on the street if there is a mixed-use path. So those cyclists who are actually better cyclists can ride on the street. So that was a main part of our reason why we moved forward with the approval of the mixed-use path. As someone who's lived in Lawrence for a really long time, we're a mixed-use neighborhood. We're a combination of business, we're in homes, we have a school, and I support everything about the 9th Street project. I appreciate all the work Josh Shelton has put in. He constantly came back with all the different organizations I'm a part of with new ideas. Anything that we came with a suggestion, he came back to try to figure out how we can make it work. And I think that process will continue if we vote on this today and keep it in the budget. So thank you.
I'll get that later. My name is John Charles Nairmore. I go by Charlie. Oh, wait, not a signature. Okay. I live in the building at 416th East 9th Street, which has been owned by our family for 44 years. And the packet that you have should be a series of pictures I emailed to you all and a note. Among a multitude of concerns regarding this entire project, cat's out of the bag, the biggest issue for our family and neighbors is parking. The parking situated next to our family's commercial building at 416 East 9th Street between Connecticut and New York has existed since the 1890s. Dennis Domer has helped us in the last month to confirm that this parking has retained the same and continuous use by business owners and residents and is heavily used today. For over a century, this access has been directly tied to the economic viability of the small businesses that are in our building, but also is used by the neighborhood whenever is needed. It is packed during events both downtown and in East Lawrence. The Congregation of St. Luke AME has long used this parking on Sundays, packed it during funerals, and all means of other services. So this current design was a great surprise when it was released in January of this year. The designer, Josh Shelton, had personally told us in early 2015 that the design would not do away with this much needed and much used parking. He repeated this guarantee at a public meeting in East Lawrence. In this plan, we see a loss of 10 spaces in front of our building. On the south side of the street, the block loses another 8 parking spaces. The entire block is left with 6 spaces total, where 3 times that amount are regularly used during business hours, especially, and take note, in the winter, because this is a fair weather project. A reduction of parking of this magnitude, think Oriad neighborhood, is untenable, but especially where small businesses exist and rely on that parking. Because the businesses do not just compete with each other for parking, but also with residents and anyone visiting the neighborhood. Mr. Shelton's response to the concerns about this loss of parking was quoted in the paper January 27th as him saying he had not experienced a lot of parking along 9th. Out of concern, I began taking pictures of our block in hopes of demonstrating that perhaps there was some kind of confusion. And you have those. And that details just a single block that loses parking in this plan. Mr. Shelton said at a Citizens Advisory Committee meeting December 16th, "We are losing a lot of street parking, but we are reintroducing it in the areas where it seems most appropriate, downtown and near the warehouse arts districts." This amounts to nothing but favoritism, and it is an insult to property owners and businesses that are actually losing assets and access. Consider equitability. If the 800 block of Pennsylvania were to lose their recently added, ample, and equally needed right-of-way parking, one can assume the tenants and owners would cry foul. This issue cannot be applied any differently. East 9th has been a business-oriented street for over 140 years, and this design blindsides many of those of us who live and work there. Luckily, as Porter Arneal has repeatedly informed me face-to-face in conversation, this is just a conceptual design. So move the mixed-use path to 8th or 10th Streets if you must, and save our parking and save that part of the neighborhood. You, the City Commission, can demand an equitable solution that seeks not only to benefit, but to do no harm. It is with this in mind that I very sincerely ask you not to approve this plan for Phase 2.
Thanks, Joe.
I'm Aaron Payton. I'm the East Lawrence Neighborhood Association president. I'm just speaking on behalf of myself, but I have been the president since 2013. I started with this project. I mean, I was elected to office as this project was coming into being. I was a board member previous to that when the first attempt to get the money from Art Place wasn't successful. So the East 9th Street project started as an aspiring undertaking that included goals from the East Lawrence Neighborhood Plan. And so, as you might imagine, I was excited to be able to come here tonight to say, hey, let's do it. And unfortunately, I must advise otherwise. There's a co-opting of the neighborhood plan. The 9th Street plan that you're seeing tonight justifies an expensive suburbanization of the streetscape by co-opting a couple goals from the East Lawrence Neighborhood Plan. The East 9th Plan creates a false dichotomy between parking and sidewalks, asking the neighborhood and specifically local businesses to give up 50% of the existing parking to fit 3 sidewalks in a dysfunctional landscape that limits natural movement. It would be unfortunate to implement a plan that suburbanizes the historic streetscape, removes much-needed parking, creates difficult-to-care-for parklets, and requires non-existent funding when it has no solid justification for doing so. Expense, needs versus wants. Even if the city wasn't facing a budget crunch, the plan before you ought to be reviewed from the needs versus wants perspective. The needs are clear: sidewalks, stormwater, safety, and lighting. And yet, much of the expensive parts of the new plan are wants. The silver lining here is that while the neighborhood is extremely split on how to deal with the wants, it is nearly unanimous on the needs. The needs are 2 sidewalks, the street, stormwater management, and safety. I want to repeat that. Nearly unanimous. I hear from everyone who has an issue with this project that they are in favor of a basic structure being put between the 2 ends of 9th Street that include kind of the historic streetscape. Okay. Neighborhood division. During my many years on the neighborhood board, no issue has been as divisive as the East 9th project. It has pitted neighbor against neighbor, it has broken friendships, and has caused many angry outbursts at meetings. So what can be done about this now? I believe that nearly 100% of people, again, support new sidewalks and lighting. Those items that are part of the neighborhood plan, and that those items are also the items that can be accomplished with a comparatively modest budget. It further troubles me that I have heard from many long-term property owners along 9th Street who run businesses and have run businesses for many years that are collectively opposed to this design. And I'm specifically speaking about the Narramore, Ogle, and Patchen families, whose ownership represents about 200 years of experience and investment. There's no doubt that there are many, many people who would like to see this plan come to fruition as it is presented to you tonight, or at least mildly close. It's very true, but it isn't just a minority. I see very much at the minimum a 50-50 split. At a time when the city has many unfunded needs, it would be unfortunate to move forward on a controversial plan that when trimmed back to basic needs is unanimously supported. A win-win, if you will. We keep the parking, we keep the historic streetscape, and we save much-needed funds. I, for one, have come before you. 3 minutes up.
No, 30 seconds.
30 seconds, okay. Lights, I'm almost done. The lights at Hobbs with the basketball parking for 10 years now, at least, have been non-functional. Now, that's where I could go with my friends at night and go and play basketball. That is one little place in the city where we have something that's broken that hasn't been fixed for 10 years. It's a cheap thing, but it hasn't been a priority because money has been spent elsewhere. If we do this and we don't fix the light at Hobbs, I know for a fact that there are many, many things, infrastructure-wise, that aren't going to be covered. Funding priorities, and I speak for myself, what I would think are most important and humane: affordable housing, public library, the bike and pedestrian improvements that you've heard about. I'm a big fan of those. And of course, the police station that's coming up before us. So, thank you very much.
Thanks, Eric. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Kristen Vermeyer. I live at 414 East 9th Street. And I'm just a resident, sorry. The proposed East 9th Street development plan was created by and for interests outside of our neighborhood. Although some of its intentions are laudable, the execution is highly problematic. Fixating on only 9th Street is an irresponsible use of city funds. Structurally and culturally, it is an inorganic interruption to a vibrant and self-curated neighborhood. The plan, as proposed, benefits a select few, while issues like parking and accessibility directly negatively impact current and long-time small business and property owners. In the not-so-distant future, development on East 9th easily has the potential to price out many hardworking renters like myself and my neighbors. There are countless streets in East Lawrence that have waited decades for improvement. There's a 16-year-old city-approved survey and improvement request to fix streets, curbs, and sidewalks for the entirety of East Lawrence. The current project proposes taking a lot of money that could be spread out all over the neighborhood and sinks it into one very extravagant street that would stand in stark juxtaposition to every broken street and sidewalk that intersects it. Rather than implement a project whose budget is spiraling out of control, let's consider a realistic and cost-saving alternative where the real needs of all East Lawrence are met. I hope the city will consider the wants and needs of residents and longtime small business owners whose needs were ignored throughout the planning process. Please consider those who choose to live and work in East Lawrence, as we have just as much investment in our neighborhood as developers do. Our neighborhood is already vibrant, cultural, and full of art, and that's why we live there. It would be unwise to move forward with a plan that absolutely does not have full support from the neighborhood, and one that is quite literally dividing our neighborhood in half. This is simply an over-the-top project that we cannot afford, nor do we need. We recommend consideration of an alternative improvement plan for streets, lighting, and ADA accessible sidewalks throughout all of East Lawrence. And these are the real needs that everyone in this room can agree on. I ask that you not move forward with phase 2 of the proposed development plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, thank you. My name is Cindy Maud, and I live at 820 Ohio Street. As a downtown business person and a member of the Cultural District Task Force in 2013, I would like to speak in support of this project. I think that what we've gone through for the past 3 years is a really incredible public process. And I think we need to honor that process. Yes, it's been controversial, it's been contentious, but I do believe that that's what makes Lawrence the incredible city that it is. We are people full of fiery passion, and we believe in whatever cause that we have. And the great thing about all the controversy that's gone on is that it has created a project that is better for, I think, for East Lawrence and where we started. I want to thank Josh and his team for the very thoughtful process that they've gone through and the time that they've committed to way beyond what they agreed to do to really understand the needs of the East Lawrence residents. And yes, there may still be people who oppose it, but there are people who have come out in strong favor to this project in East Lawrence and throughout the city. You know, part of that Cultural District Task Force that we had in 2013, we made many recommendations, but 3 primary recommendations. One was to hire a director of arts and culture, which has been done. One was to develop a cultural plan for the whole city of Lawrence, which has been done. And the third one was the East 9th Street project to begin to create something in Lawrence that we could all be really proud of, that supported and built on the cultural and arts plans in Lawrence. You know, this cultural plan, I'm sure that everybody's read it. It did a really good job about saying, we have so much in Lawrence to be proud of, and we do. And it's time to pull it all together and promote what we have here in Lawrence in a way that, that makes our citizens proud and gets our citizens involved and gets people in downtown Lawrence and all over the city to enjoy arts and culture, but also makes the people outside of our city see how unique and incredible that we are. And this, to me, is a project that, while it's been divisive, also has the opportunity to pull this city together and create something that's really beautiful and special for Lawrence. So I would encourage the City Commission to honor the process that we've gone through and to support this project going to the next phase. Thank you.
Thanks, Cindy. Sir? Sir, did you want to go next? One of you two, please.
Good evening. My name is Jackie Counts, and I live at 904 Pennsylvania. And I am not an architect or an engineer. I am a social worker and a grant writer. And so what that means is that every day I have to work with a lot of people around the state and in our community to collaborate on projects. And I have never been involved or seen a project that has had more engagement meetings, has had more mixed methodologies to get public input than this one. So today I stand before you strongly supporting this process. I think that the East Lawrence neighborhood, while it may be somewhat divisive, it has also brought a lot of people together around an issue that we can really be proud of for generations. So I also have a concern I'd like to share, and that is that what will it do to our reputation if we renege on commitments that we have made to our place? I think that the reputation and the repercussions that may fall out after, if we decide not to move forward with this, may outlive the disappointment of those of us who are in favor of this project. So I strongly urge you to support this project and make it go forth and also include it in the budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are you good?
Mr. Bayer, my name is Robin Bayer. I live at 610 Country Club Terrace. I also own Teckle Creek Holdings, has an office downtown Lawrence. And I am a major contributor to the arts in this community. And although I do love the arts, I will tell you that one of the reasons I'm a major contributor is because it is simply good for my business. I do software development. I have the need for lots of creative and talented folks to help me in this endeavor. We're poised for enormous growth over the next 5 years, which depends on me being able to find and keep these kind of folks around to help me. What I will tell you is that this generation of folks that I need tend to have the first, or what I'll call a far better work-life or even life-work balance than what people you and I's age have. And studies have proven it out that they first want to find where they want to live, and secondly, then they find a job. Well, it's kind of interesting that even just this morning, I hired a crew of videographers to do a commercial to talk about the great things about Lawrence that would make folks very interested in coming to work for my company and helping me get to where I want to go. And, you know, we visited Lawrence Art Center, we visited Van Gogh, we visited lots of art spaces, we visited music venues, we visited those types of things that people, the creative and talented people that I want to hire are interested in having at their, at their fingertips whenever they want to find where they want to work. And I think when you send messages like the cutting the Free State Festival budget, or potentially looking at getting rid of arts and culture budgets altogether, and even this, what I will call a ham-fisted approach to this entire East 9th Street project, you send a message to companies like me that says, we're simply not interested in differentiating ourselves from, I don't know, the Topeka, Kansases of the world. I don't know how I can possibly expect to have people want to come here that are talented and stay here when there is no arts funding, when we don't have these strollable corridors and everything. And that makes me, as a business owner, realize that if I can't find those people, I'm going to have to pick up, and I'm going to have to move to places like San Francisco, Austin, or wherever. And as far as I'm concerned, that's a huge missed opportunity for Lawrence. So we can talk about the fact that some folks are a little miffed about the fact that their streets aren't going to look the same and all. I'll tell you this much. You can aim for tourists and everything, and you can aim for shot put tournaments downtown, but you want to grow a city, you bring in the companies that are actually going to make a difference into the future. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Fidel.
Good evening. My name is Verdell Taylor. Some refer to me as Reverend Taylor. Some refer to me as Pastor Taylor, but my name is Verdell, and I'm looked upon that way in this community. The community of Lawrence, Kansas is extremely important to me. It's my 21st year serving as pastor of St. Luke African Methodist Episcopal Church. That's based on how we were founded. But we're founded in a unique way in a very unique community on the east side of Lawrence, Kansas. This has been very important to me to see East Lawrence grow as it has grown over the years that I have been here. It didn't look the same way when I came in 1995 as it does today. Yes, there have been improvements all along, but some of the major kinds of improvements that I see, a lot more pedestrian traffic. We are landlocked. Our building is landlocked. I am the custodian, if you will, of the property for the AME Church. Our congregation is multi-ethnic. We are consider ourselves a very important piece in North Lawrence. We want to continue to grow, continue to be that place that not only did Langston Hughes attend services there, but be instrumental as an historic building in this community. We will still maintain that, that being a historic structure. But to improve upon this historic structure, we need to be all about that. I've served on the CAC for what I thought would be 6 meetings, and it turned out to be 12 or 13 meetings, and we did some serious work. We had a lot of good people and a lot of good input. Sometimes the issue of parking became an issue, but those things can be resolved. I feel that if it's a concept plan, it definitely needs to go forward. That means there will be changes that take place along the way. The people who make up the congregation of St. Luke include professors at KU and other institutions and business owners, and also doctors and lawyers, maybe 1 or 2, but we make up this community. Yes, many people live outside of the East Lawrence area, but we have about 1/3 of our membership reside in East Lawrence. We are an aging population, our congregation, but we also have young people. We want to make sure that we preserve things for our future. Lawrence is a progressive community. The AME Church is a progressive church, and that's the way it was founded. I believe, not only because we spend a lot of time with the CAC, that we need to move forward in a positive direction. I believe that we're good neighbors. If there are parking issues in front of people's property, all you have to do is tell me as a pastor. I'll make sure that they are not parking in front of your property. But at the same time, I don't think that's it. I think the important thing is that we come together as a community. Even though this has been contentious at times, we can make a way. And I'm asking you, as the city commissioners, to be able to move forward to the second phase of what needs to happen. And I think we will forever be proud of what can happen here in Lawrence, Kansas. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Fidel. Well.
Hi, my name is Will Ogle. I served on the CAC committee for the East 9th Street corridor. Also, 4th generation in my family to do business and live in East Lawrence. And I don't know if you guys received it in your packet, but my father couldn't be here due to health concerns, but we did draft an email. I don't know if you guys received it in your packet or not. I have copies if not.
I got it over the weekend,
Okay.
so
Well,
I'm going to guess everyone
I'd
knows.
just like to read over it briefly. And the purpose of this email is to offer my opinion concerning the East 9th Street project. As a commercial property owner in the Warehouse Arts District, I may personally stand to benefit from the proposed arts corridor on East 9th. However, it's not just about me and a few other investors. It's about the rest of the neighborhood as well. As for the city budget, it appears to me it's time to focus on our budget. Can we afford an additional $3 to $4 million expense for an arts corridor at this time? You're our elected leaders, need to do what's best for the city as a whole. If we can't afford this project at this time, then please defer it until we can afford it. And as far as a benefit tax district, I know I've asked about it in CAC meetings and whatnot, but both my father and I agree on this, and that doesn't always happen. But we're both opposed to any type of special tax assessments on our properties, and I guess I'll mention that we manage 837 through 841 Pennsylvania, which 841 Pennsylvania runs right along 9th Street, as well as 901 Delaware Street. like I said, we're both opposed to any sort of special tax assessments or benefit tax district, however you want to word it. And we will stand firm on this decision. From the very beginning, I've been promised to city officials, from city officials, that special assessments will not happen on this project. Please don't change your positions concerning this. I am very confident that the majority of property owners in the area will have strong resistance to any special taxes regarding this project. In summary, if we, the city, can't afford the project at this magnitude, simply don't do it. Street and sidewalk improvements throughout East Lawrence, yes. City expenses of $3 to $4 million that we may not have, I would have to say no, and would vote to defund the project. I recommend that you do. I just wanted to touch on a couple other little points too. To begin with, I just don't feel that the design itself meshes well with the current East 9th Street and the history of East Lawrence. The current proposed design seems like it belongs kind of in a part of a new development from the ground up, kind of a suburbia type of deal. It's just my opinion. And as opposed to going straight through a historic neighborhood, being East Lawrence down 9th Street. And my next concern is taxes, not just a special benefit tax, but you know, it goes both ways. I mean, if it's gonna raise property taxes, I think, if it goes through, and that's good for people who can afford it, and it's bad for people who can't. You know, they're gonna have to look elsewhere and possibly not be able to afford to live in the neighborhood any longer. And that's very upsetting to a lot of people and families, I think, in East Lawrence. And of course, people have touched on the parking issues and everything, so I won't go into detail about that. So pretty much that's what I have. I'll stand for any questions if you guys have any, or not. I appreciate your time.
Questions, Will?
Thank you.
On Sunday.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Sunday is when we got the email.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Ma'am? Nope. Okay. You'll be next.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Catherine Simmons. I want to echo a few things that were said and maybe add a little bit of a different perspective. I am going to speak as myself tonight, and I'm not going to speak from the chair of the Cultural Arts Commission. I sent a letter, which is in your packet, representing what that particular advisory board recommends. I would echo that there have been, I think it is 6 now, recommending boards and advisory committees who have heard this item come before them and voted and given their opinion and recommendations. I would echo that I would hope you would take that into consideration. We hear oftentimes that the process is not followed. I feel there has been extraordinary community engagement in this project through all of these boards and commissions. And I hope that you would take into consideration that those people are people who volunteer their time. They actually care about the community. They're usually there because they care about others more than themselves, the time that takes. They're there to listen to the interests of all of the stakeholders. I can speak from being on the Citizen Advisory Committee that we listened to all of the issues. We made concerted effort to incorporate all of the concerns. Josh took all of those into consideration. We discussed them. The changes that you see in the concept plan today are because of issues that have been expressed. And I feel all of those issues have been addressed and expressed. I also happen to live on the southeast corner of East, just outside of East Lawrence, and work on the opposite diagonal. So I drive through the neighborhood either on my bike or in my car almost three times a day to work, home for lunch, back, sometimes more if I have errands to run. I made a point 4 months ago when the parking issue came up and this is not, I'm not an expert, I'm not doing a traffic study, but anybody can go there at any time of day, 3 times a day. That street is almost always empty. There's maybe 5 cars from Rhode Island to Delaware. The heavy use of parking is actually towards the west in New Hampshire, and I do think there's an overflow parking issue for the people who are on Rhode Island. The only time there is an impact of traffic is when there's an event. It was actually unusual for me to see last week that there was a large mass of cars up and down the street as I was coming home from lunch, and turns out there was a service at AME Church. So that happens when there's an event. It's not, you can see it in the aerial views and most of the photos that are in the packet. It's not a coincidence, I don't think, that the street is almost empty in those images. Parking is, I don't believe, the issue that it's being made to be. There are 45 parking spaces being provided. If you take into account that there's maybe 5 to 6 spaces that are being used in that section of the street where some of the parking is going away, 45 is more than enough to accommodate 5 or 6 spaces. So that's just my perspective from driving and traversing it every day. I also want to say that I think that all of the people who have contributed their thoughts and concerns have again been considered by all of the commissions that have listened. And I hope that you would consider moving forward with this project. I also think that there are ways to perhaps address some of your budgeting goals with the bike and pedestrian issues and the infrastructure issues that are top goals for you, and combine those into ways to fund this project, because I think it actually meets those issues as well, not just this project itself. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Emily Hill, and I live at 1717 West 7th Street. I grew up in Lawrence, Kansas, and moved away for 15 years. Lived in a lot of different places: Boston, New York, London, Los Angeles, New Haven, Connecticut. And my husband and I both changed our careers to move back here in 2002 to raise our families. And the reason we moved back here is because I think this is the greatest town on the planet. And I'm not saying that because I haven't traveled a lot. And the reason that it is a fabulous town is because of the intellectual creativity, the energy, the progressive spirit of this town, which makes us so different from the rest of the conservative state. And I want this to be a place that my children would be willing to change their careers and move back here for. And the way to do that is to look forward and to engage the people in our community, the 30-somethings, 40-somethings, 50-somethings that are really making a difference. The artists that got up here and spoke, the architects that got up and spoke, the small business owners in East Lawrence. And I'll say finally that after being back here since 2002, I will be deeply disappointed in the city of Lawrence if we can't follow through on something that's so many hours and so much time and energy and some of the determination of the people who care most about this town are ignored. So thank you very much, and I hope you decide to move forward with this project. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Chris Tilden, 1121 Williamsburg Court. I live out on the west side of town, so perhaps I don't have a dog in this fight, per se, in the way that some others do, but I do want to share perspective, particularly in light of the last comments that were made. I had 2 children, both of whom went to Art Center Preschool, and I saw firsthand my son's, the drive, the passion, that was instilled in him very young to be creative and arts and design. As a 25-year-old, he went away to school, and as a 25-year-old has come back to Lawrence, a mechanical engineer, has a great job working for a local company that is expanding and creating jobs. The Art Center was an integral part of the beginning of that journey for him. On the opposite end of the spectrum, I've got two good friends here in Lawrence, Jack and Nancy Hope. Jack, who's in the construction business, Nancy, who's in the East Asian Studies at KU, are a couple of years away from retirement, love the arts, and started traveling around the United States looking at art community, where they'd like to move. They visited Asheville, they visited Chattanooga, they visited some communities in the Northwest. Ultimately have bought a property close to 8th in New Jersey, just around the corner from the new arts district, because they've said, we see things happening in Lawrence that have made it clear to us that we'd like to stay in this community. This is the arts community that we want to be in. So I know there's a lot of details yet to be discussed in this process, but I certainly would hate to see a scaled back project that doesn't celebrate the unique commitment, the unique qualities that arts brings to our community, and as such, I support the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom, are you up? Nope. Okay. Huh?
Hi, Commissioners. Tim Herndon, landscape architect, urban planner. I'm speaking on behalf of myself as a person who owns property in West Lawrence, lives in Midtown Lawrence, works in Lawrence and in Kansas City, and who served on the Citizens Advisory Committee for the better part of a year and a half. I do want to make a couple of kind of broad points, and I think somebody hinted at this, that of all of the comments that we heard tonight, through the better part of the year and a half that I worked with the Citizens Advisory Committee, and we had our special work sessions prior to the actual committee engaging, we heard them all. And we contemplated them all. We pondered them all. We altered the plans in response to them all. We took straw polls. We did field research, and we used the expertise of a very expansive, astonishingly talented team. And after hearing all those and making the considerations that we made, we voted resoundingly to approve the plan and forward it to you for acceptance. And then beyond the Citizens Advisory Committee, as you've heard several times tonight, all of the other bodies that formally heard this plan approved it, every single one. I think that speaks very, very plainly and very brightly to the merits of this project. You know, I'm thinking about the benefits that we've enjoyed already, such as the NEA grant, the Art Place grant. It's $500,000. In-kind help from Westar to bury overhead power lines to the tune of another $500,000. And then pro bono work that's been exhibited in the process thus far and moving forward to the tune of between $100,000 and $200,000. Now, somebody else made this point, and I'm going to reiterate it. And speaking as a landscape architect, as a civil engineering consultant, as a development consultant, and as an environmental designer, having been involved in the design projects and been a professional street designer for decades, I have never seen a process more extensive, more considering, more thorough, more deeply and introspectively contemplated than the one associated with this one project that's before you tonight. And I'm summarizing with this remark. What would it say about us and what we've gone through thus far, what we committed to at the onset of this project, if we wasted all this time investment? It's been massive, barely calculable. If we wasted the money and the gifts that have been given to us, if we turned our backs on the Mass Street, downtown, Warehouse Arts District synergy and connectivity. If we opted rather for the improvements that we've seen and heard about, both from an aesthetic standpoint and a functional standpoint, and opted instead to have the substandard street that we have today, and decided after all that that was somehow okay. And then finally, last comment, we'll never, ever have a better team than what has been assembled to produce this project. It would be impossible to top it. So thank you for your consideration and hopefully for your support.
Tom.
I'm Tom Carmody. I live at 730 New Hampshire. Mike, I have just a point of clarification. Could you describe what the commission is going to be? It says receive concept plan. Can you explain what you'll be voting on tonight?
We are going to vote to receive the concept plan that was presented by the CAC, and hopefully that we'll be able to give specific direction to the staff so that they understand where we are.
Okay, so receive meaning just take it in, not approving it.
The CAC is going to be out of business after bid.
Oh, darn. Okay. I enjoyed those meetings. I really did, actually.
They were fun.
Okay, so you're voting. So you'll be voting to receive it, not necessarily approving it or disapproving it.
No,
just
we're gonna
receiving
receive
it.
the
You may
report.
receive it and then have additional questions later, or
We may,
talk.
yes.
Okay. So
We're going to have a general discussion after the public comment.
okay. Then I'll just state what I was going to state. As a downtown business owner and a member of the CAC, I would like the city to thank the city for its significant investment to date in this project and highly recommend that the commission accept the project tonight and ultimately give approval of the project moving forward. Opportunities like this, especially with the significant grant money for the artist, are extremely rare, particularly in Kansas, which I think is probably at the low end of all the states getting money from for the arts. So these opportunities don't come along too often, and I would encourage you to move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Phil.
Hi, I'm Phil Collison, and I've been on I'm a member of the Citizen Advisory Committee, although I'm not anymore after tonight, doggone it, just because we'll be disbanded. I'll try. I did send y'all a letter, and the only thing I think I'm going to repeat is that what we need all over our neighborhood and all over the city is good sidewalks. And after our conversation the other day, Mike, the idea of an ADA sidewalk going down 9th Street, regardless of this, will be a very positive thing, and I agree with that. Let's see. I'm hearing people talk. I'm a little bit disappointed to hear that businesses are saying, "Boy, if this project isn't built, I'm not going to have a business in East Lawrence." And if you serve good food and you make good beer, I'm going to be there, And if you don't serve good food and everything's all shiny around you, you aren't going to last long anyway. So, the focus is making your business be really good. And I'll also say that our neighborhood is a very walkable neighborhood. We do walk in our neighborhood. And, this project kind of brings out everybody's good intentions, and if this was built, I'd walk down that street. And it's kind of like your New Year's resolution, and you go to the gym for the first month, and I walk down that street, and it's kind of hot out. Let's drive down there, this time. And I'll tell a couple of stories. The design team came the first night at New York School, and we all went over to Bourgeois Pig to have a beer, and most of us walked, and the design team all drove over there. And it's only a couple of blocks. The Cultural Arts Commission didn't sponsor Final Fridays in January this year, I think, because It's January, it's going to be cold out. We want our street, I mean, you walk all year long, it's a good thing for you. Another thing I'll point out is that the Citizen Advisory Committee voted to say that the intent behind this was not to make this become an entertainment district. And I hear people talking like, we really want this. We're looking forward to all the excitement and the tourists coming to the area and all of the entertainment that's going to be going on. And that was something that was specifically brought out at the Citizen Advisory Committee that was not the intent of this project. I think that if we did not build this project, Lawrence would still be a really cool place. There's a whole lot of synergy at the Warehouse Arts District right now. They talked to all the artists that are down there doing things. It's exciting now. And I also will say that my comments at the HRC about a month ago did inspire some good research done, and that found that the guy that picked the spot for Lawrence was, it was because the prairie, it was one of the places where the prairie came down to the river, and I think that just got discovered in the last couple of weeks. My anecdotal parking story is that when I went out and surveyed the parking, I counted 100 spaces between Massachusetts and Delaware Street, and I started out in the Oriad district looking at how cars are parked in similar blocks, and I counted 100 spaces, and and if the city code only allowed 72, boy, if we followed code in East Lawrence, yeah, thanks. If we followed code in East Lawrence, we might not be having the next agenda item, yeah. I think that's what I have to say. We want our sidewalks fixed and our roads in better shape. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Phil. Other comment? Any other comment?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't see a pen. I'm Nick Carswell, 736 Missouri. I hadn't really intended, I came here tonight without the intention to speak, but I noticed a lack of artists came to the podium, and I know there's some at the back of the room, so I'd encourage them to come up if they have comment. I'm also a little hesitant to make a recommendation because I'm actually one of the East 9th commissioned artists, so there's a line item in this budget for me, so I'm uncomfortable necessarily doing that, but I wanted to tell you why I applied to be part of it. And I should also say I was awarded a community arts grant tonight, and I missed that at the start of the meeting, so I'll say thank you for that. Why I applied, I've kind of gotten good at chasing money, as most artists are, but as well as that has led to being an artist in rooms where I was sometimes the only artist, and that there was something that echoed that experience in this project. But really why I submitted to be part of it was because I thought it was exciting as hell, and I thought I could help it benefit the entire community of artists and the greater community. From the start, it seems there was some fear and misinformation, and to me, the antidote for that is information and communication. And I would echo what a lot of people have said tonight, is that the process has really been astounding. It's actually been better than I thought it could have possibly gone. That might seem ridiculous to some people, but all the stakeholders, all the people who had an interest in it stepped up, including in the last 3 hours or however long it's been tonight. So the artist's role in this is very interesting, and that's practically a philosophical discussion, but I can say what I'm not is I'm not an expert in development, in street improvements, parking. I'm not an architect, but I know good projects, and I know what makes a good project, and again, that communication that has happened, and I would commend everyone for seeing that process through, which has been a long process. Again, fear of the future is one thing. I think why I'm still in Lawrence, I came here for 1 year in 2011. 5 years later, I'm still here. And we have our own born and bred Lawrencian in the meantime, our daughter. But Lawrence is a place that tries things, and that's why we're still here. And I think that positive emotion is what keeps me
keeps my confidence in this project. But where my expertise is not, trust is what, again, information and communication equals trust. And I've seen a lot of that, and I trust in everyone here, to all the committees that have spoken, all the countless meetings that have taken place. And I also trust in everyone opposed to this to come and speak. So I thank those people as well, and I trust in the City Commission to make the right decision.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
My name is Josh Davis, 846 New York Street. I wanted to talk about two things. I know this probably won't be the last time we talk about this. Maybe it will, I don't know. The first thing is I sent a letter to you all, Mayor and Commissioners, yesterday that my wife alluded to, that she, as well as I and others, helped organize, that had 520 people at that time who had affirmed that they were in favor of this project moving forward, and also specifically to funding, which will get to my second point in talking about process and things of that. I have 3 minutes, so I'm not going to read it all in detail, but as I was looking through it, it actually, I would be self-referential to read it because it says, I echo the concerns of Josh Davis in his recent post about the East Nines process. So I wrote a blog post, and it's going to talk a little bit about process. I'm going to reference that. It also talks about the city budget, which is a new issue, which is a reason why I think a lot of people, in addition to thinking this project is good, quickly got involved in terms of providing feedback that they wanted this funded. And that comes down to, as from my count, just beginning in January of 2015 to now, there have been 42 meetings where public could comment on the East Nines proposal. That includes CAC, you've all heard about it. It includes Historic Resource Commission, it includes Lawrence Arts Commission. I'm a bit of a political novice, so you all, and Mike in particular, and probably all of you, are probably gonna be able to tell me, oh, 10 years ago, we had this process on this arts program or this street, and we had 50 meetings. I have asked a lot of people, nobody comes up with this many meetings on one process. And part of the reason why we've had this many is because you made structural changes, or you went along with the CAC. You've brought artists in that were specific to Lawrence. You've changed the way that the representation is there. You said that there should be additional meetings, or additional meetings were added. So changes have been made all along this process. Just to say there is an engagement isn't right. My main point would be, I would like those 42 meetings that initiated from this body to matter in this process. I know the city manager talked about it was his decision, his alone, as I understood it in the city budget meeting, to remove the funding for Nick's, not to unfund it, but to not have the funding. And I know that was part of a process and not specific to this particular plan. At least that's my understanding. My request to you and to anybody involved in this process would be, please respect the time that people have put in. 42 meetings, I think I've been to 30. I know there's people in this room both for and against, and honestly, probably a few more against than are for, who've gone to every single meeting or more than me, who took the time to do that, who took the time to go through that entire process. And I would just like that process to be respected, that time matters. And I know our city manager's new, and he couldn't go to all those meetings. He wasn't even going to be in this job. But you all set up this process. You made it so that we came, we commented, we got engaged, we went on walks, we learned about history. I'm now familiar with all kinds of different organizations. I would just ask that you at least take that into consideration, and if you want the engagement that a lot of people in this room started with and have been doing a long time and continue with, it makes sense that you honor the process and all the time that went into it. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Josh. Other comment?
Good evening. My name is Michael Allman. I've been interested in the city repairing the street and the sidewalks from the outset. And I got involved early on to see how that can be accomplished, because the East Lawrence streets and sidewalks have been in disrepair for a long time, quite low on the pavement condition index, and that money should be spread out among all the streets and sidewalks. But in this case, as a concept, I think it fails, and I would urge you to reject it as a concept. It doesn't repair the street and the sidewalks. It goes way beyond that to a point that has become extremely controversial, created a lot of infighting, and I think that's unfortunate. What I'd like to point out is that a lot of the elements of the concept are inadequate. The stormwater management will ostensibly filter the stormwater before it goes into the storm sewer. That's not the main point of green stormwater management. The main point is to keep the stormwater out of the storm sewer and infiltrate it into the ground and recharge the groundwater. So they missed the point on that one. The bicycle shared side use path is a disaster waiting to happen. If you ask the city engineer and practically any bicycle design engineer, traffic engineer, having a side path crossing 6 streets, 7 alleys, and I don't know how many driveways is extremely dangerous. Statistically, most bicycle automobile collisions happen at intersections. Most of them. Very few, 3.5% are cars sideswiping a bicyclist in a bicycle lane or in the street. Most are at intersections, and most are from cars turning into a bicyclist on the sidewalk or on a shared use path or emerging from a side street and doing the same. It's a bad design. It should not be included in this project. It's unfortunate that people who advocated it in the East Lawrence neighborhood, for instance, mistakenly think it's safer than riding in the street. People are not visible in those conditions. Thirdly, parking situation. The assessment of whether this parking is going to be adequate or not is not based on the parking patterns today. It's based on the parking patterns when a whole lot of the commercial influence of downtown is thrust into East Lawrence over to Delaware, and these businesses that see dollar signs in their eyes say, yeah, we need this because it's going to enhance my business. That's leading to an entertainment corridor, if ever I saw one. It's leading to a lot more activities, whatever it's going to be in character. And that's going to be in added parking and many other impacts on the residents of East Lawrence. So as a concept, it's not achieving what initially it set out to do. I've seen the City Commission over the years decide that in-house is not possible on a particular project, and the commission hires a consultant, an outside consultant, has hearings, has stakeholder meetings, pays the consultant $100,000, $150,000, whatever it is, comes to a final conclusion that, well, thanks for the advice, thanks for the information, but it's not really what we want, and it gets shelved. Time and time again. Not unusual, more common than actually not happening. So for the City Commission at this point to shelve this project because we have so many more pressing budgetary needs is a fiscally wise thing to do. Maybe it can happen later. Maybe it can happen to repair the street and the sidewalk, and that'll be good enough. My suggestion recently has been brick the street, brick it on a herringbone so it is rideable by bicycles, repair the sidewalks. Brick sidewalks can be done ADA compliant. It's really all we need to do. This concept is overkill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Burdett Loomis. I live at 701 Louisiana Street. I own property in East Lawrence, just off 9th Street. And I'm a representative on the CAC by the city as a whole. I'd like to speak to two things. The first is as the city as a whole, I think that one of the things the city has problems doing are big projects, in part because we are so small d democratic. And in many ways, that's a great thing. And this project, I think, has been remarkable in that it addresses a big issue, a forward-looking issue, a major project, and yet has had incredible process. As a political scientist, looking at this process has been remarkable. And I think in many ways, the reason this process was so good is we had a big project just before this, the Rock Chalk Park, where I think the process was execrable. It was a terrible process, didn't work very well, regardless of what you think of the project. And I think that the City Commission, the CAC, and others have learned from that experience, made it incredibly transparent, incredibly participatory, and in the end has produced a really good project, one that took all interest into consideration at all these meetings that were talked about. And so I think it's really remarkable, and I think that we ought to think about why this process was so good. And part of it was the reaction to the Rock Chalk episode. In a sense, the city can learn, I hope it learns, by moving this process forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Burdett.
Mayor, Commissioners, I'm Catherine Harris, though I go by KH. I think you know that. I live at 916 Rhode Island. I've been an artist living in East Lawrence for 24 years now. I and other artists who live in East Lawrence for decades have made it the arts corridor, the arts district that it is today. This street does not make it that. It already is because of those of us who have brought to the community what we have brought. In Josh Shelton's own words about this design, he says that the design preserves moments in the neighborhood or moments about the neighborhood. And I think that's what really bothers me about the design of this project is that he said it's a light touch, and as somebody I know said, if this is your light touch, I'd hate to see your heavy touch. This is a pretty different street for East Lawrence in this design. And I think the problem with it is that it only is preserving moments of what is naturally and historically East Lawrence and East 9th Street. East Lawrence already is vibrant. It's already walkable. People are already there. I'm sure some of you have been out for Final Fridays and seen the traffic along 9th Street, and that's even with the horrible sidewalks and the bad pavement that we have. I think this design distracts from the real neighborhood, the real vibrancy that exists. And for a whole lot less than the $4 to $6 million this is going to ultimately cost the city, I think that we can get a surface on the street. I think we can get sidewalks fixed, and I think we can get our stormwater needs fixed. Our mojo is just fine without this street. Somebody spoke earlier and equated East 9th Street now with Mass Street in the 1970s before there were improvements, and I think that's what's so frightening to me, because this is my bedroom neighborhood. This is where I live. This is where a lot of people live. 9th Street is running through a neighborhood. It's not running through a row of businesses like Mass Street is. And finally, I'd like to just point out that the 8-foot pedestrian path really frightens me to think that that path is going to be going for families and kids on bicycles and people walking, and every 85 feet, you know, the street, the alley, the street, the alley, the street, the alley, they're going to be intersecting traffic. I think that design is really poor. So I request that the city not move forward with this project and not move it forward to the next phase. Thank you.
Thanks, Gage. Okay, anyone else? Yes.
Hi, my name's Ann Patterson. I live at 1142 Rhode Island Street for the last 26 years, and I shamefully haven't really been involved in this process because I'm a little apolitical, I guess. Kind of terrifies me, but I do have a question if the plan moves forward. I'm curious about some details. You said, please just ask about the plan. And so I just asked Josh, what I'm really interested in is how 9th Street meets the perpendicular streets that hit it. You know, we're talking about 9th Street, and on all the plans, 9th Street is highlighted, it's darker, it's colored in. I'm just curious about the intersection and the interface between the streets that hit 9th Street and 9th Street itself. I want to see the connections. Otherwise, I don't know if it does feather into the neighborhood. I think that piece is actually really important, where the perpendicular meets the west-east street. So speaking as a north-south street resident, I'd like to see how those streets interconnect with the 9th Street corridor. So I'm talking about details.
Okay.
Okay?
We'll get you an answer to that after the public part of
Okay.
this, okay? Okay, we're going to take one more comment, and then we're going to take a break for a while. John?
Huh? Are you going to allow again or not?
No, you're up now.
Okay.
What I've given the commissioners and the city managers a packet that has some information in it. Whoops, excuse me. Information in it that relates to what I'm going to say. The first piece in there is my presentation. The second, there's 4 other things that I will note that relate to something I'm going to say. I do have an issue about transparency. I talked to Mark Thiel about our parking in, I think it was 2011 or 2012. He was supposed to get back to me with an estimate on when the city redid 9th Street, if they would, he said sometimes they will do parking along the side, and he never got back to me, and he did say something about there was something going on at New Hampshire and 9th, and that was the last I heard. But we have an issue about parking. Something, though, to bring up is the basic defense of a municipality against a property owner who feels wronged by an action taken regarding a street has 4 basic parts, 4 basic considerations: health, safety, morals, and general welfare. Hypothetically, in the event of an action taken with regards to the 9th Street corridor project, it could be argued that rather than the public good, it has been devised and designed specifically for the developer, Tony Kresnik. A claimant property owner might buttress their argument by documents in the packet provided that show: 1, in the Art Place application, it was twice noted that connecting his property with that of downtown was what this was about. Number 2, you'll see where Ms. Tate is asking the city manager's office that Mr. Kresnik be on the committee that appointed this cultural arts director, the agency that became the umbrella for the design. Number 3, these are emails that were, by the way, that were achieved through somebody did getting freedom of information. I don't know who did it, but I'm referring to some of these. Number 3, that El Dorado be brought into the process because of having worked for Mr. Kresnik previously. And number 4, this is interesting, that Mr. Kresnik be involved in the hiring of the designer. To quote the email, quote, "We've agreed that Tony and I will have input in the hiring process." And surprisingly, they hired El Dorado. Not to pick on Mr. Kresnik, however, but to illustrate this project,
John, you got 30 seconds, okay?
has been devised for the benefit of one specific developer, just as were the Rock Chalk Park, the Orient Hotel, and the Here. It is known that each of these projects was subsequently fraught with problems to the community good that led not only to an almost complete turnover of the city commission, but our new city manager. We can also reflect on Jeremy Farmer, a hardy cheerleader of this. The husbandry of city monies is a public trust. We need to keep that in mind. A year ago this past winter, a number of social service agencies, feeling the pinch of the state funding cutbacks, approached the city for financial assistance. All were able to only receive a portion of what they requested. This past spring, there was an article in the paper where Chuck Sewell said there was not enough money for street maintenance. And one of the elevators here at City Hall has been out of service and needs $250,000. The project should be halted now. In its place, Public Works, the city engineer, and appropriate city planning staff should prepared to conventionally surface the street, repair sidewalks, fix gutters and curbs and alley entrances, and add appropriately tasteful lighting and landscaping. The truth of the matter, if the corridor project is scrapped and the street conventionally repaired, nothing changes for the Warehouse Arts District. People will be able to get there still as they do now. The Warehouse Arts District will not be negatively impacted at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let me ask just real quick, how many more people wish to comment tonight? Okay, 1, 2, we got like 3 people. Okay. Yeah. Okay, 4. Okay, so we're gonna take a break for about 10 minutes and we'll come back. So everybody get up and stretch and do whatever. Okay, the next person that's giving comment is, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Zia. I'm a local visual artist, and I live at 1940 Hillview Road. And I was not expecting to speak this evening, so I don't have a very prepared speech. But I am also one of the East Ninth artists, and I feel that as an East Ninth artist, I would like to present some of my thoughts that... Oh, is this not on? As an East Ninth artist, I'd like to offer you some of my thoughts of what it means to be an artist living in the community of Lawrence, which I don't differentiate from the East Ninth community or East Lawrence neighborhood, and to just talk about it from my point of view of what it means to be an artist and to be supported by my community. Artists look for opportunities to enhance and uplift environments across the board, everywhere in the world, from the beginning of time. And I don't think it's too obvious if I say once again in this environment that, or to remind all of us that we all look towards art to enhance our lives in some form or the other. And sometimes people forget, or artists feel that people forget that just like we support communities by providing them with our artistic and creative insight and expression, we need support in return so that we can function as artists to our full potential. We're always able to function to a certain point, but to really function to our full potential, we need a lot of support, and we need the environment to really support us beyond the obvious. And for me, applying for the East Ninth Project was really an amazing experience, because until that point, I always thought of Lawrence as a place that I had to go away from to outsource my potential and my expertise in order to do my work. The understanding was always, well, if you want to be a significant artist, take it out somewhere else, to the coast, to larger cities. Lawrence was never a place where I could do that here, but the East Ninth Project and the Art Place America grant for the first time gave me that really distinctive opportunity as an artist to keep my expression within the community, which is very significant because artists don't survive in a vacuum. We have to be supported, and the support can't be ephemeral. It can't be in just words. It has to be in action, and not just a little action, but significant action. And the next step for that is providing us with infrastructure, because we're not artists playing around. We're entrepreneurs, we're business people. We expect our city and our community to support our business and provide us the infrastructure within which to grow that business. And just
30
like,
seconds.
what?
30 seconds.
30 seconds. And just like every city's small business owners expect the city to provide infrastructure for their businesses, we do also expect that provision for ourselves. So please don't differentiate us. And for me, the East Ninth Project is really about developing the arts corridors, about giving all artists in this community credibility and acknowledgement and credibility to the outside world. This will put us on the international art map. This will bring in dealers. This will bring in business for local artists. And when we thrive as business people, our community thrives because we keep our money in the community. When I get paid as an East Ninth artist, it's not, even if it's a temporary artwork, the money I receive in fees goes back into the community by me spending it here. So in that way, I really want you to think about it as growing more of your economy rather than less of it. Thanks.
Thank you.
I have more to say, but time's up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm Arch Naremore, 1204 New York, own the property at 900 New Jersey. This is to the Lawrence City Commissioners and the Lawrence, Kansas City Manager. We, the undersigned, are the property owners representing 50% of the private ownership on 9th Street between Connecticut and Delaware Street. We are not in favor of the reconstruction design plan as represented by El Dorado to make 9th Street from New Hampshire to Delaware, to remake 9th Street from New Hampshire to Delaware. We request that the Lawrence City Commissioners do heed the budgetary constraints under which the city is currently operating, vote to reject the design plan submitted by El Dorado for the redo of 9th Street, instruct the city staff to begin the process to resurface 9th Street in a conventional manner, fix the gutters along 9th, repair the curbs along 9th Street, fix and repair the alley accesses along 9th Street, repair, fix, and the sidewalks along 9th Street. Sincerely, Will Ogle for LB Holdings, 841 Pennsylvania and 901 Delaware. Tom Patchen for Patchen Electric and Supply, 602 East 9th. Arch Naremore for Jensen Pratt, LLC, 900 New Jersey. And John Naremore for 416 East 9th and 845 New York. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Arch. Other comment? Rick? Let's see.
I'm Rick Averill. I live at 2 Winona Avenue in Lawrence, Kansas, which Jeannie and I started calling Camelot on the Caw in about 1972 when we chose not to go on to grad schools on the East Coast to continue studying the arts. We decided to stay in an arts town and started a children's theater because we thought it would be easy and make lots of money. The city turned us down when we applied to get the old Carnegie Building as our Caw Valley School of Crafts and Performing Arts because we wanted a beer license. We knew. And ever since then, I've been intermeshed with the city of Lawrence in terms of my work. I've had a national career in the field of youth theater and have gone out all across the country doing things and keep coming back to Lawrence and have been privileged to be supported as an artist in the Lawrence community. It's a visionary community. It was a community that was started in crisis. It was the crisis of abolitionism. It's always been a free-thinking community. We were in favor of women's votes. We were also populist. We were also in favor of prohibition, even though that may not be as popular now. But it's no wonder that we're having these incredible discussions right now. But I think that this plan is just beautiful. I think it adds to what Lawrence is, which is a visionary city. It's a place that embraced the Carnegie Library building and then had the sense to build a whole new art center. It had the sense to, I've worked with artists from all over the country and all over the world because of my work with the Lawrence Art Center and because of the work outreach that I've done in meeting people. And whenever we bring people in here and we bring artists in here, they fall in love with Lawrence. Like the comedian Barry Crimmins, who's coming back here to do a special with Louis C.K.'s production company just on the 4th. He's coming back here because when he was here for the Free State Festival, he fell in love with Lawrence. Evan Shiners, who plays Bach on 2 pianos at the same time, loves Lawrence, wants to come back, wants to perform here. People get this city. They get that this is a unique place. So I highly urge you to approve this visionary and creative plan to create a 9th Street project that is a work of art in itself and connects works of art and connects all of us together. Even though we're in a state of austerity with the Governor Brownback cutting things right and left, Lawrence is a creative town with a $3 parking ticket. We have ways we can raise money. We can get affordable housing, we can get a police department, and we can fund the arts, and you are the ones that can do it. Thank you.
Other comment? Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Heather Hoy. I live at 1609 Cog Hill Court. I have been here for a long time tonight, and I watched you all sit through, all the great recommendations for what to do with the 2017 budget. And I do really support moving on to phase 2 with this project. I feel like it addresses a lot of the things that you heard during that process that people want to see. Bicycle safety, walkable streets, And another thing that is already part of the corridor is 92 units of affordable housing that were built by Tony Kresnick. So I just want, while we are spending time vilifying people, that we keep in mind that he has done a lot for the community and he cares about Lawrence. So, and I support this project moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comment? Okay.
Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Dave Lowenstein. I'm a local artist. I've had a studio at 411 East 9th Street for the last 19 years. Hope to stay another 19 at least. I also served on a citizen advisory committee. The East 9th Street project is the first in Lawrence that imagines using placemaking, which is a new development tool. The ambitious plan before you employs this new development tool by proposing dramatic changes to the use and design of this historic street, some of which would come into direct conflict with the way neighbors and small business people have used it for generations and continue to today. Although some of the stated goals are laudable, the plan presented to you does not achieve them in a way that's equitable, cost-effective, and safe. It's out of sync with the character, the history, and the practical use of the street, and it's not a pressing community need. The plan is flawed. Late recognition by the design team that East 9th Street is a truck delivery route, although many in the neighborhood and on the CAC made this point for months, led the designers to present a plan that has major safety issues and places an undue burden on residents. It includes a completely new transportation infrastructure in addition to the street and sidewalks. This 8-foot wide concrete path would come into direct conflict with traffic at 7 potentially dangerous alley intersections where cars have for decades driven to the edge of the street before turning, but now will have to stop way back in the alley so as to not collide with bicyclists. To make room for this recreational path, which is not supported in the pedestrian bicycle issues task force report, which was submitted to you recently, the design team proposes to take away more than half of the residential parking, at least 50 spaces in the project area. Taking away residential parking in an area where many rely on it and where parking pressure in the neighborhood is increasing dramatically is unacceptable. A friend of mine across the street, Marty Olson, who runs Dues Deluxe, says many of his clients who are elderly will simply not be able to come to his shop anymore, and he will be in dire straits because of that. We need to evaluate wants versus needs and the cost of this project. 90% of what's proposed in this project would be paid for by taxpayers. That's $2.7 million of $3.6 million, which is based on a low estimate of the total project cost. The recent evaluation of city spending and income compels citizens in the city to distinguish wants from needs. The proposed project does not address a serious need like affordable housing. It is a want, a desire for a few, and an imposition for others. It's a flawed plan, and it's too costly at a time of limited resources. For these reasons, the city should not move forward with phase 2. Instead, I encourage the city to do what a consensus of the community can agree on. Basic resurfacing of the street, filling in lighting gaps, making sidewalk repairs where needed, including 1 to ADA standards, and addressing water runoff issues at East 9th Street intersections. As a community, we need to put equity before extras and people values before property values. Making this tough decision is the right thing to do. It will save us precious financial resources for more pressing community needs and will ensure that East 9th Street continues to be the affordable, historic, and beloved place for residents, neighbors, and small businesses that it has been for generations. We don't need placemaking in East Lawrence. It's already a great place. Thank you.
Thanks. Other comment?
Thank you for sticking with us with all the public comment. We really appreciate it. This is a great process. It's been a long process, and I know we'll do the right thing and sort it out in the end. I'm just going to keep it simple. I'm kind of a simple person. Oh, Margaret Weisbrod Morris, sorry. And I live in the Deerfield neighborhood. This is really about one street in a really historically and culturally significant neighborhood in Lawrence. It's really just about making it better in a way that it's needed to be better. The street's in disrepair. It's hard to walk. It's hard to be in a wheelchair down it. It's hard to push a stroller down it. And this is really just about repairing the street in a way that respects the neighborhood and the history of the neighborhood. And it's really about the people who use that street, the artists, the neighborhoods, the friends, the neighbors, the friends, the parents, the kids on their bikes, and the strollers. It also happens to be a great example of what the best, most innovative cities are doing across the country and really in the world, and that's putting artists at the front and center of city planning. That is a visionary move, and I think Lawrence is totally up to that task. So in that way, I urge you to support this project and move it forward to the second phase. It's visionary, but it also happens to be the right thing to do on a day-to-day basis. It does good for people just walking that street. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Good evening. My name is Brad Gibson, and I'm a Lawrence resident. And tonight, I'd like to touch on some costs associated with this design that really haven't been addressed. And a little background, the city's qualification for request for qualifications was sent out in September, and it states the budget for the entire project includes design and reconstruction of 7 blocks of East 9th Street. And El Dorado submitted qualification to the city on October 1st of 2014. They state the final conceptual design package will undergo a thorough review by our quality control manager for consistency and clarity. We will ensure the financial impact of the project is well understood. I have concerns with the proposed cost estimate in this document. The amount of $3,567,945.64 is incomplete and is not a true cost estimate. It only lists a portion of the hard cost items. The hard costs are the cost of labor, materials, heavy equipment, etc. There are also soft cost items that must be included in the cost estimate, such as engineering fees and surveying, contractor overhead and profit, construction management and supervision. 10% of the hard cost total is a typical allowance for each of these fees. Add that to the $600,000 for El Dorado's design for both phases of the project, and now the total cost is over $5 million. The following is a list of items also excluded from the cost estimate and will add significantly to the total construction cost. Allowance for permit fees, allowance for temporary utilities and facilities during construction, waste management. This includes material waste and disposal of demolition debris. Fly ash, required for our street concrete by our city code. Irrigation for downtown planting beds, required for the downtown guidelines. Irrigation for the planting beds along 9th Street, required by Parks and Rec. 8 trash cans and recycling receptacles. 2 ADA accessible water fountains. 2 bike corrals. 2 bike fixing stations. 6 storm water inlets. 16 are being removed during demolition, and the estimate lists only 10. The removal and palletizing of 5 blocks of street brick pavers, repairing the brick intersection at New York and 9th Street. It has major water ponding issues. And these 2 are important. AT&T line relocation. There is underground and drop services the length of 9th Street. WOW line relocation. There is also underground and drop services the length of 9th Street. There's covers in the right-of-way, having names right on. There's a power box as tall as me that has WOW right on the side of it. There's no allowance for repair or improvements to the aging storm sewers, water mains, and sanitary sewer utilities buried underneath 9th Street. Furthermore, the listed $250,000 in the estimate to relocate and bury the power lines along 9th Street is not official. Westar still has to estimate the project, and negotiations with the city will be required. $300,000 for the lighting plan is very unclear. The power and lighting plan in this design lists 4 light poles with fixtures. Anyway, I just want to remind you that this project has the potential of being a $6 million project. And I want to remind you one more thing. This design from El Dorado says we will ensure the financial impact of the project is well understood, and to me is very unclear and not understandable. Thank you.
Thanks, Brad. Okay. Any other public comment? Anyone else? Entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and second to close the public hearing, made by Commissioner Herbert, second by Commissioner Larson. All in favor, aye? Aye. Opposed? Thank you all. Appreciate all of your comments this evening, but it's back to the commission time.
Mike, I have a question that
I
think he was up there about 4 hours ago, and in the interim period, I've had some things drifting upstairs I need cleared up. So can I bring Josh back
Oh,
up?
yeah, yeah.
All right, so while you're coming up, I'll just kind of preface my question with, in the last 3 hours, we've heard from both sides, and I think one thing we can agree on is that both sides, as Mr. Narramore's petition indicates that there is, to some degree, some agreement that the road needs reconstructed. How we choose to reconstruct it is obviously what's been debated. So what I want to ask you is, when you did your presentation, you talked about a concept you dubbed, I believe you had 6 bullet points there, and you dubbed it sustainable infrastructure. If we were to redo the city streets not according to your plan, we would presumably not use a sustainable infrastructure model. Can you explain to me a little more clear terms exactly what you mean by sustainable infrastructure?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question, and I appreciate the question. I think what's really interesting about that question is it cuts to the chase about what the city would actually be investing in with this project. So, I think there's been a lot of talk about artist involvement, a lot of critiques about placemaking, a lot of value placed with the cultural reputation of Lawrence. I think one thing that has maybe fallen through the cracks a little bit is some sustainable initiatives on a citywide level with infrastructure design. It's certainly been a focus for us. Actually, I'd kind of run out of time before, but I had like 3 or 4 slides at the end. Can I just pull the presentation back up? And it'd probably help. Is Porter around? Porter, can you just show me where the...
Hang on, we gotta do this first.
Oh, do we? Okay.
And then it should be up.
Okay. So I had actually planned to talk about this, and I felt like I was running long before, but I'll try to address it. So I was recently contracted with the City of Calgary, their environmental protection business unit that is about to launch a series of sustainable initiatives within their city planning process. And I went to the City of Calgary, and the first thing their environmental protection department did was they put me in a van and they drove me 3 hours to the Bow Glacier. And it was magnificent, and it was really moving, and the glacier actually is in the distance here, and the the head of the department told me that the glacier is in full retreat, and it's disappearing. And not only is it the city of Calgary's water supply, but it's much of Canadian cities' water supply east of Calgary. On my way back, I was having I just had a headache, like a migraine coming on, and I had to get to a drugstore, and so we took a stop, and this is in the middle of downtown Calgary. This was not part of the tour, by the way. And I got out, and on the way just to go into the equivalent of CVS, this is what I saw. And I just was blown away. I was like, well, this is it. I mean, this is kind of what we've been talking about. It was lovely, and it was this understated indigenous grass installation. I think this is 13th Avenue in Calgary. And I asked the head of the department, what's the story on this? I was really fascinated. He said, oh, well, you know, we in Calgary feel late to the dance with sustainable initiatives. So while we're gearing up to do a larger plan, we've been doing these kind of small interventions, these small installations, and I asked more about it, and he just simply said it was plain and simple. It doesn't require the extension of the carbon footprint because there's less irrigation required. There's not lawnmowers that are required, and then he said the following. He said, well, and it connects people to their place. And we like that. And we feel like if we can start to connect people to their place, they'll understand the urgency of something like a melting glacier. So in addition to reducing carbon footprint, there was this strong belief that through landscape, in this case, streetscaping strategy, people could be connected to the street. Calgary receives more snow and ice and salt than maybe anywhere on the planet, and you can see the resilience of these grasses a foot away from the street. This is what we're talking about. Maybe this helps demystify and make less abstract the idea that we're putting in front of us. I went from Calgary to visit a friend in Portland. This all just happened 2 or 3 weeks ago. My friend works at a small neighborhood realty company that is in North Portland. North Portland is one of the remaining strongholds of kind of a blue-collar workforce, and has long been kind of where issues surrounding affordable housing and diversity have been the central focus. And my friend was really eager to show me they had fought really hard for putting a bike corral in front of their only parking stall in front of their business. And I just you know, leading up to this meeting tonight, I was chuckling, and then he actually worked with this neighboring local sushi joint they put landscaping and seating outside of there to take up their 2 parking stalls. And so I asked very candidly, so why'd you do this? And he said, well, it's good for business. He said the condition here in Portland, in North Portland, and this is Alberta Street, which is a commercial corridor, has a lot of similarities to East 9th, actually. It's small businesses and residences mixed up, and light industrial kind of thrown in. And he said Portland's reached this tipping point that 5 years ago we would have never done this because we would have wanted to have cars here, but we've seen it happening, and the fulcrum, and it's a little bit like the fulcrum I showed earlier, it's tipped. And now people are walking and they're riding their bikes more than they're driving. And so I can park 10 of my employees here who would otherwise have a hard time finding a parking stall. Portland's having to deal with increased density in the same way that Lawrence is going to have to over the next 5 to 10 years. This is what small businesses are arguing for over parking in the street. And I just also wanted to close on, you know, this is the norm in Portland. This isn't some extravagant piled on extra. This is how Portland is dealing with street infrastructure. So in every residential block, there's 2 to 4 stalls that are dedicated to stormwater management. This is a necessity in Portland's mind. You know, so I didn't show you a formulaic complete street here. It was more kind of what I've noticed places are doing to address what they feel to be very pressing needs and shifts in values and shifts in where these values are being placed. I've been deeply affected by this process. It's been 18 months. I've been deeply affected tonight by what everybody's had to say. But I also think it is, you know, to say that the city of Lawrence should be the next Portland, that's such a cliche thing to say and such a cliche thing to think. And I've heard other cities say that. I don't think that's what's applicable here. I think the city of Lawrence needs to figure out what kind of city of Lawrence it wants to be. And I think this truly is, clearly, it's a pivotal moment. So while there's an array of concerns, there's also the next orbit out has to do with where we're placing our value systems for the next 5 to 10 to 15 to 20 years. And there are cities that are thinking about this and grappling with this. And in the same way that I'm affected by this process, I was really affected to be driven 3 hours to see a glacier actually melting right before my eyes. And this isn't greenwashing. This is happening, and it's affecting the way cities think about the way they're building their cities. So I would just say that what we've tried to bring to the table as a design team is to listen closely, to plug in as much as we can to all the micro concerns. There's a lot of special interest flying around the room tonight, a lot of accusations of special interest flying around the room tonight. What we also tried to do is to zoom out and set forth something that was visionary and something that positioned the city of Lawrence to participate in these kinds of debates and to participate in these kind of conversations that other cities are engaging and grappling with. The irony that I see in the room tonight and the irony that I see that the city of Lawrence faces, Lawrence has one of the most progressive reputations in the Midwest. It's certainly seen as a progressive stronghold in a conservative environment. This is the norm in Portland. It's seen as frivolous and extra here, and I haven't quite been able to connect those dots yet. I don't understand how those dots aren't being connected at a larger level as we look forward into the future. So some of the plan is certainly grappling with those kinds of issues on that kind of level. So I hope that answers your question, and actually it was kind of the way I wanted to finish my presentation earlier, and I just felt like it was going on.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Josh, briefly, quickly, whatever, we had a member of the public ask about the connections at the alleys and the streets and the safety issue there. Can you describe?
Yeah, I can, Mike. That did come up in the CAC, and I wanted to point out sort of a misconception. I think Dave Lowenstein was just up saying that people would have to stop further back in the alleys than they're used to in order to accommodate the shared path. I'll point out that the shared path is always between the existing sidewalk and the street. So hopefully, there's a pattern of people stopping at the sidewalks and looking both ways. I hope that's the case. Because if it's the case, then we're in good shape here. But we've actually taken it to a different level altogether, and I want to show you how we've improved upon a situation that might be dangerous. Because as I understand it, and I think someone pointed out that we were really slow to figure out that trucks used East Ninth. Certainly been pointed out a lot through the process. The truth is, we have known that trucks not only use East Ninth, they're in the alleys. They're in residential alleys. There's semi-trucks in residential alleys. This is embraced. It's embraced by the neighborhood. Our design team embraced it. But in the back of my mind, I did have concerns. How do people in semi-trucks, are they able to see kids coming back and forth on the sidewalk? It crossed my mind a few times. So one thing that we've done is in the alleys, we've actually introduced crosswalks and signage both at the stops, at the sidewalk, and at the shared path, encouraging automobile drivers to look both ways. So this is a repaving of the alley conditions at the shared path to improve upon what I feel is perhaps a safety concern presently.
Okay. Any other questions of Josh or anyone else? Okay, thanks, Josh.
Thank you all very much.
Okay. Any questions or comments at this point? Well, we do have a project here. Excuse me. We do have a project here that a number of people have a whole lot of hours in, whether it be the members of the CAC, which I want to thank everyone who is involved with the CAC, our staff who, Diane and Chuck and others spent a whole lot of time and a whole lot of meetings helping me and folks get through the process. And to thank the public for all the great questions and trying to make, this project a project that can happen. One of the things that I've thought about, and just to let everybody know, when this item came on the agenda, there has to be a decision on an action that's going to be taken by the commission. And one of the things that I noticed is that recognized, I guess, more than anything is I had members that had questions about this project, at this point, whether it be financial, whether it be design, some of the design things that are important, just any little things in there. And I'll be honest with you, my job is I would like to see an improvement done to this roadway. I would love to see something happen on East 9th. Do I like the plan? I've voted in favor of this plan as someone who chaired the CAC. And I still believe it can be a good plan. But I recognize that there's others that have differences of opinion here. When we stop and look at the number of organizations who have voted in favor of this project and sent it forward to get to the point where we are this evening, we recognize that there's a lot of time, a lot of effort that's been put into this, and a lot of people that have looked at this project. But when it gets to us, it's time to make a decision on how we're going to spend money. And that's what it's about. And whether or not that this project meets with the priorities that we have as a community. And I think that we've understood that there's, this project is important. We talk about, growth in the city and how it's going to grow. Vice Mayor, last week, you had questions about whether or not we should grow west of the South Lawrence Traffic Way, Highway 10 out west. And, and I appreciate that. I mean, I really do. But as we look at those things, one of the things that we happen is we got a lot of people that want to be a part of Lawrence, Kansas. And so the thing is we're going to be looking at things that improvement and development that's going to happen in the community. And so the thing is we're going to see the need for infill and other type of things. And we've got to be, there was a couple of people brought up wants versus needs. Well, there's a lot of people that want to see a lot of great improvements in our community. And I think that, this is one of those projects that can happen. We're at a point on this project where we are going to be asked to, or I'm going to ask you to move the concept design plan forward and to go to phase 2. And, and I will push that, because I think it's something that's very important. Now, as part of that concept design plan, one of the things that's going to be important is we are going to help direct
the scope of this project. There's going to be the things that, Lisa, you may have concerns about, Leslie, you may have concerns about, Stuart, Matt. All of those things are going to be worked out. They can't be worked out tonight because we don't even know what that, what that scope's going to be, what we're going to be asked or ask a consultant or engineers to be able to do in that phase 2. But that is something that we can put together over the next several weeks. I would invite all of you to come back anytime. I don't want to send the commission through another public hearing, but realize too that this is an important process. I've had the opportunity to visit with Professor Domer and realize, the paving of 9th Street goes back a whole lot of years, and I like history, and I mean listening to the concept or the comments that he brought forward about the things that have happened. It's still a project that I truly believe in. It's one that I want to see us move ahead. It's one that I want to see the commission come to agreement on, to make sure that we come up with the right plan for East Lawrence and for the entire city of Lawrence, because it has to meet the goals of both. And I think that we as a commission can do that through the, as we go to phase 2, as it says in the memo, we will develop the scope, the budget, the schedule, and the funding, and here again, that is something that will happen over the next several weeks. And I think that ought to be the goal that we have, is to make sure that we do it right. We've got a great concept to work from. Is it the ultimate plan? I don't know. I mean, I hear, let's stop and think about it. I put myself in the place of Marty Olson. Yeah, I'd probably have concern if all my parking was gone. But that's something that we as a commission need to talk about, and those kind of things.
Mike, I appreciate your leadership on this. I mean, you've been at those meetings, you've done this stuff. I have concerns about this.
Okay.
I mean, we're talking about one block of street that has a PCI of 100.
Take it out.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying that's my concern.
Okay.
And I'm also concerned about the money.
Okay.
And I'm willing to work with you on it, but I mean, I just want to get those out there. Those are the two things that I'm worried about.
Absolutely.
I've given this a lot of thought, and actually, I'm glad that Frank is here. Frank sent me an email, this morning, perhaps, and man, I don't know if you realize this, but I thought you made me really think quite a bit today. And what I was thinking about really was, to whom does infrastructure belong? For a long time, I was looking at this as this is a community project. All taxpayers pay taxes, which then creates infrastructure in a community. And all that, and Frank's email to me was more, let's focus this on East Lawrence. And so, I don't live in East Lawrence. I've never lived in East Lawrence. And so I decided that I should probably educate myself. And I went on to the East Lawrence Neighborhood Association website, and I clicked on their resources tab, and I pulled down the East Lawrence Neighborhood Revitalization Plan. This was a plan that's been crafted, I believe, 15 years ago. It presents a long-term vision of what they want East Lawrence to look through. And I read it. It's 181 pages long, but I read through it. And I want to point out a couple things that exist in this plan. Goal number 1, protect and enhance neighborhood green space. As I was reading through it, it talks about, I'll just read directly from it. This goal addresses neighborhood concerns about existing green space, natural areas. The neighborhood feels strongly that parks and street trees together with landscaping of individual properties enhance the character of East Lawrence. There's interest in creating parks. There's a perceived, goes on to say, it is clear that providing strategically located pocket parks is important to the neighborhood. From the city's perspective, it is important to consider maintenance in neighboring parks along with their initial designation and improvement. So it talks about pocket parks. This is 16 years ago. This neighborhood was talking about pocket parks. Josh Sheldon's brought forward a plan that talks about pocket parks. All right, so I kept reading. It goes forward, and I go to goal number 6, and it talks about continuing viable neighborhood businesses and creating a situation where businesses can be successful to bring people to the community. And I want to read specific, because I'm tired of talking in philosophical terms here. So I skipped ahead to page 24 of their document, where it talks about actually how do we implement these things, implementation strategies. And it says, We need to offer a commercial incentive, and they say attract artists to the Main Street and neighborhoods with cultural tourism, the potential through the creation of an incubator of work and sales spaces. These are all things that this project does, and for so long I was thinking this was an us versus them. This is the city wanting to do this, but the neighborhood opposes it, and you know, to whom does infrastructure belong? But then I started doing the research. This isn't us versus them. The neighborhood revitalization plan calls for this, and it calls for it 16 years ago. I think Josh stood up here and he used a term. He said, Calgary says, we feel like we're late to the dance. I feel like we're late to the dance. Right here in Lawrence, 16 years ago, the neighborhood was calling for this. They had direct, specific implementation strategies that, lo and behold, we're talking about today. There's another one here, and I apologize for droning on here, but jump to page 31. It's a really good document. You should read it. Implementation strategy. They're talking about pedestrian safety. You can't have a Tuesday meeting in City Hall and not talk about bikes and pedestrians, and this is an issue that comes up all the time. And so let's not talk philosophically. Let's look at implementation strategies, page 31 of this document. Implement transportation planning that eliminates prescribed width, setback requirements, and other physical conditions that hinder the creation of pedestrian-friendly streets. Provide incentives to encourage infill and redevelopment of existing neighborhoods. Work with City Traffic Engineer's Office to lower speed limits on appropriate streets. Work with the East Lawrence Neighborhood Association to encourage residents to leave on their back porch lights to increase lighting in alleys. They talked about all of these things 16 years ago. We're late to this dance, guys. It's all right here in the East Lawrence Neighborhood Revitalization Plan. You can look at it on their website. It's there today. It's 181 pages saying that 16 years ago we should have done what's before us right now.
Well, Matt, I appreciate you bringing that up. Frank, thank you for your email sent to Matt to make us hear what the revitalization plan had to say. But Stuart, I appreciate your comments about money. We started this afternoon at 3 o'clock with money, and everything that we do is about money, it seems. And, when it comes to the final vote, when the final vote comes forward on this item, the thing that's going to happen is it's going to be about the neighborhood, it's going to be about the city as a whole, and it's going to be about the money. Those are going to be the things that we're going to be looking at. And each one of us are going to have to look at the budget and the constraints and everything about it and see if we can make this fit inside that budget. And I don't believe that we can get there until we've had the opportunity to for us to sit down with our staff and to go through this and make some sense out of all of it on what we actually want to see to be, what we want that roadway to look like. That's it. We're done.
I would like to just give my take on a few things. As I was listening, I want to thank everybody for being here and commenting. It's been overwhelming to hear everybody. But as I listened to folks, and I've been reading this for the past few weeks, I basically boil it down to some positives and concerns. And one thing about this project that really draws me to it is that you're wanting to put in sustainable systems. I think that is huge for Lawrence. That's part of our comprehensive plan, that we're a sustainable community. The idea that they want to add green space, I think that's very important. The bike systems, the multimodal concept, and also with the artists. Lawrence is full of artists, so that's a concept that's already there. But adding these to the East Lawrence or anywhere in Lawrence, I think, is very important. Now, is this the perfect design for that? I don't think so. But I think it just needs compromise. I think there is a way to get there if there's the will. So I, believe that this is something we can continue to work on. As far as the concerns that I have, it boils down to the first thing was conserving the neighborhood. And I know that actually the design spoke to that, saying that was one of the recommendations, is that you either have a conservation overlay or some sort of a system to conserve the neighborhood, and that is really important. And then also the second thing is the safety issue. And I know it's been addressed somewhat, throughout the project. It still needs more work.
And I know that the project has received approval by various committees, but if you go through and read the approvals from those committees, at least a couple of them that I read, they had concerns themselves. I think the HRC had like 6 different items that they wanted to have addressed as part of the technical document, and so that needs to be done. The bikes, the BAC, they also had some concerns, and I think some of those have been addressed, and they need to continue to be addressed going forward. The other items I had concern about was a truck route, and I think that's been addressed a little bit tonight. I'm still concerned about the truck route part of it. But the big thing for me, and it is, just like with real estate, location. Lawrence, downtown, it's parking, parking, parking. And I know there's been a few of the neighbors that have gone out and checked the parking and did some ad hoc surveys of it. But I did notice that when I went through the design, the first block, Mass to New Hampshire, just as an example, they're proposing to get rid of 7 parking places right in front of Milton's, right in front of US Bank. That's a lot of parking. That's half the parking right there in that one block, which is, high traffic area for Lawrence. And you go to the next block, and I think we're getting rid of about 6 more parking places. So I'm concerned. I think I know there can be some compromise, and that's what I would like to see is more compromise on it. And of course, the money. I've got that in spades, money. Very concerned about the money. We've got priorities as a commission. I want to make sure those priorities are addressed to the full extent that we can, given our budget constraints. So the idea that this is going to cost possibly $4 million on the design phase part of it, just the first phase, we went over budget by 30%. What's going to happen at this next phase? We're going to look, if we have that same process, you're looking at another $1 million, basically. So I'm very concerned about the money part.
Okay. Leslie, anything? Okay.
Can I offer one point of clarification?
Public hearing's closed.
It was regarding the money,
Okay. Well, we have, a couple ways that we can go. One, we can direct city manager to put together a phase 2 plan on the agenda, or we can have a study session as a group over the next couple of weeks where we can work out the details that we have and then place it on. I think that would probably be the smarter way to go, to be honest with you, where we can work through all of those items to see if we can come to that compromise, Lisa, that you bring up. Anybody comfortable with that?
I just have one thing.
Please.
I mean, this project isn't funded, so I just want to be clear about one thing, is I'm not going to raise taxes to fund this project. We need to live within our current means.
I agree with that.
I
So
agree.
there's going to be something in that
100%
CIP
with
that,
that.
is going to be
And that's going to be the give and
on
take.
the list.
Yeah,
Okay?
if we go that far with it.
Right. Okay. So why don't we do this? Nobody's ready to put phase 2 right on the agenda, right? Okay. Just thought I would ask. Okay. Let's do this. Under calendar, we will set a study session over the next couple of weeks, and we'll get that done. We'll work at it, see if we can come to compromise again and work out the details. And we'll get an answer to this quickly then. Okay? Fair enough?
We're going to direct staff to do something. What are we
Well,
directed to do?
the direction essentially is going to be, we're going to establish, a study session and work with our staff to come up with a plan that's going to be able to take care of all that. Okay. Any other questions, comments? Okay.
Thanks for everyone for their work.
you.
I didn't say that yet. I'm half asleep up here. Thank you for everyone.
Okay, I would entertain a motion then to receive the concept plan as presented by the CAC and direct staff to set up times for a study session with a specific goal of being able to see if we can work through the plan, talk about the money, talk about the design, talk about things that we can, that's it, okay?
Yep.
And to put that together, okay? Fair enough? Okay, I would entertain that motion then.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and second to receive the concept plan, direct staff to put together a study session with all the directives that we had talked about. It's made by Commissioner Boley, second by Commissioner Larson. All in favor of that motion, aye? Aye. Opposed? That passes 5-0. Thank you all. Next item is to receive a staff memo related to zoning options in East Lawrence neighborhood.
Maybe we should give everyone.
Yeah, we'll give a couple minutes on folks who don't want to stay for this item.
The fun doesn't stop.
It just keeps on going. Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and go.
All right.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Becky Pepper, and I'm with the Planning Department. And I'm presenting on the rezoning initiation memo submitted for the East Lawrence neighborhood. This initiative began when representatives from the East Lawrence neighborhood approached the city to begin the process for rezoning a portion of the neighborhood to a zoning district that would better align with the existing land uses. Last August, staff presented zoning options to the City Commission, and from that meeting, staff was tasked with looking deeper into a potential rezoning and then bringing back an initiation memo. This map here shows the East Lawrence neighborhood boundaries. There are a variety of zoning districts within the neighborhood, but the predominant residential zoning districts are illustrated here on this map. South of 9th Street, there's an RS5 zoning district, which is a single-family zoning district. And then north of 9th Street is the residential area is zoned RM24, which is a multifamily zoning district. There is background information on the land use and zoning history of the East Lawrence neighborhood, so I'm not going to go into a lot of detail there. But I did want to mention that the area south of 9th Street was rezoned in 1983. It designated multifamily zoning districts to a single-family zoning district. This zoning ordinance did not include the residential area north of 9th Street, which is the area that staff was directed to evaluate for the potential rezoning.
On the map, did you look north of 7th Street as well? Because you have purple there, but then there's closer to the river. Was that area not?
For staff evaluated the RM24. There is some discussion later on about the RSO.
That exists north of
Mhm,
there.
mhm.
Okay,
So what this map shows is a closer viewpoint of that, the zoning north of 9th Street. The RM24 is shaded purple. It's surrounded by commercial and industrial zoning districts. There is this RSO zoning north of 7th Street here. So for the purposes of this initiation memo, we focused on the RM24 zoning district, and the following slides will provide some information just briefly on the existing conditions of this. This slide is showing the existing land uses that are in that RM24 district. The properties zoned highlighted red contain multi-dwelling structures. The blue properties contain duplex. The yellow are those with accessory dwelling units. The gray represent vacant lots. And then anything within that RM24 district that is not shaded red, blue, yellow, or gray contains a detached dwelling. And just worth noting that under the RM24 zoning, a detached dwelling is permitted with the approval of a special use permit. How this came into existence is that a lot of the properties that contain detached dwellings were created before our current land development code was approved, before this multi-dwelling designation was given to this district. But now with that multi-family zoning designation, these detached dwellings are considered a non-conforming use, and there are 69% of the properties within that RM24 district contain a detached dwelling. If the detached dwellings were rezoned to an RS5 district, that would remedy those non-conforming uses. This map represents the density of the East Lawrence neighborhood and a comparison with the surrounding neighborhoods, which include the Pinckney neighborhood, Old West Lawrence, Barker, and Brook Creek. Of these 5 neighborhoods, Brook Creek has the lowest density with 6.5 people per acre. Old West Lawrence has the highest with 13.8 people per acre. And then East Lawrence comes in with the second highest at 11.4. And this data was gathered from the U.S. Census, sorry. This map is illustrating the historic environs that exist in the area north of 9th Street in the East Lawrence neighborhood. In this area, there are 6 properties that are listed on the Lawrence register, and properties that are within 200 feet of the listed properties are within the historic environments, and this is indicated with the listed properties shaded blue and then the circles surrounding them. So the takeaway here is that there are a lot of properties within this area that are within the historic environs. There's also a historic district located along Rhode Island. That is the shaded area here, and that is the North Rhode Island Historic District. While preparing the initiation memo, staff did hold a public meeting on March 28th to discuss the potential rezoning with the neighborhood and to get important feedback. During the discussion, some meeting attendees did state a desire to maintain the current density of the neighborhood. They expressed some concern that the current RM24 zoning district provided an opportunity for property owners to consolidate lots and build multi-structure dwellings to increase and thereby increasing the density of the neighborhood. There were other meeting attendees that stated that perhaps an increased density was appropriate for the neighborhood given its location to downtown. And then they believed that a bigger concern related to property tax was gentrification of the neighborhood and not an increase in density. And then there were a lot of questions surrounding what the scope of the zoning would look like and how potential nonconformities created by rezoning would be handled. And these are important policy questions that should definitely be addressed when considering the scope of the rezoning. So to summarize some of the feedback that we received regarding the scope of the rezoning, can really be seen here with these 3 questions. First, should the participation of a rezoning be voluntary or mandatory? Should it include only the RM24 districts, or should it include other zoning districts within the neighborhood, for example, that RSO district that's north of 7th Street? And finally, should the rezoning include only the detached dwellings, or should it look at the multi-dwelling structures and the duplex and also zone those to an appropriate zoning district? And then the policy questions surrounding non-conforming remedies looked at accessory dwelling units, non-conforming lots, and occupancy limits. This map here shows the location of an estimated 5 properties that contain detached dwellings and accessory dwelling units. And accessory dwelling units are not a permitted use in the RS5 district, so if they were zoned to an RS5 zoning designation, they would become non-conforming. However, staff would recommend that a possible remedy for this would be to maintain those uses through registration of the non-conforming use with the planning department. As mentioned, another non-conforming issue are non-conforming lots. The majority of the lots within the RM24 district have a lot size of at least 5,000 square feet, which is would meet the minimum lot size requirement of the RS5 district. that there are 5 properties that would not meet that requirement and would be made non-conforming if they were rezoned to the RS5 district. Those 10 properties are illustrated here on this map by the highlighted green. One potential remedy that staff would recommend for this nonconformity would be to submit variance requests to the Board of Zoning Appeals. And then the last nonconforming issue were occupancy limits. There are currently 55 rental licenses located within, active rental licenses located within the RM24 district of the East Lawrence neighborhood. Those are, all 55 are illustrated here on this map. And of those 55, 28 belong to properties with detached dwellings. So if those properties, if the multi-dwelling zoning districts of these properties were to change to a single-dwelling, single-family zoning district, their occupancy limits would also change. The RM24 district permits 4 unrelated occupants per dwelling unit, while the RS5 zoning district permits 3 unrelated. So any property that currently contains 4 unrelated occupants in a detached dwelling would become a non-conforming if they were rezoned to the RS5. A remedy to this non-conforming would be to provide a 3-year timeline for owners to comply with the new standard, and there is precedent for this. In 2001, the occupancy limits of the RS districts changed from 4 unrelated occupants to 3, and they followed a similar timeline. So based on the information provided in the staff memo, in the initiation memo, staff recommends the following scope for the rezoning. Do rezone only the detached dwellings in the RM24 district to RS5. Initiate the rezoning as a non-voluntary rezoning. Initiate the text amendment to create a 3-year period for bringing properties into alignment with the 3 unrelated occupant standards of the RS5 district. Direct staff to submit non-conforming lots to the Board of Zoning Appeals for lot size and setback variance considerations.
I have a question before you. Oh, thank you. There was my question.
Okay. Register known accessory dwelling units as legal non-conforming uses. And then do not rezone other uses other than detached dwellings to the RS5 district or to their corresponding districts unless property owners volunteer to do so. And do not amend the code regarding allowing accessory dwelling units in the RS5 district. So the action items are initiate the rezoning process for properties zoned RM24 within the East Lawrence neighborhood that contain detached dwelling uses to the RS5 district, or do not initiate the rezoning process, or defer the initiation of the rezoning process for additional information. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Questions?
Could you go back 2 slides?
Yes. Further?
Yeah, number 4, direct staff to submit non-conforming lots to the BZA. So if that were to go through the BZA and they approve the variance, does that mean the property would stay as a non-conforming property into the future to where they, if it burnt down or anything like that, they couldn't rebuild it as such?
No, it basically remedies it as a conforming lot. It's not conforming with a variance, and so banks typically accept that as a
Because I know it's
remedy
harder to
to
get
the
loans
issue.
on non-conforming
Yeah,
property.
it's typical now since the recession that we see that owners seek variances to remedy that kind of condition for the banks.
Okay.
So it's a pretty solid remedy to that issue. And what we're proposing is that if initiated and rezoning is adopted, that we then take those 5 or 10 lots to the BZA and support variances for those.
Okay.
If you go back to the slide that shows the density of the neighborhoods, is there a downtown district that would show residential that we could have the density for?
I think that is information that we could provide.
I mean, it seems like that's a piece of the puzzle that we ought to know about.
Okay.
This was in response to questions from the neighborhood meeting that
Yeah.
generated those.
I don't know how you define a downtown residential district,
I think
but
this is based on census tracts, so that's how we derive these numbers.
Any other questions? Thanks. Okay, the item that it is before us is an initiation at this time, so we'll accept public comment. Let's say 3 minutes tonight. Because the Planning Commission will hold a public hearing if we decide to go forward, okay?
So I'm Pam Blackburn, I'm Secretary of East Lawrence Neighborhood Association. ELNA is in support of continuing the work to mandatorily rezone the area, all of the area north of 9th, to current use. We believe this should be done to all Lawrence properties north of 9th, to include those currently zoned as RM24, RSO, and those residential properties zoned as CS, as in commercial, and there are a number of those. Critics of this rezoning plan cite Horizon 2020 and the desire to increase density in neighborhoods adjoining downtown. In the Planning Commission's density documents, which, oh, that was the neighborhoods, density documents, it shows that pre-1940, Lawrence was 4 square miles, basically East Lawrence, Old West Lawrence, Orietta, North Lawrence, and had a density of 5.51. The density of East Lawrence at the time of the last census was 11.4 people per acre. In fact, East Lawrence has a much higher density rate than most of its neighbors. If it is truly the intent of the city to increase density, it should be done in keeping with the neighborhood. 7-story skyscrapers are not in keeping with the traditional architect of East Lawrence, nor are row houses, which are mainly seen in Europe and in the coastal areas. Allowing accessory dwelling units on properties with at least 550, no, I got the decimal point wrong, 5,500 square feet, and the other existing rules in force would do that. This process began a year ago, last May. I hope that the rest of this process, to the point of actually determining the rezoning, does not take that long. Now, I, as Pam Blackburn, an individual who lives at 830 Connecticut, would like to note that your current zoning categories are inconsistent with current real estate environments. Number one, current zoning appears to be very centered toward the western suburbs with large lots. 2, trends in real estate have changed in the last 10 years and are now for smaller homes on smaller lots. City of Lawrence needs to be ready when this tiny house phenomena reaches Kansas. East Lawrence and adjacent neighborhoods are the ideal place for tiny houses. Many cities have used these to help their affordable housing and traditional housing issues. Properties in existence for 150 years should have a zoning classification. And that's what Becky was talking about when she was talking about those ones that don't have a zoning category. These half lots in Lawrence with 25 square feet, there are no zoning classifications that they can be conforming. Accessory dwelling units are only allowed on 6,000 square feet lots. This is 150 square feet less than the standard lot size in East Lawrence. Was this done deliberately? Allowing these on standard lot sizes enables older citizens to stay in their homes longer, decreasing isolation because they have someone else living on the property. On the RSO front, I'd ask the question to get a clear understanding of what RSO stands for. I've asked 3 times. I've gotten a different answer every time. I personally have read that, pored over that definition. It appears to me that it allows residences, residence containing an office where clients visit, or an office building. That means by leaving the area north of 7th to be RSO, that gives us the opportunity where we can tear down those houses and build office buildings there. Anyway, that's it. Thanks. I'm supposed to write down. Okay.
Thank you. Other comment?
Aaron Payton with East Lawrence Neighborhood Association. And I just want to echo what Pam was saying. Basic agreement with everything that was there, and want to add that this is the part of the historic, town site. We have very old homes that are to encourage redevelopment of them in a high-density way that would end in their destruction with the RM24 is non-beneficial, I think, to the history and the stories of Lawrence. And I think that this is just going to current use. It's not like we're asking for something crazy. So I would encourage you to proceed with the zoning changes. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comment?
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. KT Walsh, 732 Rhode Island. I'm sort of half speaking as part of the zoning committee and half for myself because I don't feel ready to send it to the planning commission. I feel like zoning, there were so many questions when we left the big meeting at the library that I feel like we need another meeting. We need to be educated about what all these zonings mean and what are the ramifications if there's a fire, et cetera. So I would hope you would allow us a little more time. I also left the meeting thinking North 7th would be included because there were several people that came to that meeting and said, hey, how come we weren't invited to the party? And they were interested in downzoning because they see the convention center coming in the parking garage and, you know, that Mr. Trainer and Mr. Compton are talking about, and they feel like they need to protect their block. And they're also, there are 2 houses on the local and state register on that block. So I'm hoping that we can just include north of 7th. I thought that was a done deal. I love it that we're the second densest downtown neighborhood because people are always saying, oh, we need tall buildings in East Lawrence. You got to be dense or you're not green. We are dense. We have 50-foot lots. We also have shotguns. We have 17 shotgun houses in the neighborhood, and I love them. And a shotgun is a house, supposedly you can shoot a gun through the front door, it goes out the back. And you've seen a lot of them in New Orleans. It's a house form that came out of Haiti, and then it came north as people from the south moved north. It's very efficient. I lived in one in East Lawrence. They are so energy efficient, they can be made accessible really easily. 2 of them have been completely restored, and they are actually tiny houses. We already have them. They're great for seniors, but the issue is, like on Connecticut Street in the 800 block, we have 2 right next door to each other, and what does that mean zoning-wise? And we've got 15 more spread throughout the neighborhood on these little lots. I want to keep our shotgun houses. I think that's all I have to say, but I'm hoping we can get, oh, and I'm counting the downtown apartments because we need to know for the grocery store committee, and you can't tell by census tracts what the downtown residents count is, at least I can't. So I'll let you know. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Good evening, Marcy Francisco, 1101 Ohio. So I live in Oread, but my husband and I own the house at 738 Rhode Island and own with another partner the property at 740 Rhode Island. I do want to thank the staff for the work they've done on this. I thought it was a very good meeting. They sent me a very polite email and asked what we thought we would want to do with the property at 738, which is the little notch that's commercial. Zoning off of Rhode Island. My husband had always loved that because he remembers it as Ray's Audio, and he had bought a lot of records there. But it's probably time for us to give that zoning up. We think that we would never meet the rest of the requirements the city would ask for commercial. So I would support the recommendation of the staff that those properties zoned commercial that are currently residential be considered in the zoning. But I know that I can only speak directly for this one. The property at 740 Rhode Island was actually a house moved in front of another house. It's now 4 apartments. I'm supportive of the requirement that we limit property in this neighborhood to 3 people per unit. That's no problem for us, but I would be interested in consideration for retaining zoning for those properties that are already used as multifamily in the area. So stand for any questions, but appreciate your consideration, and was involved in the rezoning for the properties south of 9th Street. So I'm in 1983, so I'm sorry this has taken so long to catch up with the rest of that area in the neighborhood.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Anyone else?
Josh Davis, 846 New York Street. I really just want to say I really appreciate all the work Pam has done on this and other people in the neighborhood. I think it's important. There's walking through the streets with Pam and looking on all the buildings is useful, and what staff's done as well. I will note that our home is still considered non-conforming with an accessory dwelling unit, which we don't have. So, and I've updated the city on that a couple times. So I would just make sure that the data is accurate before any action is taken. But I think that's probably just a matter of an outdated deck. So thanks to staff and Pam.
Thank you. Phil?
I think that a study session about this, another one, would be appropriate because it's complex. I kind of think I'm getting a grasp of it, but the accessory dwelling units I know has been a controversial point, and I think that we need to make sure that we're going into this with our eyes wide open, because I think we might be opening up a can of worms with that. And also, I thought that there was an RS3 zoning when they were talking about North Lawrence and the water issue, and you could get an RS7 and then you could split it into an RS4 and an RS3, a 4,000 square foot lot and a 3,000, and then you would have an RS5 and an RS3, and there was a concern about breaking that RS7 into 2. So is there an RS3 zoning? There is, okay. And would that apply on these, I think they were the green houses?
They're smaller than even RS3.
Oh, and so there's a minimum size that it has to be in order, okay, I get that. And so, yeah, so I'd like to see a study session to help us understand and build consensus on this.
You want a study session with the commission?
Oh, is that what a study, well, I
was going to say, I'd feel a little bit uncomfortable about that, but yeah.
An opportunity to learn more from trained professionals who know about zoning, which...
Mayor, I might mention that in our process recommendation, we would have another neighborhood meeting and then the planning commission hearing.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Back to the commission.
Well, I was working on the rezoning project, I don't know, 4 years ago. I think that's when we started it. And, you know, that was also during the Marriott Hotel, 9th in New Hampshire, so we just didn't have the time and energy to do everything. So it's good that it's finally coming to us and going to be done soon. I don't understand why north of 7th Street is left out as well. That needs to be included.
I might speak to that for a minute. That's zone RSO now. My recollection of the meeting was that I think there was only one owner represented there, and that owner staunchly opposed being rezoned. And so we approached that whole issue about what to rezone there from a couple of perspectives. One is that it sort of evolved as our meetings with Pam and neighborhood and internal discussions and direction from the commission and our discussion with you evolved for the detached dwelling structures. Then we looked at the fact that, we had looked at the East Lawrence plan and noted the mixture of structure types and uses in the neighborhood might be healthy for the neighborhood, so that was another component. And then we just looked at politically feasible. These haven't always been politically feasible to get downzonings in a neighborhood. And so we thought that the most politically feasible at this juncture was to take on the detached dwellings in the RM24 zoning.
Aren't there detached dwellings north of 7th Street?
I believe there are, but it's also with the RSO. We just, and you can direct us otherwise, but our proposal was to look just at the RM24.
Well, the rest of the neighborhood, you were zoning to current use. So I'm not really understanding what's so special about 7th Street that we should stop
Just the
there.
RM24. We're not proposing to zone the multi-dwelling structures and the other structure types to current use.
Well, it sounds like the neighborhood is interested.
And I think that's recent information to us, to the point before the neighborhood meeting, and that's why we presented it as a policy question, because up until that point, we were going under the direction to just go to the RM24 detached dwelling structures. If you want us to pursue those items, we can do that. Again, I sense more issue with that, and then it also takes away the ability to add keep a little bit more density in that neighborhood on just a few areas within that area. So if that's the desire.
Maybe because it's 11:30 at night, I'm having trouble differentiating between the two areas and why 7th Street is so special. But I think that we need to look at the area and not just lop off, a 1-by-3 block area of our neighborhood. That seems very odd to me.
So everything in red would remain RM24. This would remain RSO. This would remain IG. This is an area that's IG right now. These are the auto dealer,
Right.
auto service center.
Pearson's.
I'm not sure that these are all single-family structure. There may be a mix of use here. I'd have to look at your field survey work. So everything, here's 9th Street. Everything in this.
Let me just stop you right here. Let's look at that, okay? Let's just look at that, because I can pick off those houses one by one and tell you that except for one problem house, those are all detached dwellings, single family, at least 3 unrelated.
We stand ready to pursue that.
Let's just work on that.
Yeah, you can include
I don't
that in
want to argue
your,
about it right now.
you can include that in your
Thank you.
motion, and we'll pursue it.
Thank you.
And then the CS, does it remain CS?
No, Marcy wants to change it.
This CS remains CS. We
Yeah.
haven't pursued
Yeah, that's a strip mall
any of this. There are a couple of houses, I think, down here.
owned by the farmers.
That are,
Because I owned one and I had it rezoned, and they're 2 lots together. They had 3 lots next to each other, and I bought the one on the north end. And Michelle Leininger, we talked about it, and she said that those 2 lots together are not big enough to actually accomplish the CS zoning, which is what Marcy was talking about. So I think that we should look at changing those to their current use, which is single-family residential.
Okay, well, the ones that are on the east side of Connecticut Street from 7.
Yeah, that's a strip mall.
Okay, that is strip mall, right?
And then there's 2 shotgun houses next to each other.
here.
I thought there was one CS property down there that did not want to be rezoned. Was
Which
it?
one's that?
I can't- When I was at that neighborhood meeting,
Right.
wasn't it the
Okay,
farmer?
guys.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
Farmer's property?
at 11:40 at night, I don't know if we need to be going through and talking about individual
We need to look
houses.
at all of the current use. That includes the farmer's property north of 7th Street.
Which farmer?
The 2 houses owned by the farmers, Orber and Louise Farmer, who are very nice people.
Okay,
Right to the south of
Those 2 properties.
833
yeah,
Connecticut.
Tracking. Those 2 properties,
My old house.
everything in RSO.
3 properties.
And Marcy, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Marcy.
And Marcy's property. Right?
okay, s-
Were those all considered for RS5 zoning?
Whatever their appropriate lot size is, that I cannot say.
but 700, 708, and 724 Connecticut on the east side of the street there,
It's CS.
those are CS?
Yeah.
Those are to remain CS? or
Yes.
those- Okay.
Well, that's the lighting store and
Right,
restore.
Right, I understand.
Yeah.
And then the ones that face, what is it, the little church that's there on the corner? That's
Oh, the
CS?
insurance and the tax plates.
Right.
Those
Up here,
aren't
yeah.
marked for rezoning.
Those remain in CS. Along with
I don't remember what they're zoned now.
They're CS.
CS? Okay. So the CS remains CS except for Marcy's lot, right?
Where they're residential.
And your side yard. Okay.
18 side yard.
Okay, so here's what I would like for you to do, if the commission will agree with this. We can talk about, or we can start the initiation, but before you do that, I want this rewritten in such a way that we can place it on the consent agenda in a couple of weeks, that we can do it that way so we know it specifically what we're looking at. Because I don't think it's right at 11:30 at night to be trying to guess which properties are in and which ones are out. Okay?
We will map that for you and bring that back.
Okay,
That's a good idea.
fair enough? Okay. Thank you all.
Thank you.
I would entertain a motion to defer this item until Scott rewrites and puts it back on. Made by Commissioner Herbert, second by Commissioner Bowley. All in favor of that motion, aye? Aye. Aye, opposed? That passes 5-0. Item number 4, receive a proposal for participation in the Facilities Conservation Improvement Program to save energy in city buildings and facilities, and consider authorizing the city manager to execute a contract with 360 Energy Engineers to conduct the investment grade audits.
Good evening, Commissioners. I know you've had a long meeting thus far, so I have 2 pieces of good news. The proposal that I'm going to talk to you all about tonight is budget neutral, and also I think if we're really efficient, we could get this done before Wednesday. So I'm going to give you just a brief presentation about the FCIP program and then stand for questions. Joe Hurla with 360 Energy Engineers is here, as are Mark Hecker and Chuck Souls, to answer any department-specific questions that you may have about what we plan to accomplish in our buildings. I personally am really enthusiastic about this. I think it's a great opportunity to really save energy, save money, and be good stewards of the environment. So I'm excited to get the chance to present it. Just a quick reminder on the timeline. We discussed this in December of last year, and you authorized us to initiate a conversation about joining the FCIP project and to initiate an energy savings program for the city. So in January, staff in Public Works and Parks and Rec submitted their list of preferred buildings that we would audit and look for opportunities for energy savings. Early spring, we issued a request for information. We received responses from 6 firms and selected 360 Energy Engineers as the preferred performance contracting firm for this project. We've spent the past 2 months in kind of ongoing conversations with 360 about how the performance contracting model differs and or is similar to our traditional bidding process, and have worked out, I think, a really good solution there that's contained in your memo. So today, we're requesting you to authorize us to sign an investment grade audit agreement with 360 Energy Engineers to start the first phase of the project. But we will come back to you 2 more times in this process. So just a quick overview of the performance contracting model. What's really exciting about this model is that you can use energy costs to pay for, or energy savings to pay for the project cost. And so it's a way to make these improvements that we know we need to make to our buildings, and we always kind of struggle to fund up front, but we can pay for them with the savings that we achieve through energy savings and avoided maintenance costs. Also, what this achieves for us is that the partner firm that we'll work with, 360 Energy Engineers, will lead all facets of the design and implementation, which is something we also struggle with as staff, to find the staff time and expertise to tackle all of these energy efficiency projects. And the energy savings are guaranteed by the firm, which means that if we don't hit the energy savings targets that they've guaranteed, then they get to write us a check for that money. So it's an exciting model in that way. So the FCIP program is a state program through the Kansas Corporation Commission Energy Division, or the State Energy Office. And what they do is they provide technical assistance, third-party oversight. They help us with contracts and additional expertise. So some of the benefits: we're going to save energy in our buildings, reduce our utility bills, address some deferred maintenance. A lot of these projects are things that we've kind of put off for several years and would be a great opportunity to tackle those. We'll provide really important comfort and safety upgrades to our buildings as well for our staff and building occupants. And also will help us meet our climate protection plan goals and greenhouse gas emission inventory targets. So here is just a smattering of the types of projects that we'll be looking at, primarily energy savings. I think lighting will be a huge opportunity, and also some heating and cooling opportunities, including assessing alternative energy such as solar photovoltaic where appropriate. So the process is that the energy performance companies conducted preliminary audits. We selected kind of 5 representative buildings in March, and that helped us select 360 as the firm we wanted to work with. So what we'll be asking you all to authorize tonight is us to move forward with the investment grade audit, and that is a much more thorough analysis of the buildings. And since we're proposing this will take place in 40 buildings, it'll take us a couple months to get through all of them. I'm not going to go through this in detail, but what I wanted to show you is that the boxes on this flow chart that are outlined in green are the times that we are planning to come back to you. So this first box in the upper left is what we're doing tonight to launch the investment grade audit agreement, but then we'll come back to you when we have results to discuss those with you, and then before we would initiate a contract for the performance contract. So just a little bit about what the audit is. It's an analysis of those 40 buildings and facilities. We'll be looking at lighting, heating, cooling, renewable energy. The energy service company will deliver a final audit with energy conservation measures and financing recommendations. And what that will look like is it will tell us this is how long it's going to take to pay off, an LED lighting retrofit, and this is what the eventual savings will be. So it'll have a lot of great detail on all of the projects for us. And the audit cost is based on pre-negotiated rates. It's $64,000. But if we proceed with the energy performance contract, that audit fee would be rolled into the full cost of the project. So we would only be responsible for paying the $64,000 if we decide for some reason at the end of receiving the study that we want to stop the project. Here's a quick example of the kind of data that 360 includes, and it really will help us compare equipment and help us do that life cycle cost analysis that sometimes we don't have the capacity to do as staff or the time to do as staff when choosing equipment, because often we're reacting because something is broken and we need to fix it. So this will allow us to kind of be more proactive and do that comparison, and they'll do the engineering work for us. So there are 40 buildings and facilities on our list. It's really a smattering of a variety of buildings managed by Public Works and Parks and Rec, and include City Hall and airport and rec centers and park lighting, among many others. So I'm going to introduce Joe Hurla with 360 Energy Engineers. He's going to tell you a little bit about their company, and then we'll stand for any questions you have.
Okay.
Thank you all very much. I'll be very brief as well. 360 Energy Engineers is a firm that was started in 2010 here in Lawrence. We were actually one of the early occupants of the BTBC. We grew from 3 original founders, myself included, to about 20 employees. We moved from that time. We're located in the Hobbs Taylor Loft right now. We really started with the idea of providing a good combination between traditional performance contracting, which is this turnkey delivery model that Eileen's speaking about, and kind of a more traditional design bid build model that's very transparent, delivers high quality and lower pricing to our clients. And that's been very successful, as hopefully our growth illustrates. And I think that's part of the reason that the committee that identified 360 as its partner selected us over the other companies that were involved in this process. So that's kind of our growth history, very briefly, obviously. I'm not going to talk through the examples of projects we've put up here. I have identified about a half a dozen of these for you to look at. I think they're included in your packets that you can review if you would like. But we did want to demonstrate that the types of projects that we'll be working with the City of Lawrence to implement are the exact types of projects that we've been doing not only since 2010 when we started 360 Energy Engineers, but for a decade before that throughout the United States. So, a few of the reasons I think that the committee selected us is, as I mentioned, we do provide a hybrid model that sort of combines that design bid build with traditional performance contracting. That does include full design of the systems that we're going to implement. So we will develop full specifications, bid packages, utilize local contractors whenever possible, and try to deliver a very competitive bidding environment that will be both transparent and cost-effective for the city. So, as I said, our commitment to Lawrence, utilizing local contractors whenever possible, and there are a lot of highly qualified local contractors for the type of work we'll be doing. And then the other part of that financial value that I wanted to highlight is that of the firms within the FCIP, the program that Eileen highlighted, of those that were interviewed by the city, 360 Energy Engineers does have the lowest cost structure. So while it was a qualifications-based process, there was also a financial component to that was evaluated. That was, I don't want to say the primary reason, but certainly a factor that came into play in our selection. So we'll have an opportunity to speak more in the future, but I appreciate you guys giving us a few moments this evening amongst your other topics.
Congratulations on your business success and commitment to Lawrence. Got any questions? Okay, thank you.
So I have nothing additional in my presentation, just to be ready for questions.
So, questions of Eileen?
Our first step with this to be
I've got
to
to
ban the vice mayor's
That's right. I was gonna
massive
tell it.
heat device that she.
There's another part of this. She needs to buy extra socks.
That's free. That didn't cost anything. Right?
Oh, sorry. Okay. Any other questions? Any public comment? It's a good idea. Oh, there we go.
Sarah Taliaferro, 2145 New Hampshire Street. I support you moving forward with this contract. This is an example of how Lawrence and Douglas County are ahead of the curve because you have a sustainability coordinator and are investing and looking very systematically at efficiency. So go for it.
Okay. Well, Tom, you have anything on this? Yeah.
Yeah, get it done.
Get in there. Okay. Then I guess if there's nothing else, I would entertain a motion to receive the proposal, authorize the city manager to execute the contract with 360 Energy Engineers.
So moved.
Motion made and second for approval, made by Commissioner Herbert, second by Commissioner Larson. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you all. Future agenda items. We're off next week.
Off next week, which is the good news. And there's a couple of items that's coming up for the 6th, mainly the bond issue that you see there and a couple of public hearings for right-of-way and utility easement vacations.
Okay. Any questions on those? Okay. Then commission items.
I just want to say happy birthday to somebody special. You know who you are. I hope you have a good day.
Sorry. Next item, city manager's report.
Okay, we have the April financial reports, the April sales tax report, which is actually showing a higher rate of recovery or income coming in. The fireworks report is worth mentioning. In response to requests from some citizens, we will have extra officers on duty on July 2nd, 2 officers, 4 officers on July 3rd, and 4 officers on July 4th. I think I totaled it, and it's probably $4,500, $4,600 for those 3 days in terms of enforcement. The other thing that was included was a communications plan for the 4th of July. Megan did a real nice job along with the communications staff putting that together. So we'll get a lot of advertisement out about fireworks and cautions and being careful on those issues. And I think the final report was on our visit. A number of staff members went over to meet with the Director of Rental Housing Development at the Kansas Housing Corporation, a gentleman by the name of Fred Bentley. And we talked about State Housing Trust Fund, National Housing Trust Fund, and low-income housing tax credits, as well as a number of other issues in an effort to develop more affordable housing here in Lawrence. I thought it was a good conversation. We got some good ideas. So,
very good.
Those are the reports.
Questions of Tom? Okay.
Calendar.
Tomorrow night at 6 o'clock at the Peasley Center is the Shelters Good Neighbor meeting. I'll probably be at that.
Okay. Thanks for doing that. I'll still be in Kansas City.
That PERC meeting on the 26th, that's the subcommittee,
It is.
right?
Yeah,
Correct.
right.
Saturday, I'll be conducting the Army Band.
Oh, boy.
It's a big item.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else? Tom, we'll talk about a date for that study session next day or so, okay?
Good.
Okay, anything else, guys? Entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and second to adjourn by Vice Mayor Soden, second by Commissioner Herbert. All in favor, aye? Aye. Opposed? We're adjourned.
4 minutes to spare you.
Still Tuesday.